Hey everyone, welcome back to Maids 2. This is Act 2, and I'm showing myself talking to Kasia Pinder to get the act started, because this is what you have to do to actually get it started.
What a relief.
Before Act 2 was released, she wouldn't have this dialogue choice, so you wouldn't be able to start Act 2 at all.
For a bit? Okay, if you're not too busy, then we can go to the palace right now. I just have such a bad feeling about this.
In case you noticed the timer on the video, this is a much longer act than Act 1. It is... There's a lot of talking. It is inevitable that I will be talking over other people speaking. This is Euphoria Palace. I showed where it was on the map last video. This is... I was just getting past the entrance. I kind of wish I hadn't skipped it that far, but this is what it is. Anyway, there's a pretty ominous statue right in the center of this palace. In case you don't know what it is, Euphoria Palace is basically a brothel, but we won't be exploring any of the brothel portions of it. We're going to the basement where all the story happens. This character, I don't know what happened to her. Her body is completely invisible. It's not even because she's naked. It's just something screwed up about her. I have no idea what happened. It's like, this was literally the very first time this happened to a character in Maids 2. It is not a usual thing. It's not like the helmet guys that had invisible heads in the last video.
Dead? That's very sad news. Like I said, our staff was quite fond of him. He always took time out of his life.
So quick recap of what happened in Act 1. We met with the Pinders, Marcus and Kasia Pinder. They're very important. They're related to Euphoria Palace in some manner. But
listen closely.
Marcus was killed by Project Purity or whatever. And now it's up to us and his daughter, Kasia, to see what the hell is going on in here. This is where the real story of Maids 2 starts, by the way. Like, everything before this, the whole 2 hours before this, that was just a setup. This is where the story actually begins, in my opinion. And honestly, I say that, but there's still a lot of talking before we actually get things really started, too. Don't know if I show the entrance here. Okay, so this is just to show that the connection between the entrance and the outside of the Euphoria Palace is here. It's established. You have to go down the hill all the way over here. I don't know of any mod conflicts with Euphoria Palace. There probably are some. Like this area that the Euphoria Palace is. It's not very popular for new dungeons or anything like that, but I imagine there's some people who made different mods that had their dungeon entrances over there, but I never played any of them as far as I remember.
This is the Euphoria Palace warehouse. There is nothing to see.
It's not a
here,
warehouse,
traveler.
by the way.
Did she now? No problem. You're cleared to go on through.
You'd think we'd have needed some kind of paper for this. Also, yes, she got stuck on the rock, but it's fine. We can just keep walking. I think there was actually a bit of conflict there. And you can't go back.
I had a feeling she was going to lock the door behind us. Now we're stuck here.
It's more of a catacomb, this place, but then this is Deshawn, that statue there, a statue of Deshawn, and it's honestly, he doesn't look that special, all things considered. Just an Argonian in ebony armor. Who are these people? The ninjas do not have any feet.
This is not good.
This is a common occurrence for
all that reminds of the sun
Maids 2 mod complex, as far as I could tell.
I suggest you lower your voice and show some respect, warrior. You are standing in the presence of Serenity's sirens, after all. Let's get straight to the point. Sarah dropped the news that Marcus is dead. Care to tell the full story? And you have no connection to the Mercs, or to Purity. You just walked into the town one day and got involved in this mess. Well, I still don't trust you. But I'll leave your fate to Matari. Now walk with me. Try anything, and you'll have to deal with more than just the four of us.
I don't think you can actually harm her. This is a part of the game, the mod, I mean, that really annoys some people. There's a lot of characters who are like protected here. You can't kill them. It's not like a Forgotten City where you could kill people and suffer the consequences. Here, you can't kill people, period. Ideally, you'd be able to kill them and that would just like fail the quest. But that actually doesn't make sense within the context of Maids 2 storyline. But so I can understand why it's not an option.
Let's not upset them.
Not
We
an
should
option
keep walking.
yet, I should say. There will be plenty of killing in this mod. And it's all up to you, the player, too, who dies and who lives. Some choices are not as obvious as others. Although, most of them are pretty obvious.
At ease, ladies.
Freya, Matari instructed that you bring only the Pinder daughter.
Change of plans.
Catherine, one of the ladies here in the dragon dress or whatever,
We are
absolutely
ready to
the
defend
worst
our
voice
mistress,
in the
stranger.
entire mod. I absolutely hate her voice.
I
No
have
offense to
nothing
the
to say to
voice
you.
actress, I hate her voice.
Don't even think about
Just
it.
so high pitched, sounds like a
Keep
mouse.
walking.
And her character is also not very likable. Easily, like, this is a bit of spoilers, but I always look forward to the opportunity I get to kill Catherine.
With you? Are you out of your mind?
She had quite an interesting story.
It's just gonna take a
She
very
might
long
be
time.
worth keeping around.
Mistress, what are your orders?
And that over there is
You can't
Matari.
leave this woman
Definitely
alone.
not a suspicious looking
anymore.
person.
I have faith in Freya's judgment. The stranger may stay.
See, Melody? Just because you've moved up in rank doesn't mean your decisions are on par with mine. Now, let's get on with this. Mistress, the stranger has confirmed an attack on Jonestead, spearheaded by the heroes of Nern. Under direct orders by Project Purity, they were successful in killing Master Pinder. Commander Boska escaped.
I'm doing this for camera.
Our savior here
Unfortunately,
managed to
the
secure
subtitles,
safety of the town's citizens
disappear
and
when I
foil
do
their
that.
second objective, to capture Kasha Pinder.
That explains the low number of mercs reported by our scouts near Fort Pazarath. They were busy dealing with the town.
The loss of Marcus will damage morale amongst the veterans. But we can manage. As of this moment, I am assuming the position of leader of our organization.
She's got kind of buggy eyes.
Your ranks will remain as
Definitely not natural.
Wait, what about my mother? Where is she?
Your mother is dead. She was stationed at Fort Pazarath during the attack. There were no survivors.
No, not her too.
This is pretty obviously just something to throw you off of the mother subplot that will definitely be brought later.
Melody, attend to her.
Yes, mistress.
Leave us, Freya. Inform the others of the news and have Tarius prepare a room for two. We can speak privately about the
Tarius is
situation.
literally the only other guy,
Are you sure? Yes, mistress.
or literally the only guy, period, that works for a palace. The others are customers. So because I'm playing as a girl, everyone here in this palace that's doing stuff related to it is a woman.
Dragonborn. No person of your caliber escapes my attention. The others fail to recognize you, but I...
She has different dialogue if you don't know you're Dragonborn yet.
Your aura, your demeanor...
I've only seen it once though.
is of a magnitude I have not sensed for a very long time. You will receive your answers. First, I would like to congratulate you on succeeding where we failed. Our organization was founded in order to protect the Pinder family. Marcus may have been killed, but you ensured the safety of his daughter. The surprise attack on Fort Pazarath prevented us from sending any sirens to defend Jonestead. We lost a significant portion of our forces. Fort Pazarath was our only stronghold in Skyrim besides this palace. It is off the eastern coast, isolated and heavily fortified. Pazarath shares a similar history to this palace. It belonged to Purity before being abandoned. It is now theirs once again. Besides what Marcus may have told you, there is little that we know. The Project Purity of today is certain to have motivations far different from the Purity that existed 200
Yeah,
years
in Maids
ago.
1 there was a Project
The
Purity
current
thing
one is a
there
spiritual
too.
successor, carrying only the name and the resources. It is next to impossible to gather intelligence on an enemy that has remained in the shadows for so long.
We will not be finding out
However,
more about
we
them
do
until
have
much later.
information on the mercenary group
Well,
that
a
you
little bit
encountered
more
in
we will find
Gemstead
out, but
and its commander.
finding out all about Project Purity is going to take until
The
Act 4.
Argonian
Just going to
comes
say that
from a
right
wealthy
now.
family. His entire inheritance went into the formation of the Heroes of Nirn. Service records of the men in the company portray them in a positive light. Collectively, the company has seen action in every province. Their contracts usually consist of defending villages from bandits and carrying out reconnaissance for whoever they believe is fighting for justice. Hence their name. I have provided you all the major details about the two forces that are conspiring against us. Everything else is conjecture based on scout reports. That will be enough talk, Dragonborn.
No.
The Pinder daughter is in need of comfort over the loss of her
Atari
mother.
just said it was enough
I
talk, but
believe
we're
only you
actually going to be here for like
that
another
matter.
10 minutes.
Good. Before you leave, I have requested that a room be made available for the two of you. I have further business that should be discussed over dinner in the presence of company. Speak with Tarius the butler in the dormitory lobby and he will show you to your room. It would be wise for you and Kaja to get some sleep in the safety of this palace. For the time being, I am asking that Kaja remain here, although you are free to come and go as you please. You are dismissed.
Yeah, so Matari's voice is very stoic, very emotionless. I think it's done well, though.
You may speak.
Like, it fits
I will tell
the
you
character that
everything
Matari's supposed to
you
be.
wish to
Some
know.
people don't like it at all, though.
1. There is an underground palace in southern Cyrodiil that once belonged to Purity's partner, Desan. After Euphoria Palace was discovered, Marcus moved the majority of the Sirens here and to Fort Pazarath. Only a small collection of our sisters remain at the Cyrodiil Palace. We have been accepting low-risk, high-paying assignments. These can range from menial tasks, such as escorting diplomats, to assassinating political targets. Anything that involved killing required Marcus's approval beforehand. We maintained secrecy throughout the years, selling our services under fake names and operating at night whenever possible. We have had issues in the past. Those incidents are unlikely to be repeated. Several reasons. The first is their appearance. A key skill that all Sirens must have is the ability to seduce the enemy. Having a unique beauty that most males would find attractive gives the Ashen a distinct advantage over their non-Ashen counterparts. The second is their skill in combat. Ashen are excellent, agile fighters, and health is hardly an issue. If hurt in combat, an Ashen skin tissue can rapidly regenerate. The last reason is their loyalty. Many Ashen flee their homeland of Akavir in order to escape persecution by the Sayesi. They are welcomed to join us and fight alongside the sisters they would have otherwise never seen again.
So I have to talk a bit more about this
They learn
myself
to be
because it's
loyal
not
for
made
the
very
bonds
clear
they
if you
develop
don't know
with their sisters.
about the greater lore of
They are equally
the Elder
welcome to
Scrolls.
leave
Ashen
if
is
they
definitely
choose
a
to.
mod
None of
race.
them
It's
have.
completely made up for this mod. It's
I am.
basically the anime race expect to see a lot of
They are the Golden Maidens,
girls with different
my
hair colors that
personal
do not feel natural at
The
all.
maidens are
And
the
also a lot
strongest
of
and most seductive warriors
like
in
modded
Serenity
hairstyles.
Sirens.
Definitely the creator of
I
this
will
mod
leave
took
their
advantage
personal
of the
histories
various
confidential
hairstyles that were
unless
available
they wish to
to make all
divulge
the
them to
girls
you.
look different. But the other thing, the Seisi,
She is
that's
my lifetime maid.
snake-like
She lacks
vampires
the
that are
charisma
in the
that is
continent
required to
east
become
of
a Golden
where
Maiden,
the
but is
Tamriel
just
is,
as
which is where
skilled in
Skyrim
combat
is.
and seduction.
They're a race that has never been explored in depth.
No. We
I don't
all
even
must
think,
travel separate
like, if they've ever
paths.
been shown, it's only
You
like
are
a handful of
destined to
times, so
go
we
beyond
have
what
no idea
any
what they're supposed to
siren is
look like
capable of.
normally, even to this day. So because of that,
Continue.
it's completely like going into the
Then that
deep
is what
lore
we
of
will discuss.
Elder Scrolls to mention that Seisi.
We do not know. The Pinder family has destroyed several
They'll
major
come up a couple
purity
more times
bases
during the
in
mod. Just
Tamriel.
keep that in mind.
For a long time it was believed that there was no main base.
Don't expect to see
Recent
any of them. though.
reports suggest that the last Project Purity stronghold is somewhere in Skyrim. The same reason why Serenity Sirens is known only among those involved in the conflict. Purity has avoided contact with the real world, secluding themselves where they can remain undetected, yet still maintain their influence. Purity was known to be a major producer of alchemical ingredients and potions in the Third Era. We believe their production has decreased in the past 3 decades, but they still have an unknown income source that has allowed them to survive. I do not know. Vengeance, if that was ever the reason, is no longer a factor. Project Purity, the group, sees itself as an embodiment of an idea, the purification of Tamriel. This ongoing project has only produced one known solution, Irosap. It is a subject best left in the past.
We'll be finding out a bit more about Irosap soon.
Continue. Ask.
As its name implies, it's very much
None that
sexually
we are aware
related.
of. They are nomads seeking work wherever they go. The Argonian is in his early 30s. As a child, he embraced an almost naive view of the world, believing that it can be saved through the actions of a single man. He trained under several prestigious Argonian war veterans in the Black Marsh, before embarking on a 10-year journey as an adventurer. He returned to society a different man, more powerful and determined to make his perfect world a reality. But he knew he couldn't do it alone. So he founded the Heroes. Together they have done good deeds. All of that will mean nothing with their newfound allegiance with Purity. The Heroes of Nirn emblem was borrowed from a mercenary company that existed during the Oblivion Crisis, known as Blackwood Company. Purity and Bosca's family have ties to this old merc group. When Bosca revived them in the form of his heroes, it was inevitable that Purity would take notice and employ their service.
So, Blackwood,
Continue.
I mentioned before that Maids 2 had
This is a
some
topic best left to the staff
connections
members.
to an adult mod of
We
the
maintain a
Oblivion.
partnership between the
In
employees
Blackwood,
of
I believe, is
Euphoria
actually
Palace.
part of that mod,
They
the
keep
adult
half
mod
of
that,
the income,
well,
while the
not
other
Maids 2,
half
but Maids
goes
1
towards
was
us.
connected to. So it's not, Blackwood is not
Sarah and
unique to Maids
Tyrus
1, it's
are
actually
the
part of the
intermediaries
adult
between
mod,
Sagas
at least I
and
think it
Palace.
was, part of the adult mod
Regular
that
staff
Maids 1
members
was
are not even aware
connected
that a
to
basement level
much
even
earlier
exists.
on. So the fact that it's still in the lore
Perhaps.
of this mod is a little surprising. I thought the author would
Raiding a
try to
public
distance
location
himself from
would
it,
be
but
unwise for a
I mean,
group that has preferred covert
it's
attacks
mentioned, but
for
it's not that
200
important.
years.
Blackwood Company is just mentioned in the
I
lore
would
as
not worry
something that
about the
happened 200
security
years
of
ago.
this palace.
I keep saying these things about Maids
Remind
1,
yourself
about how
that
all
this
these things
is an
happen, but then you
unconventional
play
enemy
Maids
we are
1,
facing.
and there's so little to
Their
it.
decision
Like, yeah, all the
process
stuff
up
is there,
until
but it's
now
like,
has worked.
you're in and out
As
in
I
less than
said,
5 minutes. All the
do
events
not
that
worry.
are been described here, they're described in great detail
This
as if there was
palace
so
meant
much
to
to
be
them,
the
but
Argonian
actually
warlord's
playing Maids
private
1's mod,
residence and
you
grotto,
go through all of
much
the
like the one in
lore
Cyrodiil.
that's referred to in Maids 2,
Desan's statue was
and you're
originally
done
the
with it in less
first
than
floor
30 minutes, it
lobby.
feels.
We moved it to the catacombs during the
Act 2 is
renovation.
very much a
The
very
statue
connected to
currently
Maids
in the
1.
first floor lobby is
Act 2 of
simply
Maids
the
2.
work of a talented sculptor.
It starts getting dropped, thankfully,
It
by
has no
Act 3, which is where the...
significance.
I would personally think that Maids 2 is when it gets really
This
good about Act 3.
The statue continue. Go on. That is difficult to say. He was more active in the organization during the early years of Serenity Sirens. As time went on, his commitment shifted from the Sirens to raising his daughter. I was given the authority to make most decisions in his absence. Marcus was effective, yes, but he merely saw the Sirens as a means to an end. The end of purity and the end of his fears. He was never placed in a difficult position that would prove him to be either a good or bad leader. The last and only difficult trial he ever faced was the death of his parents when he was a child.
What about his death?
Everything afterwards was a matter of hiding himself and his daughter from purity. It would have been interesting to see Marcus's endurance tested were he still alive to battle purity. I was not acquainted with the mother. She was permanently stationed at Fort Pazarath. Why she chose to remain a lower rank is unknown. I can only assume that Marcus did not wish for her to take on more demanding burdens. Continue.
We'll say this.
Ask, but I may not
Matari
answer.
is not Kasha's mother,
Rarely.
but there is a connection.
I am meditating, submersing myself in your presence, the whispers of the sirens, and the ecstasy radiating from the floors above. Nothing.
Huh.
Continue.
I kind of find that funny. You ask someone
Ask,
to tell them about themselves,
but I may
and
not answer.
the answer is
I was
nothing.
one of the first. My purpose was to forge alliances where Marcus could not. He was still young at the time, mid-20s. He was far from experienced in coercion. I never stepped foot into the Cyrodiil Palace. For 3 decades I traveled around this world. During that time, I inserted contacts into Akavir. That is how so many
Akavir
Ashen
is
found
the
safe passage
continent
to
east of
Tamriel
Tamriel.
and
The
discovered
one that I mentioned about the
existence of
Tsaesi.
Sirens. It was only when Marcus had moved the majority of the Sirens to Skyrim that I returned. That is when my existence became known, and my rank increased dramatically due to my extensive service record. In Marcus, I saw a man who was lost. I hoped to guide him through the darkness and into the light. I prefer to think that I helped him succeed. Continue.
We're finally done talking with Matari, for now. This will not be the last time we have a long discussion with Matari, though. In fact, there's going to be another one coming up relatively soon. But now we gotta go back to Kasha, which is, honestly, I would rather stay with Matari than go back to Kasha.
We are ready to defend our mistress, stranger.
Matari let you live. I'm surprised.
She didn't seem like in a position to
I
kill
passed
me.
by Blondie in the lobby.
So I don't know what
Mope.
Freya's talking about here.
I'm having trouble believing she's a Pinder. I have problem with her attitude. I was expecting so much more. So disappointing. Oh, how cute. Go on. Get back to whatever it is you were doing. You're no fun.
Freya is so clearly, like, cartoonishly evil in this particular case. More like a cartoonishly evil seductress. It's done intentionally. She's not, like, she's very hateable, but I wouldn't say she's the worst written character. Just she's so transparently supposed to be, like, a bad person. But some people like actually going along with her. She's like the evil option of the mod.
Hey,
Melody and I were just talking. So we're getting a room? That's nice. What did Matari say? Anything about my mother?
We did ask.
Oh, I was afraid of that. Not here. Let's go find our room first.
Gotta talk to Tarius. The one guy of Euphoria Palace. Who, like, works in Euphoria Palace. Then get rid of this loading screen. This is how long the loading screens are at the time I was playing this mod. Not because of the mod, just because of Skyrim in general.
Ah, the visitors. I am Tarius, the Siren's butler. Please, let me show you to your room.
Yeah, those are all sirens, and they all have unique names.
Yes, Sarah?
All the sirens, even though most of them don't have any dialogue the entire mod, like any dialogue where you can talk with them, they all have unique names. So if you're someone that you like in terms of looks, well, they've got a unique name that you can remember about it.
Let's go to our room. Then we can talk.
This is your room, madam. I will be in the lobby if you need anything. Have a good night.
So, because everyone here is a woman except Tarius, you get treated a bit differently if you're a guy. I think everyone treats you more casually if you're a girl.
I was hoping
While
for something
everyone
a little
calls
more
you out for
cozy.
being so special if
This
you're a
place
guy,
feels so
otherwise.
Empty.
It's a very square room.
I'm glad I'm not the only one.
It's also
In that room
fairly
with
empty.
Matari,
Like, look at this
I
bed.
felt so uncomfortable. It was so cold
It
and
looks so
dark.
tiny compared
I
to
felt like
the
I was
rest of the
alone,
room.
yet you were all there with me.
Definitely not the
When I
best
heard about
designed
my mother,
area.
I had to leave. I can't believe it. First my father, now my mother. A mother I never knew. Thanks. You've been quite helpful so far.
Are you gonna friend zone her? I mean, I guess not. Or I will? Maybe? I don't remember what the choice I
friend?
made. Okay.
Thank you.
I think this
Remember
gives
that
you
we
more
have the
friend
sirens on our
points with her,
side.
but less,
They'll help
like, it
out,
reduces your romance
think.
points, because you're technically friend
I
zoning
didn't
her.
mean to sound judgmental.
I don't know,
We
I
just got
can't
here.
remember the way
I can't help but feel
the
disappointed, you know?
point system works
How much
exactly.
time
The
Freya
walkthrough gives you insight on
impressions,
what
I
is
guess, can say a
calculated,
lot.
at least that's
I
what it
expected them
says,
to feel
but
like I did. Maybe
overall,
more
even if you follow the
about
walkthrough,
my
I believe you'll
father.
always be short on
I
romance
wanted
points
them
to get into
To know that my father didn't
Kasha's
sacrifice his
pants when it
entire life
matters.
only to not be respected by the thing he created.
So either you
Yet they seem so dismissive
use
of him.
console commands
Didn't
to
even
get yourself
affect them.
the
I wonder if my
amount of
father
romance
distanced
points you
himself
want with
too
her,
far
or
from the
you just
sirens so he could be with me.
do
But
whatever
then
else
maybe
you
he made
could
a
do to
mistake.
get more romance points with
The
her.
sirens are more important in the end. They were his family.
Lots of talking with her.
Maybe he put a little too much effort raising
In
me.
general, the
But
first
that's not
option
the
is what
point.
is like the
I'm concerned
good
about the sirens'
option.
motivations.
I think there's a
Do
few
you think
exceptions
if the
though.
fortress hadn't been attacked, they would still be helping us? Would my father's death have been enough to motivate them into continuing the fight? I need to know they're doing this to protect others and not for vengeance. Yes, but we can never know for sure. I want to ask you something. You're my guardian and I'm your maid, but I need to be something more. For my father. I want to join the Sirens, to make sure my family isn't forgotten if we win this war. I can train. I'm not afraid of what I'll have to endure.
No matter what, she's gonna try to
Really?
be a
Wow,
warrior.
thank you. I was afraid
How
it would
much
take
he
a lot more to convince you.
influences the upcoming missions, though, is very. It's not as much as you might expect.
No problem.
Like,
I'll practice every day to make sure that never happens.
it's very bizarre, but the amount of time Kasha has
I
to
know,
train
but
before
with your
she's
support, it will be a
allowed
lot
on missions
easier.
is.
I'll bring it up during
It's
dinner
very
with Matari.
tempered. It takes a
Back me up,
while.
okay?
It's not
Don't
as
let them make you
instant as you
second
might
guess
expect for a
yourself.
mod like this.
I won't.
It kind of
Anyway,
demonstrates
I was
how
thinking of
you're
getting
very
some
much in
sleep.
the long
I'll do my
run
share
when
of
it comes to
exploring
this
some
mod.
other time. I do want to check out how the Sirens train and hear their advice. get an idea on what to expect if they do accept me into their
And when she
ranks.
does finally join you, she's not that
But you
great.
should go
She's
out
just
and
kind
have
of
some
normal.
fun. Take a break from adventuring for once.
She's still
I'm sure
immortal
there's
though.
plenty
She
to see
can't
down
die.
here, and interesting people to talk to. Just don't hang around on the upper floors. Unless you're into the sort of things that go on up there. Oh, I know. We need to stick together in places like that.
I'm pretty
I
sure
won't
she
take up
calls
any
you
more
out
of
if
your
you
time.
say you're gonna
Let me
check
know
out
when you
what's
wanna go
going
to
on
bed
up
so I
there.
can get
She's
dressed.
like, ugh.
We have a big day ahead of us. Don't stay out for too long.
Of course, it doesn't make much sense considering I'm the character I'm playing as right now. But yeah, this is your bed, the one right here, and she's got the other bed on the other side, which is neat, I guess.
Ready to get some sleep? I am. Okay, just give me a minute to change into my sleepwear. Stay over by the door.
This is very like
No peeking.
yeah, no peeking.
Take
This
too
is
long. All I need is a
very
nice sleeping
typical
bag
of
and
mods
time to
at
get
the
some
time.
rest.
If you don't want to lose a lot of points with Kasia, you do not peek. She actually gets naked
I
here.
wanted to
Though,
ask you something.
so I was actually doing the free camera to show that she doesn't really change to some people, but I actually was kind of surprised to see that she actually gets naked. This is the only time though where you get like in this mod specifically where you get a chance to see a girl naked or wearing the pseudo Skyrim underwear, whatever body type this mod was using. I can't remember the name, but it's mostly guys that you see naked in my playthrough of this mod. Mostly because the games sometimes spawn a guy without any armor.
I'm surprised that you're giving me all this freedom. It's unusual for me. You're right.
But yeah, this Act 2 is definitely the one with the most adult content because of this right here, where she gets naked and like you can technically look if you use toggle free camera. If you try to look normally, she's gonna call you out and you're gonna lose lots of points with her. But the other thing is a specific mission. If you're a female Argonian, you get to do the kinkiest thing ever in this mod. Anyway, we'll go to sleep. And look at this! Where are we? This is the Temple of Mara, where people get married. And it seems we're getting married to Kasia? This is why I hate Kasia.
This is such a wonderful day.
The game is not being subtle whatsoever. Like, it's just being straight up obvious about what it wants. Like, I want to say, this is not
But I am.
what I hate the most about Kasia, actually. I hate that the mod pushes her as the love interest. I hate that. But this right here is clearly like unsettling what's going on. It plays on the expectations of people who were playing the mod at the time though, because I believe people who would play this mod the first time, they would try to like get close to Kasia, and this right here just plays with their expectations.
That does not mean you cannot take another.
Yeah, it does.
You are more stubborn than I have imagined. So be it. Leave. Return to your lover.
Yep, she actually points out the fact that I have a different lover. I don't believe I'm married to that lover, but I did have another lover. Oh, I can't open the door that says refuse.
I said leave. Then perhaps fate has decided that you are to be married after all. Your defiance is amusing. If there was a key, then you'll have to look for it yourself. Now, either leave me be, or ask to continue this wedding as planned.
It doesn't matter if you fail or succeed at this quote-unquote test here, by the way. Yeah, you just sneak and try to pickpocket Kasia, and you immediately get the key. And you can gloat about it too.
Gloat all you want, Dovahkiin. Once you step through those doors, you will not survive. The darkness will consume you, and your beloved will remain here for eternity in sorrow. There is still time for you to be saved.
You mustn't leave.
Yeah. So, if you go along with the wedding, you're just like quote-unquote married, and then she tells you to wake up. However, if you succeed in the test and escape, like I just did right here, you get this. It's not too hard to figure it out. Although I do believe the first time I played the mod, I actually just went with the marriage.
Interesting. I was so certain that she would have. You are not supposed to be here, Dovahkiin.
Yeah, that voice sounded familiar. It sounded like Matari. The game is not being, the mod is not being very subtle about who the one of the most
Easy
evil
there.
characters is in right here.
You're in Euphoria Palace, our dorm room. Are you okay? Do you want me to get some water?
The
I'm not
dialogue
sure.
here is different if
At
you
first I thought you were
actually
restless, but then you
married
started
her in the
struggling
dream.
violently in
I think
bed.
it's actually a better opportunity
Claire was
to
nearby.
bond
I
with
asked
her
her for
if you
help and
actually
she ran off
decided
to
to
get
just
someone.
marry her in the dream.
What do you mean? Hey, wait. Something happened. Do you want to talk about it? Where did you go? And what did you see? Oh, did you, oh, you did? Did you realize that nothing that was happening was real? I'm glad you saw through the lies. Because I didn't.
So basically, Kaja, the implication here is Kasia went through a similar thing and she actually fell for it. So she basically married you in the dream. Again, I hate the mod that the mod pushes
What's wrong?
you and Kasia together so much, but
I know.
this is actually pretty good. It's very well executed. Pretend there was a fade out here.
The hero has awoken.
I think the mod forgot something here.
The
I'm
person
not sure.
you can truly call an ally.
Sleeping is
yet
very
remains
weird in
the
Skyrim.
audience,
It's kind of
the silent
buggy.
observer.
You don't really move.
You've spoken to her on Nirn, and she's spoken to you in the Void, the same being broken into two. I of course speak of Matari. You know her as the new leader of Serenity's Sirens. But her significance to this world surpasses the factions and conflicts that have formed around her. My master would like you to know that we are watching and waiting for the results of your actions. We know how it must end, but perhaps something will be left so that we may meet again. I cannot do that. Ignorance is the only thing that is keeping you free. You must play this dangerous game of pretend. Follow Matari's every command and suggestion. Have her believe that you are her puppet. And when the moment comes when you are one step away from death, you will know what must be done.
Not really.
You
Not
cannot
necessarily.
kill what isn't alive, but you can certainly try. And you can make her feel fear. Keep this knowledge in the back of your mind. Offer the slightest hint of hesitation or displeasure in Matari's presence, and she will discover our little secret.
I kind of doubt it.
Trust us, and the worst that will happen is that you will lose the approval of the Sirens. Trust Matari, and you risk damning countless realms. You're a hero, no matter what anyone may tell you. Only a fool would choose the path of self-destruction. There's one last thing you should know before I leave. There are heroes on both sides of this war between Purity and the Sirens. The one called Baska is set on a similar path to destroy his own masters. Leave him be, and Purity will unravel from within.
That's up to you.
Will you? He certainly won't. Now that the two of you have met, he's come to admire you as a fellow hero.
I'll explain this later.
Use that to your
This
advantage.
observer here is
You'll
spoiling a
realize
lot
that
of the
part
plot to
him will
you.
always be holding
It's still
back.
kind
I
of
must
cool
return
though.
to my companions. May we meet again after skies divide. Dovahkiin.
Yeah, Skies Divide? That's Act 5 of this mod. We won't be seeing it for a long time. But yeah, I'm saying Matari is evil here, this early on. Not a spoiler, because this observer just casually tells you everything that you need to think about for much later on in this mod story. Assuming you go to the end, you know, follow it through to the end, because like again, the first time I played this mod, I played I believe the next 2 quests of the main quest line, the storyline of this mod, and then I just kind of dropped it. I was kind of bored. It won't be until my second attempt where I actually like stuck until the end, and it was only because I knew of some choices I could do that I stuck through the end. Because I hated Kaja so much. I think like I spoiled myself with the walkthrough, and then I decided to do my second playthrough. Because there was a character I liked a lot better. Everything written here, by the way, is I believe it's been referenced by someone in Act 1. And if not, well, it's related to Matari at the very least. It's quite long too. Just think about it. The mod author wrote all of this. I couldn't even be bothered to write one page. It's kind of crazy. There's a light switch. There's a note. Yeah, around. Not a lot of missions in Vanilla Skyrim involve you waiting around for a specific time, but mods have a tendency to actually make use of it. In this particular case, we actually have to do the next part of the quest at 5 p.m. I think it's between 5 p.m. till 7 p.m. maybe even 6 p.m. It's a very narrow time period, unfortunately. For whatever reason, you can rest in Kasha's bed too, by the way. You know, when she's not on it. Euphoria Palace is a pretty big place. It does help to familiarize yourself with it, however, because
Madam? I started by serving as a bartender upstairs.
It helps to familiarize yourself with it because it's gonna... There's gonna be a quest that involves you going through it
that paid 10 times as much
with a bit of combat implemented. Let's just say that.
I agreed. There wasn't anything else to live for out of the world. It was an easy decision. It felt odd at first.
Yeah, he's the only man down here.
Something.
I believe this dialogue is the same if you're a man yourself, by the way.
In their lives. They know that for the rest of their maiden years, they will not have the opportunity to speak with a male on equal terms. When Marcus was alive, the rare and brief visits were inspirational to the Sirens. But he was a leader, a man that required respect. What the Sirens needed was a friend that would tend to all their needs. That is why I'm here, and happy to serve.
Tyrus is a good guy.
You can
he's wearing Shio Karat's outfit, except a little
chefs cook more than enough
different
to feed
texture
us all.
color, but he's actually a good guy. I'm just gonna say that right now.
For that. These lights were already installed and functional when the palace was rediscovered.
He's not hateable.
All these years later, and there's
a little likable. He's not very deep though, despite all the dialogue
all the Sirens
we have right here.
View her as an idol. I see her as a boss that is kind enough to provide food and shelter.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only time we're gonna be talking to Tyrus in depth.
Make it quick.
This is what most Sirens say to you if you talk to them. They just have one line of dialogue, and you can't do anything else with them. You can go to the upper dormitories, which is like where the normal Euphoria Palace is, by the way. That's another thing you should familiarize yourself with.
Yes.
And here we have the freezer. Does the freezer ever matter in the mod? It's not important, but it does get brought up like much later on at a certain point. Like if you're interested in the fate of a certain character. Does it involve death? I'm not gonna say it, but it's something. Kasha should be out here. Yeah, she's right there.
What's up? It's too early. Remember? We need to make our way over there around 5.
So it's like 2 p.m. right now. We have to wait till 5 p.m. before she finally accepts. There's nothing else to do except explore until then. So if you want to get it over with, then just use the wait command to make the time be at 5 p.m. There are quite a few secrets in the Euphoria Palace that I can actually make time pass, by the way.
Hello there. Always nice to meet a friendly face.
Kathy doesn't have much to say here, but she is a character that has more to say later on.
No.
I do not know why Sasha just says, no. It's actually kind of weird. I don't know if this is part of the, like I'm trying to present it right here. This seems like it's supposed to be part of the overworld. I don't think that's the case, unfortunately. Yeah, it's unique. So it's not, you're not in Skyrim right here. This is like just an area that's supposed to be like up in the mountains. It's kind of a shame. It'd be kind of cool to be able to climb the mountain and end up in the courtyard before the main quest starts, but you kind of want to make sure the quest line doesn't break, you know? And I guess we're going to explore more of the Euphoria Palace.
And what might you need, hmm? Good afternoon.
Oh, that one looked like she was wearing some pretty cool armor, except actually it's just the Blades armor, but red.
My orders are not to speak to the guests.
Yeah, we're still just a guest here. We're not part of the Serenity Sirens.
You do not belong here, interloper.
So I imagine this is what they would say if you like glitched into the area early on. Just generic dialogue dismissing you. Oh, here's our first anime hair, Ashen.
Now. Busy.
Got blue hair. Lilith is actually quite important. We're gonna be seeing her a lot more during the mod. Just gonna say that right now. We're gonna be reading this book right here. We can take it for some reason. Speaks of the massacre. The Westweald massacre, something like that. I do not know where Westweald is, by the way. Please do not ask me. This is basically Pinder family nonsense. And this is a timeline of the events of the mod, including Maids 1. Again, there's just not much to reason to actually play Maids 1. Everything is covered in Maids 2 story-wise. And if you play Maids 1 for the gameplay, well, it's just not very interesting. It's too short or tedious. I remember like one quest being like, go walk around and collect these things, and then we'll let you through, instead of just to, you know, letting us kill a guy. Actually, I think killing the guy was an option. It's just wouldn't have been a very good one, maybe? I don't know.
You have business elsewhere, stranger.
Not really. I'll plenty of business with you guys. I can take all this stuff. I'm friends with these people.
With all due respect, I'd rather not talk to an outsider.
Not supposed to be here. We'll be here in this area for a couple of times during this video, though. So now it's 4:23 or 24, I guess. We're gonna see if Kasha accepts this as a time, but I'm pretty sure she waits until exact 5. Like, the problem with these kind of things where they try to make you follow the day schedule is that it feels like there should be some kind of payoff
It's too
for
early.
it.
Remember?
But
We need to make our way over
it
there
doesn't
around
feel that
5.
way. It just feels like very arbitrary. Like, speaking for myself, I kind of do not eat supper at 5. I kind of eat it whenever I feel like it. You know? Yep, I'm just gonna wait. Yeah, this is an outside area, so I can summon Dunavir, but then he dies right away. I don't know, I don't think it's because of Maids 2, it's just, he's very glitchy with the mod load that I had at the time. It would not be surprising if I tried it like in actual Skyrim and he would, like, quote unquote die right away again the same way. At the very least, he still gives you the new word even if he dies like that right away. You don't actually have to listen to it. For some reason. I believe the characters are on a schedule even before you've officially started the mod, but mostly just to sleep and stuff. It must be a pain to actually check everyone's schedules when you're making a mod like this with a bunch of new NPCs. It's not like a generic JRPG where a character stands in place until you get to them to do the story thing. This is a game that's constantly on a day-night schedule. But to make it feel more realistic, you kind of have to take into account where characters need to go when they're sleepy. Detecting life. For whatever reason, detect life is a good way to train your alteration. Particularly in areas with a lot of NPCs.
What's up? Just on time. Let's get going.
We're gonna walk very slowly to over there.
Did you need something?
And would you look at all these characters coming outside? I guess they're on a schedule. Yep, this is what we're doing. This would be a perfect opportunity for me to talk about what we're about to do, but I just don't have much to say for some reason. Your choices, actually I should say this. Your choices in Act 2 matter a whole lot more than your choices in Act 1. Like, stuff gets brought up all the time, much later on when you do them. Even for something as simple as this dinner.
Splendid. You're both here. Let us begin. Ladies, assemble.
How much the choices matter, though, well, it's up to your opinion.
Elda?
Like, if you think the choices are cool that they get brought up again the way they do,
Zana?
that's up to you, but some people, they think,
Catherine?
like, this is something I see very often, where people say, oh, your choices should matter in this RPG, and they should all have, like, major consequences. I think that's a little much.
And our mistress, Matari. Please, have a seat.
I like it when choices, like, are brought up again the very specific way you did it. I like that. Every choice is sending you into, like, a completely different continent because it's that big of a deal. I think that's a bit too much. You're expecting way too much from the devs. It's too much work.
I hope you're doing well today, ma'am. We have a variety of dinner platters available thanks to our chefs. We have the seafood platter, meat platter, vegetable platter, and cheese platter. What would you like? Vegetable platter? Got it.
I'm a vegetarian.
Would you like anything to drink? We have Blackbriar Mead Reserve, Honningbrew Mead, Alto Wine, and Nord Mead.
Give me my Nord mead.
Nord Mead it is. Okay,
That
Miss
might be a
Bingley.
red card, but
What is your order?
Nord mead is all for
Vegetables
me.
and wine.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Melody will be back soon. We may begin our discussion in the meantime. I'm not hungry.
Feels like she doesn't eat
You
at all.
appear tired. I promise to keep our discussion short. Tell me, have you ever had the fortune of being taken care of by multiple servants, and have all your desires made a reality?
One is enough of a hassle.
Then maybe you will find my proposal worth considering. I understand that you have an appreciation of combat. Have you ever served as a commander?
Technically, I believe I have.
Then you will be given the opportunity
But
to
I say
gain
no.
experience by commanding a group of
Because,
soldiers.
like, if you went into the Civil War quest line, then you definitely were a commander. You know, informally, not gameplay-wise, but we don't see that here. I'm just the Archmage. You can take the food, you can eat it, but characters aren't really going to be shown eating it because there's no animation for it. There are animations of characters eating stuff, but not the stuff in front of them.
Assuming you accept, you will be given an honorary rank within our Legion, and be greatly rewarded for helping us end Project Purity. Your followers will obey your every word on the battlefield, even if it means certain death. There are obvious boundaries. They cannot be ordered to attack a fellow sister or harm our organization in any way. When you have proven yourself to be an effective leader, I will grant you permission to employ several sirens of my choosing. What you do with them is your personal affair, but they will always remain loyal to our order. A wise choice.
And she won't
Yeah,
be alone.
you can't refuse.
I want to join Serenity Sirens. I'll need training. I understand that it'll be difficult, but I promise to make the effort.
And you approve of this? Good.
You have no choice but to approve.
Then she will
It's
join.
shocking how little choice you have here.
There is no need. As honored protectors of the Pinder family, I find it fitting that the young one wishes to pay her respects to Marcus by joining our forces. Yes. The training will rigorously challenge young Kaja on a physical and mental level. Instead of explaining to you all the details, I direct you to speak to Battlemaster Trisha in the armory. She will provide the both of you with weapons, information, and assignments. In the coming weeks, I will be preparing us all for the inevitable. We will be retaking Fort Pazarath. Our finest moment is approaching. The death of purity will mark the end of this 200-year war, and at last we will be free.
You mean we will have peace? We will be free can be interpreted in different ways.
Enjoy your dinner. We will speak again soon.
You can't talk to... I cannot talk to Kasha from where I'm standing, so I have to get up. A bit unfortunate.
That was easy. What? So joining was a bad idea? Why didn't you say anything? Don't lose it yourself. I trust you more than her with my life. You say that now, but we both know what that night was about. Be careful. Not for my sake, but for yours. Oh, I'm finished. I wasn't that hungry anyway. I'll meet you over in the armory.
Ah, such a brat. Didn't even touch our food. Yeah, now we're getting closer to actually doing stuff in the mod for once. That isn't connected to making us be lovey-dovey with Kasha. We're also getting close to the part where where I first stopped playing the mod. Like this next quest line is basically like the last quest I did the first time I played the mod before I got like... I had enough, but I did like the quest, all the different outcomes. And just I was so bored.
I'm kinda nervous. Go ahead and talk to her.
Commander? Freya, she told us about Matari's plan to give you an honorary rank. You wouldn't be here if you hadn't accepted. The good news is that we can forego training and normal induction procedure. The bad is that I have no idea how well you'll work with my ladies. We've been at this a long time, Commander, doing routine missions here and there to make ends meet. Bonds have formed, and every mission is expertly choreographed by me. You're strong, no argument there. But you're being introduced into our Legion during what will be our greatest string of operations this organization has ever conducted. The enemy we've trained to defeat all our lives is here. Can I trust you on the battlefield and with my women?
Yeah.
Then prove yourself to them. I'm giving you a small, easy assignment. Enough time to earn the respect of some of the warriors before we begin our combat operations.
Whoops. I thought you were done.
Ms. Pinder, do you have something to say?
Well, I guess they didn't tell you about me joining as a new recruit.
No, they didn't. Commander, may I speak to you over there?
Oh, this doesn't sound good.
I didn't say something wrong, did I?
Apparently she did.
This wasn't your decision, was it, Commander?
Yes, it was.
A potential siren is recruited after months of observation and testing. We must be sure that they will accept when we reveal to them the existence
It sounds like
of our
very much
order.
like the Dark Brotherhood.
We know of Ms. Pinder's history through Marcus. As she is now, she would not qualify to be a siren.
Incidentally, if you're part of like the Skyrim factions, that
combat
does get brought up in the mod,
experience
like
and
all of
has a
them
good
in
personality.
some way.
Admirable for a woman, but not a warrior.
Except maybe the
We
Greybeards,
will
I
have
guess.
to push her mental and physical limits. She will break, but if she is committed, she can rebuild herself to be a siren. Indeed it will. I just
In the
wanted to let
case where you
know
don't
out
seem to be
courtesy.
talking to Kasha
Time will be
directly,
an
and you
issue,
can
and
be
our
like you
instructors
can
will
talk
be limited
negatively
as
about
we
her, I
focus
think
our
this
resources
might
towards purity.
affect friend points
If basic
values
training is all she
even
gets during our
then.
tight schedule,
Either
then
because
so
she
be
hears you or
it.
because
May the bonds between
your
her and
answer
the
gets back
Sirens
to her
form
somehow.
through battle. I'll discuss training with Kasha personally.
Essentially, what I'm trying to say here is
Back
that
to the topic
the
of your
walls have
assignment.
ears. Try to stay
I'm
consistent
sending out
with
with the
your
team to gather scout
characters'
reports from our
likes. Don't
agents
try to be
stationed in Dawn
don't try to
Star
lead
and
the double
Winterhold.
life where you keep saying to Kasha to
We
her face
know
that
there
you
will
like
be
her, but
trouble.
then
A group
anytime
of
you're talking to
Sirens
someone
will be
else about
attractive
her,
prey for
then you're
purity
like, oh,
and the
I don't
heroes.
care about her.
What they don't expect is for you to be there with them.
Although the mod kind of
You've
plays into
given
that
them
too,
quite the
but we'll
scare,
get to that much
Chancellor.
later.
Inspire a little more fear, and the roads are ours. They'll be hesitant to waste warriors on pointless patrols afterwards. Lilith will be the team leader. She's right over there in the smithing area. This mission will be your one chance at learning our ways.
Only one chance.
Next mission, you'll be given command and a complimentary katana to call your own. Now go, and fight well, Commander. Dismissed.
I will be dressing up like the Sirens for most of this playthrough, by the way. The Blades armor in red looks a little cool, in my opinion. It also just feels right, you know? Stacy Pinder riding to Lucy Pinder. These are pure extended lore characters. We never see them. I don't know if... Actually, I don't know if these are Maids 1's characters. I don't know if these were the Maids 1 sisters that you speak to. It might be, because the way Maids 1's questline starts is that a character just, one of the sisters just comes up to you and says, please save my sister, she's trapped by this guy, and that puts you on the questline, I think. I really only played Maids 1 once, and I glossed over a lot of it. It didn't feel very good. It's not, I won't say it's horrible, but it is very much well below the standards that Maids 2 puts you on compared to, you know, Maids 1. More reading. More reading. So much reading. The questline starts too, and well, to be honest, this next quest that's coming up, it's mostly a visual novel. It's just that there is combat, and there is like direct actions and consequences that unfold as everything happens. But there's still definitely a lot more talking.
Welcome aboard.
Act 2 is just so full of talking.
Yes.
It's not until
Just
Act
told me
4 that we get to like
beforehand
most of the
you'd be assigned
action.
to my team.
Anyway, Lilith right
It's
here.
quite an honor. I've already briefed the others about the mission. As Trisha said,
She's one of the more
we need to
important
gather
characters,
valuable
so
intel reports
expect
regarding
to
the
speak
hero's
to her for a
movements
long
to
time.
and from Fort Pazarath. Information like that can damage a defense strategy. They will not give it up easily. You're learning quickly. When Purity and the heroes learn that you've made an alliance with the Sirens, they'll think twice before sending warriors to the field. A hesitant enemy is exactly what we need this early in the war. Good. Our plan is to head to Winterhold, and then Dawnstar by carriage. There are several checkpoints along the way where our sisters are waiting to track our progress. If we fail to arrive at a checkpoint within a given time, they will begin patrols to ensure all is well. When you're ready, meet us in front of the catacombs entrance.
Yeah, so Lilith is very important, and you will be talking to her for many quests. If you hate her, just stick with her for a while. You will be able to do whatever you want with her later on to get your revenge on her for some reason or another. But personally, I like Lilith a lot.
Don't really have much of an opinion.
She's like
I felt
Kasha
more
done
connected to
right.
Marcus.
is all I'm gonna say.
I appreciated his openness and I understood why he wasn't our full-time leader. He had a family to raise. Matari prefers working behind the scenes and wants to get away from a centralized leadership. Yet all the young sirens are in love with her. Strange, isn't it? Loving someone you hardly ever see. I wish he was still alive so he can see the end of the enemy that has been hurting his family for generations. When the last Purity member falls, I will be thinking of him. Absolutely.
Need something?
I need armor.
Sorry, my orders are not.
But unfortunately I can't buy any until I complete the mission. So no armor for the first mission.
Return to me when you have completed your mission.
You're leaving? Yep, it's as intensive as I could have imagined. Training in combat, seduction, leadership. It's going to take one big speedrun through something that normally takes months. Trisha says that I'll have to stay down here until plans are finalized for the Fort Pazarath battle. Looks like you have to do away with my maid services for a while. Sorry.
I didn't use the maid services at all, it feels.
Something about changing my personality to be alluring. You know, seductive. I have to attend a couple charm sessions to learn the basics. That's after weapons training. I'll be fine. Remember, this is the safest place for me to be in all of Skyrim. Go on and do what you have to do without me getting in the way. Right. Good luck and take care of yourself.
Yeah, so we won't be seeing Kaja for a while, and other times you can see Kaja are basically like optional. Kind of interesting. I like this change a lot because it means less Kaja to deal with, but we will be seeing her again if for whatever reason you like her. Because I sure don't.
There are usually two. Since I became one, it's only been me and Zana, but she's a golden maiden now. Anyone else who could have filled the second position died at Pazarath. It's a heavy burden knowing you're the only one that can teach the most important skill every siren should possess. Real-world experience is a must, so they're regularly sent up to the Valhalla and Sahel bars to chat with the patrons. We have observers to monitor and grade their performance. The ultimate goal is to make at least one new friend. Sirens who aren't pursuing the path of speechcraft will only need to go through one trial at the end of their studies. No one has failed yet. Every student is special to me, but I am very proud of Zana. She was blessed with the rank of Golden Maiden. To become a Golden Maiden is a very sacred honor among my students, who choose to devote their lives to the art of speech. Oh no, I can't do that. You've got it down pat. All the right moves, conversation starters. You can find your way into anyone's heart.
Yeah, I already have a very high speechcraft, so...
You're so lucky to have met her. I haven't seen her in months. So, is she still pretty? Are her words still soothing and poetic? Oh, Matari. She's the epitome of a true siren.
Oh, no, she looks kind of like an old hag.
I don't have much of an opinion. Sorry.
And no opinion on Marcus?
I believe
Very strange. Like, wasn't Marcus the actual leader?
Yes?
I'm waiting.
Just because someone has a different, like, unnatural hair color does not mean they're important, by the way. Lilith is kind of an exception, actually. Although, I guess Zana, her hair is unusually red.
Hello.
But Zana is also not that very important either.
To me, let alone a cute one. I am Elda. How may I serve you today? Plenty. My favorite one involves a fellow siren. I should tell it to you sometime when we can talk in private. It's bound to happen eventually, Commander.
She's the seductive
There is
one.
nothing more honorable than serving Mistress Matari with your life and love. A Golden Maiden is the most coveted position in Serenity Sirens, even with the benefits aside. Take care of yourself.
Hey, we're finally talking. Pleased to meet you. I'm Catherine. There was this guy up in the Valhalla bar once that... Nah, something short and sweet. Oh, here's a good one. So you know how it can get lonely in Imperial Garrison, right? Or any garrison for that matter when there's not a pretty woman in sight. Well, I was sent to one to retrieve some classified shipping logs for our clients. The logs were known to be kept in a safe that could only be unlocked with 3 keys used simultaneously. And these keys were in the hands of 3 Legion commanders. So getting all 3 keys in one run without getting caught sounds impossible, right? Surprise, surprise that none of these men had seen their wives in months. All I had to do was intercept each one at the end of their shifts as they were returning to the barracks, lead them behind a bush, and do the deed. In return, I got my hands on each of their keys. Getting to the safe was the dullest part. I only had to flirt with a young recruit to show me to the office so I could meet with one of the now missing commanders. The recruit walks out, I open the safe, and I'm home free. Fun, huh?
That was short?
Hey, I spared you the graphic details, didn't I? By that I mean the sex and the aftermath. Yeah, I had to kill them.
Oh yeah, apparently I did join the Imperial Legion.
The moment they noticed
Maybe.
their keys were missing, they would piece things together.
Either that or it's just an option that you can say that.
I went easy on him. The kid didn't deserve it. But hey, that's our job. Here's the thing. He, didn't. Matari ordered me to do this one little job behind his back, given the short time span.
Man, Catherine's not very well written, the more I think about it.
It was worth it, though. The Thalmor sure are generous with their pay.
Even mentions outright that she worked with the Talmor to get paid from them. As I said, she's not likable whatsoever.
Golden Maiden. Let me be the first
Like
to
even
say,
beyond her voice
welcome to
being
Serenity
irritating.
Sirens. The Golden Maidens were created by Mistress Matari, with the permission of our former master Marcus Pinder, of course. We serve to protect our mistress, attend to her needs, and act as an intermediary between her and the commanders. As Golden Maidens, we are expected to be strong, be loving, and most important of all, be sexy. Our unrivaled mastery of the art of seduction has prepared us for the most covert operations. There were very few missions, let alone interesting ones. Matari prefers keeping her elite warriors close. Maybe the others have their own unique stories. We tend to keep our missions private, given the, details of what we have to do to succeed. True, there was another maiden in charge, before she was killed in the attack on Fort Pazarath. I moved up in rank while Zana was quickly ushered into our elite group. She is fitting in quite well given her prior service as a charm instructor. Mistress Matari thought it would be appropriate since you are Kasha's master. We loved giving our first guest a welcome fit for a king. Flirty? Hey, it comes with being a leader. I have to tone it down just a little so I can be taken seriously. But when I'm out of here, there's no stopping me from playing. No, Freya has a personality that only meshes well with someone as aggressive and daring as she is. She's as skilled with the katana as any Golden Maiden, but she has no care for seduction. At least not the kind we practice.
Could have fooled me.
Mistress Matari created the position of right hand just for her. Sometimes I feel that Freya has been given too much power.
Yeah, Freya's not a
But
Golden
as
Maiden.
A loyal Golden Maiden.
These 5 ladies in the Chinese dresses, they're the Golden Maidens. And none of them are likable,
Safe
except maybe
travels.
Zana, but only a little bit.
A pleasure to meet you. I am Morrigan, honored Golden Maiden and loyal servant of Matari. We were only following protocol. Now that we've had the opportunity to introduce ourselves to one another, we can speak on more relaxed terms. And being in your presence is more than relaxing, if I might add. Don't be a stranger. Wouldn't you like to know? My first mission as a Golden Maiden is the one that stands out from all the rest. It took months of being romantically involved with a corrupt ambassador just to get closer to his business partners. The plan was to bring down his smuggling operations through manipulation of all those involved. I slept with one businessman after another, bonding with each of them long enough up to the point where they were in love. One day I saw my chance to lift the veil. A meeting was scheduled between the ambassador and his partners in a remote cave. The ambassador, who was my husband at the time, left in the middle of the night. I followed him to the cave. Near the end of the meeting, when they had come to a major agreement, I walked out of the shadows and hugged my husband lovingly from behind as he was seated at the round table. I spoke loud enough so everyone could hear. "Why did you have to leave me all alone? I wasn't done with you yet." All 5 men at the table inhaled sharply in unison. One by one they spoke out in protest, and within seconds, they all realized that they had slept with me. I was already in the shadows by then, watching with glee as I saw each man draw their sword and attack one another. They all fell, except for the ambassador, paralyzed in his seat out of the horror of seeing his operation fall before him. I walked out of the shadows one last time and kneeled beside him to whisper my final goodbye. "I love you so much, darling. But this mess is yours to clean up." I walked out of the room and closed the door behind me. As soon as the locks fell, I heard him scatter out of his seat. He begged me to unlock the door. The man that loved me suddenly found it within himself to call me the harshest words in his vocabulary. The next day, I called for the guards in the local town to arrest the man. Within a week, the former ambassador was locked up in a cell with his partner's former employees, fully aware that this man was at fault for ruining them all. We were only and being in
It
your
feels like the
presence
story
more
was
than relaxing.
just kind of ended abruptly, but it also kept it dragging on.
Hey, I was waiting for you. You seem like an interesting person to talk to. Oh, my name is Zana, by the way. As a Golden Maiden? No. I joined right after the death of the previous lead maiden. As a Golden Maiden? I was a charm instructor. I'm surprised the mistress chose me over my companion, Kathy. But it's probably because I've always been good friends with the maidens. A healthy bond is what keeps us fighting strong and our spirits high.
Yeah, so she's the only one who hasn't
Bye
done
for now.
what those others have done, which makes her likable. Or not unlikable, I guess. Are we gonna finally start the mission? It only took nearly an hour and a half. You know, for the first non-talk focused quest to start. Oh, hurry up.
My, Commander. You're making friends quite easily. Don't get too carried away now, or some of them will get jealous. I like your style, but Lilith? Really? I didn't take you for one who would be into the whole by-the-book type. But if that's what it takes to get into her pants, then anything goes, right? Aw, I thought there was something more between the two of you.
Yeah, the bottom option right there, you can kind of call her out, but she recovers anyway.
Need someone like me. But hey, maybe the next mission, Anyway, good luck out there.
Yeah, immediately Freya tries to get into your pants.
Good luck on your mission.
Semi-spoilers, but you cannot get into Lilith's pants. She's very professional all the way to the end. But you can be good friends with her. So, look into doing that, or just do whatever you like. It's Lilith is very open compared to Kaja, who has a, despite the, like, she's got the whole friend points and romance points that was kind of spoiled to you. With Lilith, it's a little bit more vague what you can do with her, like what her fate can be with you.
Good hunting, Commander.
It's not clear if you can actually end up paired with her, if she's going to be like a love interest compared to Kaja. You know, it's nighttime, but You can do this mission in daytime too if you want. Other characters we can meet here. We can kind of see
Commander,
up their panties.
Lilith would like to speak to you.
Some of them, not that one. The cart driver. I think there's a monster right around here, or a dragon. Gargoyles. Okay. Very weird. Gargoyles rarely attack, but it's mostly because they only appear at night, which is when they usually sleep.
Commander.
Commander, this is my team. Our team. On the ledge is Moline, a recent addition.
Oh, she's
to
getting
our
back
team
on the ledge right
and
now.
An adaptable warrior in any environment. Over here is Samantha. We joined Serenity Sirens at the same time. She specializes in enemy tactics and history.
Wait, that's it? Come on, Lilith, introduce yourself.
The commander knows who I am.
No, you know what I mean. Don't be so modest. Promote your skills. Give the commander something to look forward to.
Samantha! She can judge for herself when we're in combat.
Jeez, Lilith is a mean dual-wielding maniac. She...
Damn it, Samantha! Show some respect. Lilith is in charge of this mission. Are you planning on treating the commander the same way?
I didn't mean to.
We can continue this conversation on the carriage. Talia is waiting.
Yeah, there's character interactions here. This immediately makes the plot more interesting because it makes you want to look into these characters. You didn't really get this kind of stuff from Marcus Pinder and Kasha Pinder. They just kind of talk to you for the most part, or to each other, and it was very generic. Father is being overprotective of his daughter type of nonsense. These characters, though, you're not sure who's like what their connections are. To kind of get you guys started, I'm just gonna say that Samantha and Lilith, I believe, are friends. That was kind of implied, but you know, in case you didn't catch that.
No time to talk.
We'll talk on the carriage.
Yeah, they kind of got stuck. They're supposed to walk up to a place, and because of the battle, that kind of screwed them up. Not necessarily the fault of the mod, just something that sometimes happens. You know, with Skyrim in general. Oh yeah, this character right here, you can see upper.
Pretty sure Lilith would like to speak to you before we head off.
Talia, because of the clothes she's wearing, you can see up her panties if you look carefully. It's way too easy.
I should give you a heads up. There are 4 checkpoints.
Upper skirt, I mean, not,
we'll be
not upper
stopping at
panties.
2 on the way to Winterhold, and the other 2 on the way back from Dawnstar. There are sirens posted at each one. If you have to take care of personal business on the trip, the rest of the team will be waiting at the last visited checkpoint. The agents with the scout reports will be waiting at the local taverns. I'll need to be present so I can recite the code word and get the papers. If they're smart, they'll strike after checkpoint 4. Getting back up from the palace isn't as easy with visitors coming and going. They know that. We're ready when you are. Hop on the carriage and we'll be on our way.
Yeah, so you can start this whenever you want, and it's basically, you get lots of choices during this quest.
Great to see all of you so excited to head out. Just say the word and we're off. Let me know when.
Yeah, if for whatever reason you would decide to, like, you make a lot of choices during this quest, and if you for whatever reason regret some of those choices, it's important to have a save just before you start the quest, because you kind of don't see the consequences of some of these choices until much later on in that quest line. And some choices, well, the consequences they have are not until the end of the game, it feels. Or at least until Act 4. So yeah, having a save at that part, pretty important. If you're, for whatever reason, you decide to have like second thoughts about the choices you did.
Clear. I've studied everything there is about purity. What do you want to know? Purity assassins prefer to use their arcane abilities over weapons, but they still train to become master swordsmen. History has shown that they are also innovators in combat. Records put together by the Siren's predecessor, the Cleansers, have described their unusual weapons on the battlefield. It was only recently that we discovered that they have been studying Dwemer relics, particularly Centurions. If that's where they're getting their ideas, then we'll have to be very careful. Just by looking at the signs, Marcus and his family thought that Purity was defeated 90 years ago. Then in 156, there was an incident that signaled their return. Purity has a habit of doing that.
The Westfield Massacre, I believe.
So, Marcus was wise in believing that they wouldn't just get up and disband after another 50 years. And our Siren Scouts haven't been put to work for nothing. They've gathered shipping logs, tracked convoys that vanish inside empty caves, witnessed disappearing acts out in the middle of nowhere. Not too hard to prove that they existed up to the attacks on Pazaroth and Jonestead. If you know what you're looking for, you can spot the clues. Don't know. Nobody alive can report on how they worked together at Pazaroth, besides telling you that they were effective. Bosca's heroes are exclusively warriors, while Purity specializes in magic. Together, they form a deadly combination. Each assassin prefers working alone. Major battles between the Pinder family and Purity showed an exploitable weakness in their defenses when they fight in groups. They are typically in disarray and have little coordination. Gotcha. Wow. You know what? It's as if nothing changed when Marcus died. Matari was basically our leader ever since his kid was born. Maybe even before that. I guess the oldest Sirens will feel sad about losing our founder, but Matari is still alive. There's something about this fact that tells me everything's going to be okay.
It feels like if someone has positive thoughts about Matari, like overwhelmingly positive thoughts about Matari, something's wrong with them.
So we will defeat them with or
Especially because of the way Samantha talked about Matari here. Everything else in their dialogues felt relatively natural though. By the way, Project Purity, you can actually find them technically very early on in the mod if you know where to look. I'll be talking about it much later on in Act 4, but they're not actually completely hidden. There is a way into their main base if you know where to search. But the door is locked until you do a certain quest. At least I think it's completely locked. I never found the key. But there is some kind of key somewhere.
We have a problem. Aradarum is telling me that the Siren Mage we saw by the pool needs to get to the palace. Protocol states that we can't substitute one mission for another, and...
Enough protocols. I need Alaray out of here now. She's mentally unfit and a burden to me and Emmy. If she ends up getting killed, her blood is on your hands. We've done all we could.
We're expecting an encounter with Purity and the heroes on our route. Alare would be much safer here than with us.
You would be safer if we got rid of the annoyance.
I gotta say,
She's out of here.
Lilith doesn't look too bad with black hair. Like the way the angle was, where the candlelight was going there, she looked fine. Kind of wish characters weren't given unnatural hair colors like that, but that's the Ashen, apparently. Anyway, our first major choice here. Do we bring Aradarum with us, or leave her here? This actually has consequences for the next mission or so.
Like I said, take the Dunma girl away, so we can get back to guarding this post. She's mourning over the Pazaroth massacre. We all do so in our own ways. But she's letting it interfere with her duties as a siren. All she does is mutter to herself by the pool and ignore all of my orders.
Yeah, so the choice is like with that woman, but you can talk to her around that room right by the pool over somewhere. I think I'm going in the wrong direction. Detect life. Yeah, my mod loadout makes the night much darker, which is why it's hard to see where I'm supposed to go.
Now was that fun or what? Just okay? You were asleep most of the ride. You missed out on all the excitement. Even when the werebear was chasing us up the hill. Can't believe that you slept through Samantha's squealing. Good times. Anyway, I never gave you a proper intro. I'm Talia, one of the few sirens who bothers to drag you guys out and around Skyrim. It's always a pleasure to serve Lilith's crew.
Werebears do exist in the lore, but they're only in Solstheim.
Around on their missions. Lilith,
But
Samantha,
I guess
and
they could
go
also
way
exist
back.
in Skyrim, especially if you have mods for
Marlene is a
that.
new face, but I like her already. A perfect balance between Lilith's silence and Samantha's boldness. As for you, you're one of the few people who actually talks to me during the mission. That's flattering. There's a couple. Just scouts like me that work the carriages when they have to. There used to be a few more, but, well, we lost them after Pazarath. That wasn't too long ago, you know. The last mission I had before this one was to deliver some supplies to Fort Pazarath. And the one before that, I had to take a couple of sirens into solitude for those supplies.
Is that a bear in the background that was moving
for a very
around?
long time.
I just noticed that.
Sometimes you do have to carry some girls into
Oh, and
risky
now the
missions
night
during
vision
the cover
also
of the
ran
night.
out. This is how dark the nights
But
normally
none
are.
of that will compare to what we'll all be
It's
doing
all
for the
about
next few
immersion.
days.
Not too great for the footage, though.
Before this whole mess started, some Ashen Sirens wore masks when running around Skyrim. Nothing too eye-catching. We never ran into any problems. Every now and then you'd get a guard asking you to take off your mask. But once they saw that you were an Ashen, they'd let you be. You know, now that I think about it, Marcus was really the only one who pushed the mask rule to disguise ourselves from Purity spies. The other higher-ups couldn't care less if you wore a mask or not. Who cares now anyway? Purity can spot an Ashen with or without a mask. Just ask the poor souls at Fort Pazarath. See ya!
How can I see when I can't see a thing? The night is still young, unfortunately, so there won't be any daylight to help us.
What is she doing? Oh, forgive me. I was distracted. Yes. I promise it won't happen again.
Maybe if I could have... Huh? Maybe.
You can't really say much with Oliver here. Who's the character we're actually supposed to bring, not the other character over here.
I've never
I read
seen
that
you
room.
before. Like I said.
We will be bringing Oliver with us. Despite the fact that Lilith does not want us to do this, it just feels like the nicer thing to do. This does have consequences if you, like, for example, choose to not bring Oliver with you. Because Oliver gets brought up in a later mission.
Tell her that Misha is at the next checkpoint. That should rattle her.
We don't really talk to Emmy because Emmy has nothing to say.
Did you convince Aradarum to keep Alare here? I hope you understood the risks involved in our mission when you agreed. We can't take Alare back right now, and she can't wander back to the palace alone on foot.
It's honestly not that
But
far.
what's done is done. I hope she'll stay down, if and when we're ambushed. Misha, now I understand why I haven't seen her for a while at the palace. Aradarum and Misha are two of Freya's pupils. Anyone trained by Freya tends to look at me in disgust. I'd rather not get into it. The memories are painful. Go and get Alare. Tell Talia when we're ready to leave.
Well, Lilith's not very pleased with
All's well over
what
here.
you did, but
Shoot. I
you
wasn't
can't
as
bring
lucky
all
as
the
the
way anyway.
Tamriel-born Ashen that have a sliver of opportunity to live a tolerable life. I was a slave in a Sayasi prison camp off the coast of Akavir. I was born there, and I was sure I would die there if I hadn't escaped to the mainland. It's a long story how I ended up in Skyrim, but when I did, it wasn't too long before the Sirens took notice of me. Same reason why most of the other Ashen join. We have no home. Whether we are slaves in Akavir or nomads wandering Tamriel, there is no place for us in this world except with the Sirens. They welcome us with open arms, and promise us freedom in exchange for our service. I am happy here. The life of a warrior is what many of us were born to do. It is the only thing we can do. Ashen are a special case. Those of us that are not Sirens often hear stories of a great female Ashen army that will rid the evils of the world. It's something that's passed around among the young girls in Tamriel, hoping for a better life. Every single time a Siren recruiter has approached a young girl, there is no disagreement and no reservation. The girl always joins. It's why so many of us are Ashen. Why waste your time with a non-Ashen who may not join the cause at the end of the observation period? You waste your time, the girl's time, and risk revealing the existence of Serenity's Sirens. Yep. Say what you will about her peculiar appearance, but I think she's an Ashen shaman. I thought they only existed in fairy tales, but now I'm starting to think otherwise. It might be why so many of the Ashen Sirens feel naturally connected to her, despite her rare appearances outside of her chambers. I know that's my reason.
Another one who is unnaturally connected to Matari, positively.
While fighting for a good cause.
Is this it? Am I finally going home to Morrowind? So it isn't home. Maybe someday. I had so many friends. The only friends I had were at the fort. Now they're all dead. I heard she was at Patarath, but I never met her. Undercover to avoid favoritism. Mother, I want to go home.
Allery is not a Ashen, as it's pretty clear she's a Dunmer.
Are we done here? Checkpoint 2 awaits.
I try to avoid looking at
It'll
Talia's
get colder
panties.
from here on out.
It's kind of hard
Huddle
though,
up,
because of the way
ladies.
she sits. I try to make sure her knee is blocking the view. Or at least her whole leg. This is why all the carriage drivers in Skyrim are guys, by the way. Well, that and the fact that it's basically the same voice for all the carriage drivers. Anyway, we're in Winterhold, I believe, here?
Wherever the Daedra hide, the Vigil of Stendar will cast them into the light.
Actually, no, I think... No, yeah, we're at the checkpoint before Winterhold, so with Misha.
I'm fine. I just need to
Lilith is taking quite a while. Any problems?
Lilith went on ahead. But where? Also, I'm getting ready for combat for a reason.
Commander, it's Lilith. I don't think she went up the hill to check in with Misha. Don't worry, she's fine. But I think she sat under a tree. She's too afraid to face Misha after the incident. Yes, I don't think Lilith would want me to talk about it. It's something we've kept to ourselves for a very long time. The only others who know are the ones that were involved. Lilith never loses her calm, But when it comes to dealing with Freya and her students, who knows how she will react.
So she will lose her calm.
Commander, can you go check on her? We need to leave as soon as we can, for Lilith's sake.
Well, we have to do the thing with Misha too. So, what you do here, actually, it's not a binary choice. There's actually quite a few things you can change. Also, finding Lilith is not very obvious. Having a quest mark to show where she is helps quite a bit. I actually spent a bit of time looking for her here. I think she's around here. I have like foliage textures or foliage on that makes the foliage a lot bigger and thicker, I think, which makes it a bit harder to find her.
I couldn't do it. Gods, I couldn't. I'm such a coward. I tried, but I couldn't bring myself to get halfway. Misha would kill me this time. Even now that she's blind, she would still kill me. All I need to say is, we're safe. No problems yet. But I can't even say that. Not after what I've done. Commander, please, do me a favor. Let Misha know that we're proceeding into Winterhold. That is all you need to say. Try not to talk about me, or ask questions. It would get ugly.
So, the implication here is that Lilith blinded Misha in the past. Why? That we'll find out later if we ask about it. Misha is one of the more unfortunate cases of NPCs. She was a character who was supposed to be brought up much later on, depending on the actions you take here, but unfortunately that never happened because I think it's because of the voice actress. It could also just be because it was just too complex to bring back, because why would you bother? I'll speak about what Misha could have done in Act 4 when we get there, because that's when I know she would have been brought back. But as it is, this is the only time we meet Misha. She will be referenced later on, though, no matter what. And they're having a party here.
Not silent like purity. Who approaches? Scout reports. You're the honorary commander that I was told about. You already reek of Lilith's scent. Stay for a while. We are in the middle of something interesting.
It sounds a bit goofy, if
I
anything.
know that you defeated the heroes of Jonestown, but a siren has yet to taste your food. For all the women lost before Chasm, for all the pain inflicted by this man's brothers and my sisters, he must be punished. I want to make him my brother in darkness. His right eye is already broken. Only his left is left. Enjoy the last moments of your sight. Soon all you will have left to enjoy in this life will be the music of my sirens.
I don't think these sirens should be dressed like that out in the cold.
Screams! Commander, please, gouge the eye out of this monster. I need rest.
Oh, seems she's having a panic attack.
Sirens.
Anyway, yeah, the sirens here, they're not supposed to have their outfits that make them less cold, but they do because of my mods that I've got. Anyway, we can steal Freya's note, and we're gonna kill Misha. This is something that's implied by the objectives, but it doesn't make much sense when you think about what you need to do. It's all like the only real thing to consider here is that Misha seems crazy and she's asking you to do something violent, but doing something even more violent to her seems a bit counterintuitive. But I want to say that overall, this is the best option for everyone.
This can't be happening.
By Azura, you killed her. You killed Misha. Why?
Because you have no pants on.
But what's now? Oh gods, we're going to get in trouble. For murder and treason. But what will happen to you? Oh no.
It'll be fine.
You're the one the commander spoke of.
Bosco.
You're the hero of Jonestead. The one who defeated my brothers, even when you were outnumbered. And you're the Dragonborn. Bosca's words, not mine. He's impressed by what you've done despite the unfortunate casualties. It was only after the attack that we learned you were a neutral party. But are you with the Sirens now? Bosca wants you to know that you're forgiven for interfering in our mission, and hopes you would accept an invitation to join the Heroes of Nirn. That is, if you let me go.
So if you pick him up, that will actually prevent you...
Damn it, listen to yourself. They've got to you. You could have stopped these monsters. There's still time to turn back and fight for a cause worthy of your strength and ideals.
His voice actor, unfortunately, did not have a great microphone, but at least the voice had some stick to it. You can kill him if you want, by the way. If you do decide to bring him with you, however, the problem is that that affects something that happens later on. Like, it prevents you from picking up a different person. Anyway, you can't kill him with a spell. You have to do it with your blade.
Yeah.
I think? No? You can't kill him at all? Wow, I forgot about this. He's just straight up invincible. But, if you choose to gouge his eye out instead of killing Misha, that's what happens. Yeah, so basically that's the visual novel nature of this part of the mod, where you can do some choices, but they're a little rigid. Some things that don't make much sense if you decide to, like, just kill everyone or something like that. But, of course, that would just completely break the storyline if you could do these kind of things. Like, how would the story be able to follow what you're doing if you could just kill virtually anyone at any time? It's not like the Forgotten City. It doesn't have an out like Forgotten City has.
Good. All is right now. She is at peace. I am at
But of course, like I mentioned before, the mod could just say,
Yes.
okay, the thing's screwed up, you can't do anything from now on.
I owe you an explanation, but now is not the time. I don't feel comfortable leaving the scouts alone at this isolated checkpoint. We need to leave someone behind for support. Samantha and Malene are the only ones who could do that. I'm leaving it up to you to decide who stays. We'll speak by the carriage.
So Lilith's happy that we killed Misha in cold blood. Kind of not very likable because of that, but what we did is just very insane, so, you know. It's probably something you only realize that is good if you play through the mod. At least it was originally intended all the way to a certain point, but yeah, overall, based on the character relation Lilith has with Misha, this is technically a good thing for her. It puts her at peace. But this changes a lot of dialogue in the upcoming next parts too, so if you want to see what happens if Misha stays alive, well, you'll have to play this mod for yourself. It's still there on either Nixus Mods or some other mod hosting websites for Skyrim. But sorry if I sound stuffy, or I'm sniffing my nose too much, but I have a cold right now. I've been delaying doing the commentary for this act for too long, however, so that's why I'm doing this. And this is the problem with having Frostfall on. You kind of keep getting too cold for your character to survive, so...
Gather around, everyone. Misha is dead. Someone needs to stay at this checkpoint for support.
What?
Assassinated, you see. The scouts will stay.
Freya's going to lose her mind over this.
We'll worry about that when time comes. For now, we need to focus on our mission. The choice is yours. Who do
Yeah,
you
if Misha wasn't dead, you wouldn't leave someone behind.
Hold on. I can't stay here. You'll need someone who's familiar with Project Purity's methods.
Studying an enemy by reading history books is nothing compared to real combat experience. The commander needs someone who knows how to handle herself on the battlefield.
Experience? You just joined us.
At least I know how to follow orders.
Enough. Commander, who
Most choices are morally dubious. In this particular case, leaving Malene behind is the correct choice.
It's settled.
I'll be
Malene
explaining
stays.
that later on.
I understand. I will defend this checkpoint.
Besides, she follows orders well, so therefore this order
It's time
she'll
to
follow
go to
through to
Winterhold.
the end.
Get on board. Ready to go? Good. Talia went on ahead.
Yeah, we're in Winterhold right now, by the way. I skipped a lot of footage. I think there was a lot of delay and errors happening in this part of the mod for whatever reason, so that's why I did that. We gotta go inside Winterhold right now. Or inside the Frozen Heart, which is part of Winterhold. Basically the tavern of Winterhold.
Come on in. We got warm food, warm drinks.
Paso silui mara.
Hey, don't worry. I'm not going to drink too much. Just another sip or two.
Thanks.
There is nothing else to discuss.
We got the papers. Just a quick look through them and it gives us a better idea on what's going on over at Pazarath. Not yet. There's something I want to show you. Come. It isn't too far.
Winterhold, the Winterhold portion of this quest is more just talking, no real choices.
Welcome to eat and drink at home, isn't it?
It also ties back to Maids 1 once again. Unfortunately, the mods I have here kind of conflicted with what we're supposed to do here, because I had a mod at the time that was like a Winterhold expanded, or JK's Winterhold or something like that. It puts a bunch of extra broken buildings here and there, and that looks neat. It makes Winterhold look more like a city that was destroyed and an aftermath of some kind of disaster. But Maids 2 did not take that into account, so Lilith's going to a spot where I can't reach where she's pointing at. Like she's blocked right here.
Open the safe and take out the bottle.
Open the safe. Where is this safe that she's talking about? It's a lot more obvious if you don't have mods on. But look, I'm using a toggle collision to look inside here. This is purely because I'm a mod loadout. In normal vanilla Skyrim with only Maids 2 as your mod, this is easy enough to find. I know so because the first time I played the mod, I didn't have JK's Winterhold.
There it is. The thing that started this war.
Aerosap.
Project Purity called it Aerosap. One drop is all it takes to increase the sex drive of a female victim to extreme levels. It has no effect on males. Just as
It really doesn't
Purity
make much
intended.
sense, all things considered.
Once the victim is under the influence, the effects are permanent until they are past the age of childbearing.
So past the age of being
The
sexy.
psychological effects stay for a lifetime. All the sirens know the story of the Pinder twins that were poisoned by this. 200 years ago, the world was so close to destruction, and they didn't even know it.
Well,
not because of the Oblivion Crisis, but because of this.
Okay, that's a little.
If these plans hadn't been foiled, we'd all be under their
Well, wouldn't it just be the woman?
They would have distributed.
I suppose, in
the
her
world's
opinion,
first. They
it
would
is the
have
end of the
control
world.
of
But
populations. All it took was one person to stop that from happening. Serenity.
okay, so Serenity was in Maids 1, but she looked
sacrificed to destroy the source
out of
of
place. Let's just say
Set
that. We will be
Purity
talking about
back in
Serenity later on in this
And now time for the Pinder
video.
family
She's
to
in Act
grow
2, and I
expand,
believe in Act 3 a bit
to
too.
fight and to die. Each generation has sacrificed everything to stop Purity. God's willing. Kasha will not be among them. That's the last bottle of Aerosap. It's not mine. It's Freya's.
Yeah, so basically, just pretend she's taking the bottle and emptying the contents here.
There. No. Freya doesn't need it. You've seen her. Probably talked to her. She kept it as a trophy. I don't know how she got her hands on it in the first place, but it's definitely the last. There were 23 bottles accounted for in recovered Purity manifests. All but one was destroyed. She showed it off whenever we came up here for training. It gave us a motivation to persevere. There's no need for that now. We have all the motivation we need after everything that's happened. I wanted to ask you something, but it should wait. Talia must be getting worried sick. Ah, I forgot. Alare told me she was going to visit the college. Can you go get her? The rest of us
if
will
you
be
didn't pick
waiting
up
back at the
Alaray,
carriage.
Lilith won't mention that. Also, I am playing as a woman right now, so I guess from my perspective, my character's perspective, it would have meant the end of the world too. But, playing Maids 1, there's no mention of Aerosap ever affecting your character. I very much assume that you're just playing as a male, considering the contents of that mod. There's some of that in Maids 2 as well, given all the romancing you can do with Kasia. But I do think that Maids 2 does a better job at making a female protagonist a lot more welcome. Later on in the mod, mostly. If you play Act 1 and most of the first half of Act 2, it feels like you're supposed to be a guy. But as the mod progresses, it kind of makes more sense if you're a girl, too. It kind of feels that way, mostly because I think, like I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here, but it kind of feels like the author had a change of heart in how he should write the mod, like halfway through the Act 3, I want to say, or maybe just Act 2. Could have been earlier on. So it feels like the first half of Act 1 and, well, Act 1 and first half of Act 2, it feels like you're supposed to be a guy, but after that, it feels like you're supposed to be a girl, so just gonna feel a little bit. I have a mod for Winterhold as well that makes things a bit different too.
I've always wanted to see the college since I was a little girl. This is where I belong. I made a mistake joining the Sirens. I thought I would be able to handle the killing, but I was wrong. So wrong.
Well, it's because all of her friends died.
No one has ever left Serenity's Sirens. I don't want to be the first. They would think I'm a coward. You would do that? Thank you. It's so refreshing.
Yeah, my character is the Archmage of Winterhold, so technically this is me who should be letting her in, but there are procedures to do. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is that the dialogue is different if you're not the Archmage. Again, something that I really like about Maids 2, it takes into account a lot of the different roles you can have in Skyrim, and it's good for role-playing. Unless you're like all the roles, in which case it just feels kind of weird. Something else that would have been probably different in when you were talking with Lilith about the Eurosap is if you were a guy, I think, maybe? I don't remember the dialogue being that different though, so I probably just misremembering things or just assuming things. But yeah, just in general, Maids 2 takes into account your gender and your achievements during Skyrim's vanilla game quite a lot, which is, again, something that I appreciate a lot. It's why I was liking this part of the mod a lot more the first time I played the game, but it wasn't enough to keep me from getting too bored, unfortunately.
We're doing just fine. Sure is. Like she said, we joined the Sirens at the same time. We were bound to buddy up since we were both the new
Yeah, I
recruits.
mentioned this before. That horse back there is glitched, by the way. I think I marked it for delete and it's just not gone yet. Kind of awkward for the footage.
The only thing I can tell you without upsetting Lilith is that we weren't always on the same team. There was a time when she was one of Freya's students. Malene is such a... something not nice. She always gets on my case about not showing discipline and respect. We're with friends. Do we always need to be so formal? And besides that, what can I say? She's a good warrior.
If you left Samantha back at the checkpoint, you'd be talking about Malene here. Or talking with Malene.
Time to go.
We're ready to leave.
One city down, one more to go. Ready?
Let's go.
You don't need to tell me twice.
And yeah, we just teleported to Dawnstar, and my character is very cold right now.
We're doing just fine.
Got the reports, but we might have trouble. There was an odd man in leather armor at the inn. He was obviously interested in me, and the agent. Anyway, You should go check to see if he's going to give us any trouble. I can't go with you since he's already seen me. Be careful.
I'll be blunt. This part right here, this part of the mod, of the not just this quest, just the entire mod, is like the only part where you can straight up flirt with Lilith.
I almost forgot. You still have an ambush to worry about.
Very strange. After this, you're like almost always professional with her. It's not the last time you can like get close to her, not romantically, but as a friend, but straight up hitting on her and flirting with her. This is the only time of the mod you can do that. Then again, you're probably just complimenting her too, considering I'm a girl and I'm pretty, I play pretty straightforwardly heterosexually. The whole mod.
Welcome. Let me know if
Doesn't mean I can't tell a friend when they're
I
hot.
think I got a clean mug around here somewhere.
For crying out loud, what is it now? Ah, damn. You're not my drinking buddy. Drinking away my troubles, friend. You? Who are you? Her wife? Can a man scope out the goods without having somebody jump down his throat? You know what? There is. But I ain't talking. Unless you buy me some Blackbriar mead. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you can just tell him off here, but you get some info if you do whatever he wants.
The Wind Peak Inn features the finest.
Unfortunately,
bar in
vanilla
all of
NPCs
Dawnstone.
don't have anything to say about the mod characters, but there should always be a Blackbriar me being able to be bought here.
So
And if not, well, I used some console commands to give myself
That's
some
the
Blackbriar
good
mead.
stuff. Yeah. So here's the thing. I was so interested in the blue-haired freak because their kind had crossed paths with my old family. Ever heard of the Dark Brotherhood? I used to be with them before they kicked me out. Me and my buddies were all blamed for botching
I hate speaking
strings
over
of
him right now,
missions
but
a while back.
I'm not part of the Dark Brotherhood,
Don't
so
know
the
if
dialogue
you've
here
ever heard of
assumes,
them Ashen women
well,
with
not
a
assumes, it
tendency to
knows that I
stick their
have nothing to
fingers
say
in
about
our
this. But if you
business.
were, like,
Every
the
single
listener of the
damn
Dark Brotherhood, like you
mission.
finished the whole quest
Hey,
line
shut
there,
up.
you'd
Let
have
it
different things
go.
to say here. It's
Go.
too bad, too. There's lots of Dark Brotherhood related stuff that
We were
I'm
all
missing out on
freshly
because of
inducted into the Brotherhood.
this guy here and some
Poor
other people
sods
later
who
on.
barely killed a couple of mercs before we started going after the big contracts. All of us were kicked out for such pathetic attempts at fulfilling our duties. They didn't believe a word we said. Can you believe it? The hottest women this side of Tamriel beat us to the punch. Oh, don't go telling that story around the taverns. Yep. But I don't have to tell you that. You know her. So you two an item or what? Well, don't say I didn't warn you. Listen here. I want some serious payback against those bitches. Just say the word and me and my buddies will follow you to the ends of the world to take them out. Mother always said to go out with a bang. I'd die happy if I got to sink my sword into at least one of them for getting me kicked out of the family. Whatever you say, but if you change your mind, you know where to find me. Just as for Dimitri, I can get my entire crew ready within days. Remember, friend, when the entire world seems to have turned against you, you are not alone. Hey, barkeeper, another drink. I'm dying of thirst over here.
So Dimitri seems like just a throwaway NPC, just to put something up for like between you and Lilith to talk about and not come up ever again. But he actually does come up again in a fairly big way. Just it won't be for like we won't be seeing him for the rest of this video, and it's going to be a lot of the third video before we see him too. But we will see him again eventually. I will say this, he's not very likable, but he is written entertainingly enough. I wouldn't say he's written well, though. Kind of seems a bit too cartoonishly evil, given the general tendency of the mod to make the characters fairly complex.
Did you figure out why he was so curious?
You're hot.
That's flattering, I guess.
I mean, we kind of straight up lied here, but it's kind of cute to make her fluster a bit.
Remember to stay alert.
Especially because we're not going to get another opportunity like ever.
We're doing just fine.
Time to go.
Let's hit the road. Keep your eyes peeled for shady characters.
So we're in, I really wish it wasn't night here, but we're in like the midway point between Windhelm and Riften. And this is like just a break time, where we take a nap before moving on.
That's a long drop. This sure is dangerous. What am I
Talia's quite a bit of a drunker.
That reminds me.
Drunkard. Not sure what the word would be here, but yeah, she likes getting drunk. That actually comes up later, believe it or not.
Oh, look at the colors.
That's just my spell.
Need something?
Lilith's right over there, and I mentioned before that the previous segment was like the one time you get to flirt with her. Here she's straight up in her underwear, so it feels like you can even get closer to her, but it's actually the introspection you can get from her here is pretty intense.
Commander?
But normally,
yes.
What I would do here is I
do
not ask her about Misha. You do not need to tell me anything. That's what I usually tell her.
They must.
But for the sake of the footage and playthrough, I actually delve into things here.
It was years ago.
She much prefers it when you
I was
tell her.
in
You don't have to ask her anything, by the way.
My performance caught the attention of Freya.
This does not affect your relationship with her, but she does not have friend points or romance points like Kasha does. Lilith, you can be a bit mean with her feelings as much as you want. Doesn't mean you can't roleplay as an actual nice person to her, though.
Aradaru, Eldar, Misha. There were others. Many perished at Pasarath. But these three were the ones that I grew closest to. Our lessons were very basic to begin with, but they evolved to become more complex and demanding. When we were finally given missions, Freya's true colors were shown. She tortured our targets, made them suffer needlessly to get information we could have easily gotten without violence. It wasn't long before she ordered us to do the same. I refused. In return, I was mocked by the same students that I had learned to call sisters. I was called weak and pathetic, unworthy. All except Misha. She was the one person who stayed silent, and the only one who provided comfort. I chose to stay, even as the insults and punishment for disobeying orders grew more severe. One day, Freya took us to Winterhold for what was supposed to be a routine training exercise. Disgusting acts upon one another. That's all you have to know. More determined than ever, I stood my ground. Freya's tolerance finally broke. She grabbed me by the neck and threw me to the ground. A barrage of punches and kicks followed. All she could do was laugh hysterically. I almost lost consciousness. When it was finally over, I got up to face Freya. She grinned. Before I could decide whether I was willing to sacrifice my life to kill this woman, I heard a whisper behind me. Lilith, you're a disgrace. I should have known. Misha had eventually reduced her contact with me until it became non-existent.
The voice actress forgot to say as time went on right there.
She was no longer a friend. She had become another casualty of Freya's teachings. So I turned around and set out to end her life. I got on top of her and gouged out her eyes. Screams. Freya started laughing, I stopped and realized what I was doing. I was in shock. Freya congratulated me for finally fulfilling the very first order she had given all of us. Torture another being. Misha's screams had alerted the guards. We had no choice but to abandon her. It was several weeks before she showed up at the palace. She had escaped from jail and made her trek by foot, blind, bloody, and naked. Freya was elated to see her student again. All I could feel was shame. I left Freya's group and returned to resume my original training. I haven't spoken to Misha since.
Hadn't.
You're right. Thanks to you, her suffering is at an end.
Oh no.
I could have left Serenity Sirens after the incident, but I didn't. Even though I disagreed with everything Freya put me through. I chose to stay. It would have been selfish of me otherwise. Our order was born out of man's hope to save his family, and to destroy the evil that was infecting the world. How could I abandon a cause like that? I showed you at Winterhold why we choose to fight. Our methods might not be the same, but we are all sisters, fighting for something.
This really feels like it should be in the afternoon, not on the dead of night.
But you, what are you fighting for? The Dragonborn, the Slayer of Alduin, and the Savior of Nirn. Your destiny has been fulfilled. So why do you continue to fight?
I should have cast Candlelight again.
Aren't we all in this world? More so for the Ashen. We have nowhere else to go, except the battlefield. And when there is nothing left to fight, what do you plan on doing with the rest of your life? Then I hope you don't fade into obscurity, like all those who came before you. I don't know. Marcus promised us that we would all be free when purity was removed from the world. That all sirens would be welcome to live in Jonestead, where we could live out the rest of our lives in peace. But he's dead. Matari has never spoken to us of the future, and none of us have really cared. She's like a mother to some of us. Her presence gives some of us hope that everything will be alright, no matter the outcome. Disbanding Serenity Sirens after the war was Marcus's plan. With Matari, I think she wants to keep the order intact, so we can all be together. Did I? Sorry, I misspoke. The truth is, I'm just as curious about our fate as you are. Understood. You should get some rest before we make our way to Checkpoint 4. Pa Sosilumara. Peace be with you, sister.
Yep, so once again we have to do a rest and, like, I mean, I guess it makes sense to sleep at the dead of night, but I don't know, I feel as though it would make more sense if this was the afternoon where we could see Lilith. But of course I'm using mods that make the nights darker back when I was recording the footage, so, you know. Some beds you can't take. I think this is the bed you have to take though. And you can just sleep like 1 hour if you want. Like, I don't think you need to sleep any hours. You just have to click the bed or something. Maybe. Could be that you have to at least sleep an hour.
Oh, did you need something?
But yeah, once you slept,
Yes.
everyone starts moving and you gotta go talk to Talia. Who's still... Well, she's got a hangover. We won't be seeing Lilith in her underwear like almost ever again.
Ready to leave?
Just one more time, except it'll make a lot more sense then.
I
And it won't be like a romance thing. It'll
don't know what it is.
You'll
but
see
I feel...
if you stick with me till the end.
The carriage is prepped and ready to go.
Ugh, my head. What happened? The ride back is going to be terrible for me. Let's go. All right.
A trap. Come. but keep your weapon dry. Let him make no sudden movements.
That other guy that the beggar was being attacked by was a highwayman, part of a mod that I downloaded. So normally the beggar is like all alone. Yeah, that highwayman, we have to kill it first. The highwaymen have a lot of health too, it's very annoying. But then now we have to get close to the beggar and that starts the quest. The next part. Lilith has to get into position though.
Oh, kind young lass, have mercy on the pitiful man.
Keep your hands where you can see them.
What reason would I have to harm such noble souls?
His name is Samuel.
Are you really expecting us to fall for your charade, Purity?
Charade, not charade.
No. I expect you to fall for this.
That is not, there's no damage from that explosion. It's just to knock you out so that you don't see all the characters that are gonna spawn out of nowhere. What if you too? Lilith will not die here, no matter what. So you can leave her fighting all those guys by herself. I'm not sure if she gets wounded either. She just straight up fighting until the end. You are meant to fight these heroes of Nirn until they're all dead, as a distraction for what just happened with Samuel, the beggar that we were talking to. He basically went invisible and went towards the carriage. And oh, there's some more heroes of Nirn. You don't have to worry about any of the sirens dying, by the way. If any sirens die, it's going to be purely because of actions you took during this quest, which is still ongoing. But yeah, Samuel is knocked out. He will have actually successfully killed Talia, however, if you left Samantha behind. Samantha is the one who saves Talia. So if you pick Milene for your person that keeps up with you, Talia would be dead. And yeah, Samantha just said it right there.
Too bad the robes give off a glint. 200 years and you still haven't learned.
Thanks, Sammy. I owe you one.
Don't mention it.
Good work, all of you. Alare, are you fine?
Fine.
It seems we have this man in our hands now. Good thing we left the hero behind at checkpoint 2. A purity prisoner.
Yeah, if you had picked up the hero, you would not be able to pick up Samuel as another hostage.
I believe you've lost more today.
For whatever reason. I don't know why you just not leave behind a hero and take Samuel, but I think Samuel would just straight up die instead of being still alive. You know, to not be able to conflict with what would be the better option.
Stop.
Anyway, all things considered, as much as Talia is kind of likable, her surviving or dying does not have any real effect on the story. It's like this is like the last time you ever really see her in depth, unfortunately.
Either way, we need to leave immediately. Alert Trisha. Mount up, everyone.
You don't even ask Talia or anything. Just leave right away. Considering the fact that Talia could be dead, that makes a lot of sense. Everyone just disappeared before we teleported too. Like the mod ensured that Lilith and the others teleported before you did. Anyway, Samuel has a lot to say because we took him as a hostage. Not sure why he's going over there. The pathing is a little weird with him right now. It's very strange. The very first time I played the mod, the padding was not weird at all. This, again, just conflicts of the mods I had. He's supposed to be following us. And you can see I teleported, or changed the footage to fade in, fade out to fix things here.
I need a drink. Want to join me at the Sahel bar later? Vitalista, you deserve some relaxation.
Do not allow yourself to be led to slaughter fighting for a lie. What has she promised you? Liberty? Salvation. Resist temptation. Denounce your creed.
Is this a joke?
Let him speak.
We know the only means to victory. But do any of you have what it takes? I see a woman, blinded by her past, who can no longer see the future. A warrior who knows only the ways of the sword. A pitiful mage. A drunk.
Hey!
And you. A so-called hero adoringly praised by her followers. And vehemently cursed by those who aren't so easily swayed by childish portrayals of an infallible being. Like all who came before, you equate victory with survival and peace, defeating one threat to this world after another. Do you not think there are consequences? You are not delaying anything. You are only making it stronger. I ask you again. Do any of you have what it takes to purify the world so it can be made whole again? The road to your salvation is not through survival, but destruction. Only then will all be right in the world.
Easy there, Prophet. Or you might go hoarse.
Just if it makes you feel better.
To be clear, Purity is very much based on the cult that was trying to revive Dagon in Oblivion, the 4th Elder Scrolls game. What he's basically saying is that, hey, we should all die, and that will make things right again. Except the thing is, all the better followers get to ascend to heaven, while all the non-believers go to, well, they stop existing, basically. That's basically the motto of Purity. So even if you think that guy has a point about the character's flaws or the Serenity Sirens or whatever, he's really worse. He's just worse.
I need a drink. Want to join me at the Sahel bar later? Vitalis, do you deserve some
Bitter
feels?
about what I said. Good. Not many can face
I'm not
the
bitter
facts
because I really
when they
don't
come
care,
from
not
their
because I
supposed enemy.
actually think he's got something
One of them
neat to
came
say.
A holy matron. Did an nymphomaniac gather the strength to speak in between her bouts of idiocy? Seems you caught one of the beasts on her off day. Do you really want to know? I believe the Observer would have discussed this with you already. If you want to play this little game of pretend, then so be it. You will fail because you don't have the key to stopping Watari. We do. Death. To truly cleanse this world, you will need to restart from the beginning. The dragons were set to do that, but you defeated them. Unfortunate that you traded them for our solution.
If you didn't
There
defeat
would
the
have been
dragons,
less suffering
he'll still say
otherwise.
that their way is still like the
Your
main
step
way.
wasn't our decision. Like the good puppets we were, we followed orders. Promises of utopia are all you need to bring even the greatest people to fall. Serenity Sirens and Project Purity share the same mother. Deceit.
Deception? Yeah, I keep calling this mod Maids 2. The full name is Maids 2 semicolon Deception.
Already.
So Deception and Deceit and whatever are kind of name dropped here and there, or title dropped.
Then die. We will pick up after you've fallen. But chin up, lass. We can always rebuild. Time for me to go and face the siren's music. Do you hear it? It's beautiful.
Yeah, some choices you did in this quest, this particular quest we just did, the carriage ride, does affect stuff that happens much later on. Whichever character you manage to bring to the end with you, either the hero or Samuel here, doesn't really matter that much. It's just some early lore drops that you can get.
Die beneath the Argonian that we betrayed. What a fitting and funny insult from the one without a sense of humor. Damn you, Mother. Damn you.
And he's dead.
Here, take
If it wasn't Samuel, it would be the hero.
Freya!
Easy there, Saber Kitten. Haven't you heard? We don't take prisoners. Especially those from Purity.
We needed him alive!
Not really.
Oh no. What are you going to do?
Nothing.
Forget it. We need to speak with Trisha immediately.
Oh, about the attacks. Go on ahead. I need to clean up the mess this guy made. How typical.
All he has is white robes.
Come to give me a scolding? Was he any good to us alive? Besides, I'm not in the mood for interrogations right now. Maybe next mission. Speaking of missions, how was yours? Did you get to meet my friend? Come on now, I know you did. Long green hair, smells like a Spriggan. Nisha, they're not telling me anything. I hope she wasn't killed. It would be such a shame after everything she's gone through.
Oh, but killing that Purity guy. Oh, that's just do it because you felt like it, right, Freya? Yeah, she's not likable at all. She cleaned up a loose end for the writer here to not take into account all the little different ends to that quest we just did, but it makes her feel very shallow for her to have done that too.
Commander, I am Musika, assassin instructor. Have you come for advice? I am the instructor for Siren assassins. I provide training in sneaking, lockpicking, close quarters combat, and small arms combat. They're trained to remain mute. When they learn the virtues of silence here, they will choose to practice it on the field. The mistress is even more secretive than all of my students. That is no easy feat. Honored among all in the Order, but times must change. Now that Matari is the new leader, we will fight to protect Marcus's legacy. Walk in the dark.
This is the only opportunity, well, not the only opportunity, but you will not always have an opportunity to talk to the Master Assassin Mushika right there. She'll actually disappear after some point, I believe. I mean, most characters will, but that's for later. Not even in this video, like much later.
Let's speak with Trisha.
I'm really starting to hate Freya.
Good news. We were able to defend checkpoint 2. The other checkpoints weren't so lucky.
It's bad. So please tell me you have some good news.
The reports. They're regrouping to defend Pazarath.
They never planned to continue roadside attacks, with or without the commander in our ranks. They're taunting us.
How are the other teams doing? The ones dispatched right after us.
Fine, as far as we know. Nothing as bad as what I heard your team faced. Any news on Checkpoint 4?
Completely demolished. Their bodies were already ash when we passed by.
So that's it then. All we have left in the east is Checkpoint 2. The ambush. Can you describe their armament?
12 standard heroes of Nirn. 1 Purity assassin. He used shock explosives.
The shock explosives are classic Purity. Too classic. They're keeping their latest advancements a secret until they need them the most.
Yeah, let's cut to the chase. Is Michelle?
Oh, when was Freya here?
I'm sorry. She didn't make it.
She just sneaked
the
in.
Scouts reported that a Purity assassin.
So if you thought you could avoid bringing Misha up, no, you can't.
Him.
She's dead? Is this true, Commander? A Purity assassin? Or did a certain skiver get her grubby little hands on poor Misha?
It's the truth.
I wasn't talking to you, Failure.
Anyway, I heard you.
She was accusing you, I believe.
About that.
Oh, forgive me, ma'am. I didn't mean to intrude. Everyone,
yeah,
thank you for your service.
Freya can call you out, but you can't call Freya out because she's too strong. She's Matari's right-hand woman.
Every piece of knowledge we gain.
So if you look at
brings us
the
closer to
flags
launching
here,
our operation to
you got
retake Pazaroth.
Jonestead, Euphoria Palace, and that
Commander,
flag right up there.
as ordered
That's
by
where
Mr.
Fort
Smatari,
Pazaroth
here
is.
is your
It's
payment.
off the coast of
10,000
Winterhold.
for
We will be
completing the
going
mission.
there near the end of this video.
7,500 for the
It's like the end of
purity
Act 2,
prisoner, despite
basically.
his demise. 2,500 for securing the
And
Dark
you get a
Coast
lot
Guard.
of money for this quest.
3,500 for leaving a teammate behind to defend Checkpoint 2.
That 3,500 is practically for Misha's death.
It technically is.
And as promised, your katana can be picked up from our weaponsmith.
Because you have to
All
kill
of you
Misha to leave
dismissed.
someone behind.
I'll have your next assignments available very soon. Commander, may I speak to you when you have the chance?
23,500 copper septims, which is basically just regular gold. That is crazy.
Yes.
I think that's actually what pissed me off, actually.
Even with all the problems
And why I dropped this mod
we
right
got
at this
clean, and with
point
the
here.
reports. We were fortunate to
Because
have
I thought
you along for the
I hate when
campus.
mods give me so much money
may not have
for like
survived
what
that
it feels
now.
like no reason.
I'm a private person. I keep my opinions about Malene and Samantha to myself, good or bad. I think opinions on Matari are best kept private. She is our leader, and anything believed to be the slightest hint of disapproval doesn't bode well for anyone. Of course, I'm speaking hypothetically. I don't know anyone who'd speak out against Matari. There's nothing more to be said. You know that I respect Marcus
You know,
and
Lilith's
his
not
family.
not very subtle about what she thinks of
We'll
Amatari.
talk later then.
If you've been following what she's been saying, she's very different from the other Ashen Sirens, who all like just love Matari. I can't remember exactly why, but I do believe it has something to do with the fact that she was trained under Freya, and therefore is psychologically very different from the other Sirens, like even the non-Ashen ones. Oh yeah, my character is like, she's so over encumbered that I have to cast a spell to move at a
Great to see
decent
you back
speed.
in one piece. Purity loves katanas, and so do we. That's why I have the finest in all of Tamriel. Right here, right now. Certainly. Now, would you prefer a one-handed blade or two-handed?
Two.
Got it. Here you go. No problem. Now, go enjoy yourself and enchant it if you'd like.
I don't know what happens if you say it's not very impressive.
If you weren't so busy saving the world, you sure could make a living as a smith. I've seen your work, and it's jaw-dropping to say the
Smithing is
least.
basically always the thing I always max out first when I play Skyrim.
I tell Tarius what we
It's
need
just
and he
because
gets
I
it
know
for us through
exactly
the
where to
proper
get all the
channels.
really rare materials
Some
and
of these katanas are
just make
imported
myself
from
a whole
Akavir,
bunch of
and others are
expensive
custom-made
stuff
by the
to
finest
train my
weaponsmiths we know.
smithing real fast.
Those that we don't buy, I make myself. It's a delicate craft, but
Like I tried to
entertaining.
curb it, but it's just
You learn a lot
impossible.
by studying the work of others.
It doesn't work that way. I'd have to change the formula
It's all up
entirely
to
to
you.
keep myself
Just
from
go with
getting
the one that
smithing to
looks the
like
most stylish,
80.
or go with the
Oh, and I'm
standard
still level
siren issue
10.
if you don't want to be a show-off. Katanas,
Yeah, I can
and
finally
more
buy
katanas. Have a
the
look.
Siren armor, boots, gauntlets, and helmet. We won't be buying the helmet. I have a mod that makes it so that all you need is armor, boots, and gauntlets to get like a bonus for not having the stuff. Also, steel ingots to improve them, I believe.
I heard she's a warrior of the highest caliber. An expert in every combat form known to modern scholars, and a graceful wielder of the katana. None of us have seen her in action, but thank heavens for that. We will defend the mistress at any costs before she has to raise her blade.
I don't think she's got a blade or anything.
Marcus was a strong warrior.
She doesn't look like a warrior at
All
all
the
either.
training he went through in anticipation of fighting Purity proved he was ready for just about anything. He died without ever seeing combat, and that's a shame that no warrior should suffer. He deserved more.
Yeah, so Kadesh's
Give them
comments
all
on
you've
Matari are very interesting because Matari does not look like a warrior at all, but Kadesh, it seems like she's very much into the whole warriors in general thing because of her being the smith for warriors and whatever. So because of that, her saying that Matari is like this amazing warrior, it kind of feels off. Yeah, I'm gonna take the other one because that one's the one I'm supposed to have, but the one I stole from Misha is an officer, katana or whatever.
Ah, I've heard many great things about you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Valentina, one of the Siren Maids instructors. She joined the Sirens despite my protest to the recruiters. Alarai had so much potential that could have been molded through proper college training. A shame that it had to come to this. If she chooses to leave our order, I will have no qualms. She deserves a better life. Let's be honest, the only reason we have a Maids division in our order is for those who feel uncomfortable handling a weapon. Most of our Ashen wouldn't feel safe attending the college. As Arts Maids, I hope you'll make your college a safer environment compared to your predecessor. When this war is over, most of my students would love to receive a more formal education.
What they're trying to say here is that the Sirens are not
I suggest you
mages.
seek training elsewhere. I'm confident in my abilities, but as an outsider, you have access to far better teachers and resources in the outside world. Use them.
Yeah, she basically is saying that, she says that
Did
no
you
matter
sense
what.
it when you were in her
It has nothing to do
presence?
with the fact that
The
my
energy?
character is very
she's
well
a
trained
mage
in
of
all the magic
unimaginable power.
theory things.
It would make a lot of sense. Why else would Master Marcus keep his wife a lower rank at Passaroth? It's because the strongest women among us deserve the title of co-leader. Besides telling you what you already know, I don't have anything to add about the Pinders. Farewell and good luck.
I think I trained all my stuff, but I still need to use
all in all,
my
you did
spell to
good.
make myself move
Now
quickly.
that we know what they're doing, we can see about intercepting them as they make their way to Pazarath. If we take out one group at a time, it should even the odds for the final attack. I want you to do that. Yes, based on your performance, you're more than capable of handling this mission. I need to send Lilith's team out to recover what's left at the checkpoints you visited in the meantime.
Wait. The commander isn't doing this alone. The Dark Elf is going with her.
Alarai? Is there any reason why?
Just do it, Nord.
Yes, Freya. As you wish.
Yeah, Trisha is a Nord, not an Ashen.
Aren't you curious about your next mission?
Never mind
I
then.
am.
Alarai will be joining you. Resignation? I did not expect her to be that affected by recent events, but it is understandable. I wish I could accept it now, but Freya has ordered that she join you on your mission. Perhaps after you've returned, she can be relieved from her duties. I do not have the authority to make that decision. She has to go with you, even if it makes your job much more difficult. You'll find her outside in the grotto. Allow me to explain your mission, then I'll let you go. You're going to Nightgate Inn. Small place, not too far west from Checkpoint 2 and Fort Castoff. If these reports are correct, you should be able to drop in right when a convoy of heroes will be passing through the area. Whatever you have to do, take those heroes out silently, dress up in their gear, and merge with the next group that comes by. Come up with a believable story about what happened to the rest of your team, and they should let you in their ranks. Eventually, you'll come to a chasm northwest of Snowvale Sanctum, where the heroes must pass through to board their boats destined for Pazarath. I want you and Alarai to wipe out the heroes there, hide their bodies, and do the same to the next few groups. Once you've done enough damage, or can't handle anymore, return to the palace. Understood? Ah, yes, I almost forgot. Ms. Pinder is outside, training in the grotto with Kalisa. We've gone through all the necessary evaluations, and she has been given medium armor. Kalisa can inform you about Kasha's current progress. She has been assigned as her personal instructor and evaluator for the duration of her hastened training. That should be all. Good luck.
Yeah, so, if you did not pick up Alarai,
Poor Alarai.
you still will be given her for this mission, and she'll be very different. If you didn't pick her up, she'll be like a lot more crazy.
For once, not.
And Freya will definitely be like trying to pull
Look at
something
it
on you.
this way.
And yeah, she says she's not trying to pull something, but she's clearly trying to get back at you
The
for
best way to do that is to send her out on a
whatever you did
simple
with
mission.
Misha. But even if you didn't do
Might
something with
be
Misha,
the word.
she'll still give you
It'll
Alaric
make
to
her feel guilty,
have to come with you.
and she'll have to
No matter what, Alaric has to come with you for this mission. That's what I'm saying.
My? She told you? Lilith.
Whoops. Wasn't supposed to say that. It doesn't change much though. That's fine. It's actually more interesting when you do these kind of things where characters don't expect you to say something. Because what not Kalisa, but Trisha said about our mission, I do not like it. She describes the mission as it's gonna happen, but let's just say the mission is not gonna go according to plan. So it feels like there should have been more to the mission.
Don't mind us.
You know?
Focus on your mission. I will train.
We'll get to it when we do that mission. And I believe I actually did a bit of that mission when the very first time I played the mod. I think I said I quit after the last mission that we just did, the last quest. But I think I did a little bit of the next mission before I finally had enough.
I'm doing fine, I guess. I got used to moving around in this armor, but I'm having a bit of trouble using my sword. I always thought that all you had to do was swing. I never thought about blocking. Could you? That might help. If Kalisa is fine with
This gives you friend points, and I don't know if it gives you romance points, but it at least gives you friend points if you help her.
It may be what you need, Miss Pinder. You know the commander better than you know me. It may ease your tension. I'll be by the stairs if you need me.
You can
What do you need?
lose some points with
She needs to learn how to block.
Kasha
I
if
can't
you
help her until she learns how to react
don't
to
do
every
things
swing
correctly.
I
She
make.
says she needs to learn how to block, but it's you who will be showing her
I'll
how you
continue to
block.
observe.
But if you like choose to not block
Okay.
normally,
So what combat
then
forms
that's
should I
gonna
practice? Maybe I
she's
should
gonna
switch
get pissed
weapons and
off
try
at you.
something lighter?
Kasha, that is.
Blocking? Sure, but you do have a shield or sword, right? I don't want to hurt you or anything. If you say so. Now get your stuff together and let me know when you're ready. I won't go easy on you.
I have no shield. I just use my two-handed weapon.
Are you ready? Defend yourself.
Very weird delivery right there. I don't believe Kasha can kill you here.
Don't attack me. I hit you, you block. Understand? Let's start over.
So what happened there is that I have a mod that makes it so that when you block, it causes a bounce back if you like time it right. That, for whatever reason, Maids 2 with its script, they believe that counts as me attacking her. So that's why she said that. I only defended myself for like 15 seconds, it feels. I think she stops when you're at like half health.
Dodge, dodge, block, strike. Aw, that's what I've been doing. Thanks for the help anyway. At least I got some experience. You should get back to your mission. Training with me would get really boring. Really fast. Remember to take care of yourself as always. Oh, by the way, I asked them to give me some time off so I can get back to cleaning your houses. I'll let you know what they say.
They don't really approve.
So what's up? You're the commander? Hope you're a master marksman. We're dying for people who know how to use a bow properly. No, they train themselves. Carriage driving isn't the most glamorous job around here, but it's the most self-driven. Pun not intended. Out and around Skyrim, it gets lonely without them, and I am fearful for their safety, but we all know the risks. Sure, I always pass on a few
I'm
tips
not
to
actually
those
an
willing
archery
to
master, and you know, I have all this money, I might as well use it.
Well, what is there to say for a woman that rarely makes public appearances? There's a ton of tales floating around about how incredible she is at everything, from dueling to archery. I'm just dying to have a one-on-one talk with her so I can confirm or deny whether any of them are true. Let's hope Kasha doesn't get herself hurt. Her family has done more than enough for our Legion.
So Yanisha, her thoughts on Matari is that she's not only good at dueling, she's also good at archery.
Sorry, but I need to talk to several more teams of Sirens. We'll speak again after the mission.
I believe Melina's new thing
Need
to say?
to ask me something?
Yep.
I'm sorry. Freya killed him, just like the Purity prisoner you tried bringing in. There was nothing we could do.
Yeah, so no matter what, Freya kills whoever you bring in.
Command just doesn't feel comfortable about keeping prisoners alive, no matter their value. You'd have to ask the mistress yourself to understand why. Farewell, ma'am.
The hero of Nirn has like different things to say, but they're less like lore heavy, it feels. I can't remember what he says, unfortunately.
I just received the report on your last assignment. Good work. Freya acts on her own will. She saw the risk of keeping an enemy prisoner alive within our base, so she chose to terminate him. Do not concern yourself with the loss of any potential information we may have gained. The man was of a low rank and would not know the future movements of his allies.
That makes more sense if you brought the hero of Nirn.
Then that is what we will discuss.
Because a Purity agent doesn't feel like any of them are low rank.
Hello, Commander. I'm Penelope. Just say the word and I'll help out in any way I can. What don't I do? I'm the lead instructor for one-handed weapons training and an overseer for general non-combat operations. Hard work, huh?
Do you think she'll speak to us soon? Master Marcus is dead and she hasn't come out. Maybe she's just really busy?
We have a lot to be thankful for when it comes to the
She's very hot, cold, hot when it comes to her personality.
See you on the battlefield.
She can't really teach me anything with one-handed, by the way.
Commander, I can already sense that you have bad news. They didn't accept, did they? Then there is still hope that I may leave and go to where I truly belong. The College of Winterhold. I didn't realize you were the Archmage until Instructor Valentina told me. Would I be welcomed at your college? Can I become a true mage? Excellent. I'm glad that I already have a friend in the college. It will make the transition much easier. Oh, sorry. It's a scroll that teleports the reader back to the palace. I figured that after the ambush, it might be useful to have something like this with us, in case it happens again. Speaking of which, what's our mission? How convenient. This scroll might be seeing some use sooner than I thought. I'm right behind you, Commander. Let's make my final mission one to remember.
Ugh. Lamond's not being very subtle. Final mission? I wonder what happens to people who are like on their final mission. Anyway, you have to travel all the way to the Nightgate Inn, which is way back near... I think this is considered Dawnstar territory, weirdly enough. Not Windhelm. But yeah, basically Alray is your follower. She cannot die.
Hey, how's it going?
Got to talk to Freya again.
Same way you did. Very important people are worth a lot to Matari. Oh, what are we going to do? Complain to Matari? She loves me for what I do. Seduce you? I like you. How can't you see that? Oh, do I have stories to tell you? But I should save them for when you're a little older. Hey, don't look at me. I hang around Matari most of the time. Never spoke to Marcus. He seemed like the kind of man who wouldn't get along with me. You know, the do no evil hero type. Tinder family is nice. I mean, they founded us and everything. Gotta repay the favor and protect them, huh? Sweet dreams.
Freya is considered an Ashen, I think. She doesn't look really like a red guard, but she's considered an Ashen. However, her thoughts on Matari and the Pinder family are they're a little different too, much like Lilith. There's a bit of a trend with those two. Anyway, we're already in the night get in, and two heroes are right there.
But only two? What happened
Convenient
to the
though
rest
that there's
of
only
the
two because there's two of
Maybe
us,
we should talk
isn't
to
there,
them
Lallery?
before. I'll stay close and try not to get in the way. I'm ready when you are.
Probably shouldn't be talking to them in Siren armor, but you know,
got himself
that's a
another
vanilla
customer,
NPC right there.
eh?
I believe they're in that room right here. Well, one of them is.
Yeah, what do you want? Save your money, citizen. We already have a mission. Just waiting for the rest of my team to show up. Well, aren't you curious?
This is a decent persuade check. I think you need 50.
For some old fortress to the east. Why? You planning on attacking it? First you want to hire me, now you want to join. What are you, some sort of freelancer? If you want to join the Heroes of Nern, you have to sign on officially with our commander. Trouble is that he's a busy man these days. Tell you what, you buy me a bottle of Norn mead, and I'll put in a good word for you. Just know that we're very active right now, so don't think you'll be able to cruise along without making some sacrifices.
Yeah, the mod just kind of spoiled that you can kind of poison this guy now. I already have the Nord mead, but to poison the bottle of mead, you need to.
Can I talk to you about something in private?
Yeah, we are private.
Commander, are you thinking about poisoning the drink?
Yeah, you need your own poison so that you can mix it, because you can't poison mead yourself unless you. Like, there are mods for it, but for the purpose of this quest, you need to have a Nord mead and a poison, and you need to give it to Alari. This is just to skip the combat, by the way. So you have to give the things to her. The mead. And a vanilla poison. Not an alchemy poison, weirdly enough, I think.
You have the poison. Give it to him.
And then she gives you the mead back, but it's poison now, according to the mod. This allows you to skip some combat. Very nice. Otherwise, you have to fight these guys. Like right out here, and you can accidentally kill a vanilla NPC if you do that.
Thanks. Hold my helmet, will you? Say, this is kind of funny. When you're burned down to a crisp by dragons or something. Anyway, we could use someone like you in some pirate team. We're desperate for some men after the mess in the west. So where will you? My stomach. No. Serenities. You know good.
So that guy's dead, but the other one's not dead.
I'm ready when you are.
It just gets rid of that guy. You do get some information for giving him the mead, though. I'm powerful enough to one-shot that guy, thankfully. So, Alari gets the other guy's armor, and we get that guy's armor, and like, ebony armor looks different on girls, and we're both girls, so that's kind of a thing, but
ready? We should make
yeah, we're ready. Also, I have improved face helmets or whatever on. It's a mod. Because of that, we can see right through that Alari's face is not in there. Well, her head. That's kind of bad. Yeah, we have to. I believe you need the ebony sword equipped too. Like you have to be very specific about what you have on your character. I don't know what happens if you don't do things properly, though. It probably like just means that you have to go to the spot where you need to go to, and then like you're in a much worse spot when it comes to dealing with it. But I always successfully did this.
Need something?
For part of the mod.
There you are. Thought we'd have to drag you out. So, what team are you from?
Yeah, were you listening? It's Sapphire.
Right, just wanted to make sure. Can't be too safe with liars and seducers running around this world. The rest of your team is on its way. We'll meet up at the rendezvous, so you might as well come with us. We're late enough as it is.
Kind of strange that this guy didn't notice we were both women. Considering the armor looks completely different. But I was a red guard like the guy I stole the armor from, so that's consistent at the very least.
What is it?
Yeah, you can persuade him to walk faster.
Since we're late, we'll walk faster. Don't complain when you can't keep up.
Basically, this makes it so that we run instead. This is kind of annoying though, let's be real. If you have to walk all the way to where you need to go, it's like a good 10 minutes before you do anything else with the quest. And even when you tell him to walk faster, it's still not very different. Now, that being said, if you want to, you can just straight up go all the way to where you need to go and just like wait there, I believe. It's not like actually out of place to do that by the mod standards, I think. But, you know, for roleplay reasons, we're actually gonna just follow him. I believe all the heroes are invincible, so don't worry too much about what happens if you have to fight something on the way. I'm not a one-handed warrior. I prefer two-handed weapons, honestly. But so many mods they just prefer if you're one-handed. Very disappointing.
What is it?
Because one-handed swords are more heroic than the big ones. That's what I think the mod thinks. But I mean, it makes sense. These are the heroes of Nirn. They're kind of just boys pretending to be in a fantasy. Well, not all, but most of the heroes of Nirn are boys, actually. In fact, I can't really think of any women in the heroes of Nirn. You can barely find any of them. Anyway, we keep moving. Not much else to say. It's still gonna take a while. Strap in. Or just skip ahead in the video, I guess. Sometimes the padding also gets screwed up, so because of that they waste even more time. I won't blame the mod for that though, that's just Skyrim being Skyrim. I gotta say, it could have just straight up been this right here why I actually stopped playing the mod the very first time. Like, I don't think I knew that you could tell the guy to move faster.
You're trespassing here. You'd better clear out. You're trespassing here. You'd better clear out. You're trespassing.
Yeah, the Stormcloaks own this place. Normally you'd fight people.
Better clear out. You're trespassing.
Like, there'd be bandits and whatever. I already beat those bandits though, and the Stormcloaks now have that fort, so you just get told multiple times that we're trespassing here. The orc. The orc who always has two saber cat bodies next to him. He's, at the time I was doing this mod, he probably wasn't very tough, but I believe in the like the latest time, like the last time I played Skyrim, I had a mod that made him so that that guy was always tough, like really tough. Like one two-handed attack from him would like completely crush your HP. He's still not ultimately very tough if you know how to dodge though, and have one-hit kill moves off, at least for your character. That's actually quite ubiquitous for us to... Like, there's several mods over the years that existed that prevented you from dying to one-hit kill moves, but the way the earlier ones did it was kind of broken because of how at some points in the quest line, one-hit kills have to be done for animation's sake. And like the very first mod that removed kill moves, like it just uniformly removed all of them. And because of that, when you get up into that part of the quest line, the quest would break because the one-hit kill move wouldn't happen. So it took a while before we finally got a kill move mod that actually took into account all the little things that happens during the little quest line and still remains compatible with what options you're selecting. Namely, and most importantly, the inability for any enemies to kill you in one hit. Because enemies, when they do the one-hit kill move on you, it feels cheap. Because they don't like actually have to hit you. You just have to be like close enough to activate the cutscene. Yeah, we're facing some opposition here though. This is just luck. Normally this doesn't happen. This is the bandit mod that I had at the time, which likes to spawn bandits randomly. It's a mod that I like for bringing in exciting situations out of nowhere, but it's also very much cheap. Like I've had situations where I just went outside for a moment, and all of a sudden I had to deal with 10 bandits that were actually really challenging. Also, my ebony sword just broke, so that's kind of unfortunate. I was supposed to have it on. Now I'm going to the post without my sword, which is... I think that sword is meant to be unbreakable, actually. But whatever, we just have to get into information here. I'm a mage, first and foremost, so it's not that big of a deal if I get caught. You don't want the other characters to get stuck, by the way, because the story doesn't continue till everyone gets into the formation. And I think Alaray is still like lagging behind. Also, my character is very cold right now. I'd warm myself up, but we're not going to be doing that, I guess. Wait for the moment to destroy Emerald Team. Oh, that looks like Bosca.
Gentlemen and ladies, you are all being transferred to Pazarath. As your brothers fight in the west, you will do so in the east. An attack is imminent. Purity has broken the limbs of our foes. Now they limp towards us expecting mercy. What do we have to say to them?
No mercy.
Alright, keep your mouth shut. Sounds off.
Exactly. You've all fought the Temptresses by now. Their skills are weak. Their time hiding like cowards has taken its toll. For every lie, murder, and debaucherous act committed in the name of peace, one shall fall to your blade. What do you have to say about that, hero?
Alright.
One shall fall to my blade.
One shall fall to mine.
The others have nothing to say.
Captain, do you have further orders from Innocence?
No, sir. They only conveyed your orders to move a quarter of our forces stationed on the island to Pazarath.
What? I never gave that order. They know we need to keep the island safe at full strength. If the Sirens even get hint at what we've found.
Sir, if I may relay a message from Vigentius, it would be of no consequence.
Then there is not as we thought it would be from the very beginning. I'll have a word with Vincentius soon enough. If he undermines my authority again, we may need to adjust our plans. Now, what teams are on their way?
The rest of Sapphire, Ruby, and what's left of Onyx.
And these two you've brought in from Sapphire.
He's pointing to us. The ladies. Paralyzed. And Alarai is dead.
Sapphire doesn't have female heroes.
If Alarai is not, if you didn't bring her in the last mission, she'll act a bit differently here.
Dragonborn. No siren deserves to live, except for you. So what is it? Pledging your allegiance to the enemy, or do you have some sort of master plan to wipe them out single-handedly? The one they call Matari has her hands on all of them. If they haven't left the Order already, there is no hope of saving them. I'm sorry. What's she now? So why send her on a high-risk mission at all? Can't you see what they're doing?
There is no way to save Alarai, by the way.
Weak and unfaithful.
She always has to die at this part.
Maybe you're among them.
But she dies a
But
bit
you don't
later, I
have to
believe, if you
die.
didn't bring her
Join
with
us.
you last
Together
quest.
we can wipe them off the face of the world. We fight to bring justice to this world. Just like you, Dragonborn. I can keep repeating myself, but that single word, justice, is the essence of the heroes. The Sirens have already proven themselves to be untrustworthy, so I keep fighting until they stab you in the back. Choosing between Sirens and purity isn't easy, I know. But when one holds a dagger to the throat of the world, and the other is doing what must be done to save it, the choice is clear.
Purity is the one holding the dagger to the... Yeah, they're the ones with the dagger.
You met them. When? No. They did it again! Liars. Just like the Sirens. I'll need to keep my heroes closer. Genocide against the Sirens. They can't possibly think. No.
Yeah, I think the dialogue options here are different if you
Nice
did not get the purity
insane,
agent with
but
you
not
in
that insane.
at the end.
So I take it you're not going to come with us. So be it. From noble heroes.
There's no
to
way you can join
disillusioned
the
enemy,
Heroes of Nirn,
a
by the way.
tragic
There's,
way to fall.
it would have been a lot of work to make a
But
completely
I
separate
can't bring
quest
myself
line.
to kill someone like you. My men are more courageous than I. May your death
Yeah, this is not the moment where you can got an opportunity to fight Boss Cup, so he runs all the way to the end so the game can despawn him, and then you have to fight all the Heroes of Nirn here. Thankfully, the paralysis wears off as soon as he gets out of sight. Right here. Ebony Goddess, so yeah, whatever, I'm gonna put the armor on. So, things to consider here, these guys, actually pretty damn tough. I actually have to take this fight seriously. I'm not kidding. Like, I actually don't take it seriously because I don't put my armor on like I really should. But, these guys, there's these Heroes of Nirn, they hit hard. You're fully ambushed. Also, it doesn't help that I have Frostball on and my character is like extremely cold right now, which weakens her. But it's also because there's like 30 Heroes of Nirn that are coming towards you. Now, that being said, the mod does give you an out. Remember Aloray's Scroll, which is basically specific to letting you teleport back to Euphoria Palace. That's your out if you don't want to fight these heroes. If they're like literally too tough for you, which is a very true possibility. Now, that being said, there is an advantage to actually beating all of these heroes, all 33 of them, I believe. Yeah, I have to make myself invincible here. Because I want to use Firestorm. You will die! In slow-mo. It actually worked. This is like the opportunity where Firestorm can actually be useful for once. I tried to show it off in Forgotten City, but it was just never a good opportunity. Those archers hurt so much, man. Like, my character is top of the line, invincible, level 80 Dragonborn with top skills at everything, whatever, and those archers are still like 8 shots and I'm dead. Pretty sure in vanilla Skyrim they would not be able to scratch me whatsoever. But because of my mod loadout, they're actually decently challenging. I can basically cast healing for free, by the way. I summon Karstag! Very useful because that guy that was revving up his two-handed power attack could have killed me at the amount of health I had left. But Karstag is a Dragonborn ability that you can only use 3 times. Then he's gone forever. I'm surprised I managed to make use of him in a very good way here. This is a glitch right here. This guy's dead. But animation-wise, he gets up again. Anyway, Karstag is actually really good for this situation because he constantly deals damage to the opponents and also distracts them. Also, because I finished Dragonborn, I also had the ability that makes it so that I summon a Hero of Sovngarde when I'm like almost dead. So that's also very useful. So yeah, this part of the mod right here, this is like your first big battle that actually is challenging and could lead you to losing if you're not doing things carefully. So that's Scroll of Teleportation. Very useful. Allows you to get out real quick. I think it's like a single cast too, so it's not like something where you have to stand in place and wait 5 seconds or something, which is it'd be very awful for this kind of situation. But the shtick about that Scroll of Teleportation is that the mod author who made this, he kind of screwed up. He made a mistake. I'll get into it in a couple of seconds when I finish the last Hero of Nirn up here. This one's annoying. You kind of can't get to him very easily. Oh, he fell down, trying to dodge me. So now Karstag's gonna finish him. Or I guess not. I'll shout at him anyway. So yeah, you fail to use Aloray's Scroll if you defeat all of the Heroes of Nirn. Because of that, Aloray's Scroll cannot work anymore. That sucks, man. That means you have to walk all the way back. And I don't even think there's like any real differences here. You can still use the scroll, it's just, it doesn't work. Even though there's an animation for it, it doesn't do anything. So that kind of sucks. It really feels like you should have been able to use the scroll at the very least right after that. I can understand not being able to use it like much later on in the mod when the creator doesn't want you to be teleporting outside, but still. When I mean outside, I mean if you're in an interior and you're supposed to be stuck.
Have some restraint.
There's a lot of
and don't give in to
places
your
that
we may not agree
are like
with
that
what
in
she
this
did,
mod, where
but
you're
during
supposed to be
times like
stuck
these,
in a place
we can't
and
let
you're not
rivalries
supposed to be
interfere
able to
with our
teleport out.
battle strategies.
Now that being said, I have other mods
I
that
need a
also
report
allow me to
about
teleport
what
out, so
beginning to end.
that's kind of like I could
Heavy
technically
losses
screw
for
up
the
the mod
heroes.
storyline if I
would
did
say
that.
that's a success, even though Bosca got away. We should expect less.
Yeah, if you didn't kill
resistance to
anyone or
Pazar.
only kill like a few, she would be like, oh, you only kill a few, so that's
It's
not
going
very
to
good.
happen very soon. It has to.
What you did
You
in
can
that
see
battle
that we're
back there,
losing women
however,
by trying to
does
chip away at their
matter.
defenses as they regroup
It
at
actually
Pazar.
does matter. Like much
how
later
many
on,
we
like
take
Act
out before
5,
the
the final
battle,
act.
the fort is
However many
already heavily
however many
enough to pose
Heroes
a
of
challenge
Nirn you
no matter
killed in
when we
that specific part will
The
affect how
longer
many
we
Heroes
wait,
of Nirn you
the
see in
stronger
Act
their
5,
defenses get.
which is the final
The
act.
sooner we take it out,
So
the
this is
sooner
like
we
one of
can
those
reclaim our foothold.
specific quests that have a long-lasting consequences
You've
that you
done
do
enough
not
for
see
now.
the results of
I need to prepare the
until
Sirens for battle.
much later on.
Between us, it's going to be
So
bloody.
that's kind of neat, but it's also
We're
like
doing
very
exactly
cheap
what
because like I
Purity
mean
wants
it's
us
just
to
a
do. Attack
number of
Pazar.
NPCs that spawn much
And there's
later
no
on.
way
That's
around
that's
it.
the one difference.
I wanted you to get some rest before the attack, but some
Like
things come
coding wise, that's one of the
By
easiest
orders of
things to
Matari,
make a big
Freya is
change
to
for.
accompany you on
Not
a
a very much a
classified mission
story
involving
thing.
a supposedly high-ranking Purity member, possibly an assassination. Freya
Yeah,
will
now we
discuss
actually have
the
to do a
objectives
mission with
you.
Freya.
Here's your payment based on your performance. Don't worry about Alaray. I'll have the next returning scout team fetch her body. I'll be around for a while longer if you have any questions. And Commander, be careful around Freya.
That's a lot of money for. Well, I mean, it was actually a tough mission. I believe you get 100 extra for every Purity member you defeat. She might have mentioned it.
What do we have? I believe she and Kalisa are done training for now. If she's not in her room, then charm instructor Kathy may have sent her to one of the bars for a lesson.
Yeah.
Heavy
Now we can
fighting
do the
with the
seduction
heroes. It's all
optional
over
quest for
now.
Kaja. The
Their survivors
training
were either
one
killed
was
by you
also
or by
optional.
the Sirens on their way to Pazarath.
If you don't do those missions, like
I was an
I
Imperial
don't think you
Legion
lose
officer.
friend
Had a
points with
fallout
Kaja,
with the
but
chain of command
it's
for
definitely like a
disobeying
missed
orders
opportunity
was
for
discharged.
getting closer to her.
I had no gold and no home after that, so I was a beggar on the streets of Bruma for almost a year. The Sirens took notice and began offering me food and training so I could regain my fitness. I had no reason to decline their invitation to join the Order. Of course, I lied about why I was discharged. They aren't likely to take in people who question their superiors. I sent them out earlier to recover anything worth keeping from the checkpoints that were destroyed. They should be back by the time we launch the attack on Pazarath. It's nothing. Her insults and attitude toward me are only a reflection of her personality. They're not something that should be taken to heart. Only Matari knows the exact count, but from those that I've interacted with, we are easily in the hundreds. Roughly 1% are non-Ashen.
We are the 1%,
Can you keep
Trisha.
a secret? Remember when I said that I'm an expert strategist and coordinate every mission with extreme precision? I'm afraid you haven't seen my skill set in action, because these missions are being handed down by Freya. Well, I'm still in charge of sending out the rest of the Sirens on their scout patrols and minor tasks. It's just the missions you've been given so far are off limits to me to modify or improve in any way. I wasn't supposed to send you out on that first mission with Lilith, but I did anyway. It was almost certain that her team would be ambushed. That weak reason I gave for having you join the team, to inspire fear, was only an excuse in case Freya asked. Freya wasn't happy about what I did, so she was there for your last debriefing, so she could make sure Alaray was attached to the mission. Keep your suspicions. We each have our own, but this is no time to question the leadership. Save that for after we defeat Purity. Then, you and I can talk.
No, this sounds a lot like
We'll get
Stalinist tactics. I'm expecting to purge. Like Stalin was pretty crazy. He's a real world. Like I'm pretty sure most of you know who Joseph Stalin was, a communist leader of Russia back when for the World War II times and a little after too. But basically he purged a lot of his high-ranking commanders at a time where
Return safely.
it could have used those commanders.
These texts provide
They weren't being very obedient. That was the problem to him.
These sirens came in from an attack on their outpost in the west.
This is pretty interesting right here. This is an optional thing you can do. I don't even think it's a quest, like, at least not one that's in your journal.
Certainly. I'm not a medic or a healer, so any form of assistance would be most appreciated.
The assistance you can do with these characters require very specific items, unfortunately. You can't just be like a professional healer. So she needs a potion of cure disease. That's easy enough, actually. She needs a pair of thongs. That is a useless item in Vanilla Skyrim, but right here, you would need that. Here, this is a character that you need to be good at restoration. I think you need at least 50. Maybe 75. She needs honey.
Yes?
And I guess she's just suiting her. So yeah, I just use console commands to give me these items. I don't even know where to look for honey. I guess you have to buy it. And the thongs, you can find them in not Dwarven, Nordic runes. Or, you know, just use console commands like I do. Because who would keep around a pair of tongs? Like, come on. Honey is at least a bit likely. Or, like, honey, there's at least a bit of a chance if you're like an avid cook. Because honey is useful for some recipes for doing things. Anyway, that's that done with. Now we have to go to the Valhalla bar because that's where Kasha is. The next upcoming segments are pretty cringe, by the way.
I've seen you around before. You from around the area?
Yeah, kind of. What about you?
I live outside Riften with my father. We work the farm, raise cows for the meat markets, stuff like that. What about your family?
I don't really have a family, but what was that you said about...
Whoa. Hold on. No family? A young woman like you shouldn't be out on her own so soon in life.
Camera.
Well, things change in ways we don't want them to.
I hear you. Say, want another drink?
No, thank you. I'm not thirsty.
Cringe.
Would you excuse me for a minute?
Sure. You coming back?
Yeah, I just want to take a walk outside for a while.
Hey, that doesn't sound like a bad idea. Mind if I come?
No, no. I just want to be alone for a while.
That's... Kasha is supposed to seduce that guy, and she just clearly did not pass the test. I don't know what was making her uncomfortable either. That guy was not being... Like, for a guy being in a bar like this, you'd think he'd be a lot more aggressive with her, but he was being very much a gentleman, all things considered. Kasha just doesn't like him, because he's a bossmer, I guess.
How did I do?
You did okay, I guess. You made a friend. That's the minimum goal for seduction training.
The minimum? So I barely made it through.
How do you not know what you did wrong, Kasha?
Well, you stuck to uncomfortable topics about your personal life, didn't make any lighthearted conversation, declined all of his advances.
I get it. I messed it up from the beginning. I shouldn't have tried dodging his questions.
Oh no, we all need to have some secrets.
This makes me dislike Kasha even more, by the way. For different reasons than the main ones that I dislike her, though. Like, it just makes her feel really lame as a person, what she did back there.
Hello, are you waiting for someone?
So we're doing pretend with Catherine here, even though I'm a woman. So this part makes a lot more sense if you're a guy, I guess. That being said, what happens here with Catherine, even though I hate her, it's kind of cool.
A pleasure. I'm Catherine. You know, I was watching you too. Interesting people attract one another. Aw, I'm I'm sorry. I was hoping to get something out of it for myself. I kind of wanted to do this with you. You're my hero, and there's no better confidence booster than to seduce someone like you. Huh? You're feisty today. If you aren't in too much of a hurry, I'd like to chat with you in the bar if that's okay. You know, as friends.
So yeah, if you keep talking and doing the practice with Kasha, Catherine, this actually makes you lose points with Kasha. So this is one of those cases where using the top option constantly will actually be bad, quote unquote, for you, unless of course you want this Kasha to dislike you. But it's also because if you go all the way with Catherine in the test, she gives you a piece of paper that says, I win. As in, she won that exchange. And that's, I mean, I dislike Kasha, so of course I won't let her win that.
Have you learned anything at all about Matari? If you do, let me know as soon as you can. I'm already uneasy around some of the sirens as it is.
But yeah, Kasha is this pure-hearted girl who doesn't like seducing anyone, and yet you look at her body and she's like one of the sexiest characters, at least in terms of her clothing. So it's she's very much a walking trope of female characters in games and mods, made by, well, just about anyone really, but essentially what I'm trying to say is that she's unrealistic.
They act differently. Have you spoken to any of them? Every time I ask
she's like
about
the
the
ideal
past,
of the teenage male nerd who thinks the ideal woman is a girl who's dead sexy, like sexiest as it can be, and yet isn't aware of her own sexiness, and therefore needs to be educated.
That's why Kathy stuck me with her, so I could get the best training possible in only a day. Did she tell you her story about the Imperials? You can hear it in
Oh,
her
by the
voice.
way, what Kasha is staying here, right here, like not staying, sane, is very interesting actually. It's foreshadowing for stuff that matters a lot later on, like Act 5.
They'll show the first warning signs. I know.
And you get to be pretty mean with Kasha if you want, right here.
That you're a hero in one of the greatest.
One of the more broader discussions you get out with Kasha, despite my dislikes of the things that were happening here. Right here, what she said. The same people who are worshipping Mathari are worshipping me, the character, the same way.
I should go take a nap.
That's a line that kind of like you gloss over until you look back on it after you finish the mod and you realize that the author was basically telling you what some of the rest of the plot is going to be like. Need? But that won't matter for this rest of this video, so it's whatever. Also, that was like the last, well, one of the last optional quests you can do with Kasha. There is one more.
I'm glad you found some time to talk. So are we friends or something much more?
I really don't want to talk with Catherine. Her voice grates me so much.
Not even a surprise. Everyone's waiting. Mistress Matari will come out when she feels it's right. She has some big announcements you'll be happy to hear. Secrets are secrets for a reason. Where's the fun in knowing everything there is to know about a person? What a boring relationship. Why? Don't you believe in the wonderful Matari? The one who has granted us all a home and life? You don't have doubts in her, do you? She wouldn't be...
I'm being pushed by another NPC right now.
Excessive? I don't think it's excessive. Alright, we'll talk again real soon.
I did talk to the guy who was flirting with Kasha as either a test or pretend or whatever. Probably should have. He might have had something to say, even if it was just one line.
Mistress, it's not what it looks like. No, I need to act more surprised.
Finally, we've been standing here all day practicing. What? She's dead? Oh, Scratch one siren and ship her home.
Man, I want to punch Freya in the face so badly. If this was a Mass Effect game, that would have been an option. I'm tired of your snide insinuations. Fucking punch! Yes! But anyway, this quest that we're about to do, I will say, like I mentioned before, that besides that one time we quote-unquote see Kasha naked, we're gonna see mostly guys naked from now on. This quest has one such opportunity, but it's so unlikely that I kind of doubt anyone saw it, like, intentionally, like, based on their design decisions. Because you have to be a female Argonian to see, quote-unquote, what, like, most of the content of this quest. Because this is a quest that has two different, quote-unquote, paths. Yeah, the paths, that's the word. And it's based on your character race and gender. If you are one specific race and gender at the same time, you get to reenact the lusty Argonian maid yourself, and not watch or quote-unquote have someone else do it.
He's just a fictional character. The man we're performing for is a huge.
But because I'm a female Red Guard, I do not get such an opportunity. But I don't think female Argonian is a very popular pick for characters in general. Except for people who really like lizards, I guess. But I personally never really picked it myself. So thankfully there is an option. I have a mod pre-installed that allows me to change my character mid-game. And thankfully I can use that to show both paths of this quest. So we'll be showing the path that I can do right now, and then I'll show the path that is available to you if you are a female Argonian. And that's the path that's definitely more adult-like, because there's some sensual dialogue that makes it pretty clear what you're actually doing with the guy. It's only the guy who makes it, who says those things, though.
You look amazing.
It's kind of fan service to have a quest that's like this, but I mean, it's also like this quest is personally designed by Freya, so it makes sense that she'd have a quest like that's so debaucherous like this.
Remind me to tell them to stop bathing in snowberry perfume. Now that you're looking the part, it's time to venture to his cottage, southeast of Markarth and east of Dushtan.
So definitely the more interesting content of this quest is if you're a female Argonian. However, there is like unique lore for doing the not female Argonian way. Although I will say that if you are female Argonian, like it's going to be obvious later, but if you are female Argonian, you don't have to play as the lusty Argonian maid. It's actually an option.
Welcome to give him a happy ending.
I probably should have shown what happened if you refuse, but I never got around there.
We'll talk some more once we get there, since I know you're dying to ask.
Anyway, the other thing about playing as the lusty Argonian maid is that you need a very high speechcraft to actually be able to pull off the part completely. Like 80 speechcraft, I want to say. Kind of crazy. Also, you have to travel all the way to Krantis' cottage, which is all the way in South Markarth. That's almost the other side of the damn world. Like, come on. This right here might have been the real part where I finished. I'm tired of moving my goalpost here, but I think this might actually be the real part. At the very least, I never got to see anything after this quest.
Remember to say hi to your master for me. Right when you break his
So yeah, basically all you do if you're not playing as Lift or Tail, the female Argonian in the Lusty Argonian maid, sorry, is watch her enter and then wait. You get to talk with Freya a bit, and there will be another character that will appear, but overall you don't do much at all. Kind of boring. It can be very frustrating if you've walked all the way here and all you do is talk.
I can tell you one thing. Don't be surprised.
Very much the moderator probably expected you to use fast travel.
Interrogations are boring. Besides, we already know everything there is to know. You think I'm hiding something? Don't be absurd. It's just that we've been wasting our time dealing with these people when we already have what we want.
Why are we killing this
Atari
guy?
has some big news after we retake Pazarath. Just wait and watch. It might have something to do with the location of Purity's main base. Oh, but enough about that. Let's talk about you. So why do you think I brought you here? You have no role in this mission. Do you think you're only here so I can admire your beauty?
This is true. We have no role unless we are the lusty Argonian maid.
Nailed it. You're a hard person to get a hold of, Commander. Always running.
But yeah, she
around
says she only brought you here because she wants to seduce you. You can't really do anything with her in this mission, though. No matter how horny you are for her.
I've been curious about something. When you first came here, you hardly knew what the whole war was about.
So my character is getting cold again.
Girl, Kasia. So, are you two friends? Enemies? Lovers? Or someone that you have fun with on the side?
I've had enough of you. Shut up! Falcon Punch!
You need someone to take her frustrations out on. Does she rub you the wrong way? Then hit her. And when you do, she'll hate you. But she'll
This is technically something you can do to Kasia. She's immortal, but you can hit her and she'll complain, but also what Freya does technically to your
What
students.
I do with my students is my business.
Oh, it's personal when it's
personal
her students,
business.
but she asks us about our stuff. I guess we could have also said it's
Make
personal,
it
though.
our own if you let me show you. Hey, look. Grant is expecting visitors. That's not according to plan.
Yep.
Hi, Rose. You waiting for Crantius too?
Yes.
A vigilant of Standar.
Oh, he's home. He's just busy entertaining a guest. Those women must cost him a fortune, huh?
How foul. Grant. Wait a minute. It's you. Stendar above, grant me the strength to vanquish this nemesis.
You're a jumpy one.
So it looks like we're gonna have to fight this vigilant of Standar, but... Oh, okay. We are fighting the vigilant normally. And I one-shot her. I'm pretty sure if you let Freya fight the vigilant, Freya will win. She's invincible and the vigilant is not. Due to the death of our observer, I have chosen you to be his replacement. Check on our former brother, Redis Colto. Ensure he has not summoned any abominations to his residence. If he has, return immediately so we may gather a party to raid his home. Stendar be with you. Yeah, the observer is dead. At least I think that's what this says.
Sorry about that.
Who was the observer? I have no idea. I could be wrong though.
Probably
It could be
because
like
you're old friends of Crantis.
a misdirection.
I'll get to the point. Me and Crantis were together for a month. It wasn't serious, but I guess that's out of the bag. Okay, maybe he wasn't Purity, but you know what? He was pretty bad. So
yeah, this is just her personal
kicked him
business.
out for blasphemy and lewd misconduct. The things he did to me. Let's hope Stendar wasn't watching. We stopped seeing each other. He started seeing other women. And I got jealous.
I kind of doubt that. She doesn't seem like the type who gets
Technically, it's
jealous
not
for
personal.
a guy
Harry grants
pursuing other
permission to
women.
use siren assets. You and Grace.
This definitely feels like a type to kill competition, though.
Like I said, you needed a vacation. Fighting Purity gets dull if that's all you plan on doing.
Yeah, this mission can definitely piss you off if you like walked all the way here
looks
for
like she's
immersion
finished.
purposes.
Now excuse me while I bring down his house.
Yep, so walks with Grace, our female Argonian there. She got her job done, and before you can even enter the house, it's put on fire.
His death was swift. He did not suffer. He died with a smile.
She's saying that she gave him a happy
That's
ending.
the end of that for my old flame. Get it?
Yes, you are not funny.
Like what?
You enjoy all the killing and
I
sex.
enjoy it because I'm bored, Commander. I want to
The
see
Golden
this
Maidens are
guy
not
brought
unlike
to
Freya,
life.
but they are different
frankly,
in a
I
way.
love seeing wholesome things run
But
through the mud.
concerning these are like the top people of Matari,
So if they can fall,
it
as
kind
fast
of
to
like
become the
plays
playthings
into
of
the
a
fact that
sexual demon
Matari
like
is not a
Crantis.
good person at the very
That's
least.
all the
Even if it
entertainment
wasn't
I
for
need.
the whole
What do you
observer
think?
kind of spoiling things about her. You can actually agree with her, by the way, to surprise her.
And that is exactly the type of thinking that makes this place so drab in comparison to my world. Now, are we done making the subject deeper than it needs to be? It's just
Unlike Lilith, Freya technically does have relationship points. They are not ever displayed, but it's actually possible to completely piss off Freya. Because she behaves a bit differently in a later quest, based on how much, like how you acted with her. You have to go pretty much completely out of your way to piss her off to such a point that she does not give you the offer later on.
Maidens better than anyone else. But let's not judge them based on their hobbies. They're mine too. Go if you're so impatient. Grace and I walk at our own pace to enjoy the scenery and admire the suffering. Like old Crantis in there.
Yeah, Freya and Grace are just gonna stay here. You could just F off. Anyway, yeah, alternate reality where my character is actually a female Argonian. But she has all the same stats and technically same armor, and this is just temporary. And also, this part of the side quest is unfortunately a little broken. It's not unusual to get stuck in a certain segment, which I did. Well, I'll demonstrate at some point.
Practicing yourself for the role of Lifts Her Tail too? What we're going to do is reenact the last Argonian maid for one very lucky man, Crantis Colton. Well, not the real Crantis. He's just a fictional character. The man we're performing for is a huge fan of the play.
More like he's a huge fan.
He changed his name to Crantis.
Yeah, he's a huge fan of having sex, something like that.
Why not kill the birds with one stone?
And yet somehow he was a vigilant of Stendarr.
And hit purity where it hurts. Literally.
Yeah, she says he's a top purity commander, but that's a total lie.
This isn't expecting it.
The top purity commanders are actually kind of very indoctrinated. It's kind of hard to believe they would act the way Freya says she would. They would act.
I can't get my mind of someone close by, just as sexy as you are. Someone like the commander.
I would be content if you were to take the part, sister.
So, do you want to be the star of the show? Lifts Her Tail? All the good stuff? Let it go as far as you want. If I were an Argonian, I would take it all the way. Then I'd kill him. But that's just me.
That is an option you can do, but yeah, you better know to play by heart, and the only way to know to play by heart is having a high speechcraft. I already mentioned this before, but like you need like 80 speechcraft. So you need, not only do you have to be playing a female Argonian, you also need to have played long enough that your speechcraft is very high. So this is a very niche side of this quest.
Yes.
I kind of doubt very many people saw the full thing, like, while also playing as a female Argonian.
What a shame. That would be my dream. Now let's undress you and get you into this maid outfit.
Also, I think this is like the only opportunity you get to wear this maid outfit, besides using the console commands. Because I don't think you can get these pieces of equipment for yourself. Also, I just noticed that technically our nipples are visible in these clothes. Definitely adult content. And yes, we are a reptile that lays eggs, but for whatever reason, the only way we can identify the Argonian as a girl is if we give her boobs. That's a Bethesda decision, not a new Bethesda decision, not an old Bethesda decision actually. Because in older Elder Scrolls games,
You're so used
I
to
believe the
being
female
armed
Argonians
and
just
looking
looked
all
exactly
noble.
like the male
If
ones.
the mission demands
I
it,
can't remember
you'll
what the
have to
actual
wear
difference was,
something
if any.
tasteless, just to impress the slack-jawed men that are begging for a dagger in the heart. We go pick
If for
Rantis
whatever the
Obedient.
case, the
pervert
female
has hauled
Argonians
himself up in
having
a cart with
boobs
selfies of Marco,
bothers you, well, it turns out
enjoying
there's
his time
mods
before
to
purity calls him
cut that
back.
out too, I believe. I
Imagine his surprise
don't know
when the
about them
beautiful
though.
beast flaps right on his
Also, they'd have to
doorstep.
change like all the clothes for the
He'd be
female
stupid
Argonian
not to
models,
invite
which
you in.
I mean, there's probably a patcher for it, but it's a lot of
I
modding
know
for
you're going
such
to
a
start
simple
asking
change.
questions. Save them for
I
when we
think
get
perhaps
there.
we should
We
not
need
think
to do
about
some
it,
warm-up
and therefore I
scenery
should
before
stop
you go inside.
thinking or talking about it
You
myself.
take all the time in the world. Show that out it appears around town. You might get lucky.
No, there's
Racing
no
Hall will be
like
waiting for you
extra things you
outside
can
his
do
home, lives her
by
tale.
going around with
The
this
show
outfit
can
right away.
start without you.
To be honest, I don't know why she forces you into the outfit right away.
We must hurry to Crantius' shack.
Yep, so we have to go all the way to Crantius' shack in that outfit.
You must speak with Freya so we may continue.
I don't know why the other Argonian is with us, by the way.
Ready to practice?
Yeah, you can practice, thankfully.
Fine. What is it? Where's the fun in that? Give him a farewell fit for a king. You think too much. Remember what kind of naive little Argonian you're playing. Fine. Interrogate him. Why? The battle for Pazarat is right around the bend. We already know how bad it's going to be. No interrogation. Be a good little maid and do your job.
That would spoil things if we tried to,
Because we already know. Look, just do as I say, and we can all go home with big smiles on our faces. Matari will explain everything to everyone after Pazarath. Trust me. Great. So, what we're going to do is quickly go over your lines from Act 4, Scene 3. You know.
these are the only lines that matter.
That's 5 lines left. I'll grade you on performance at the
You need to
end.
get a
Listen
perfect
whether we
grade
write it right
to
down
get
and
like
how
the
we say it.
whole thing
Okay.
through. If
So
you
you're
fail
welcome to Crantis'
the
shack.
play while
This
you're
is
in there,
something to insinuate
he
that
starts
you're
stacking
here
you and you
for
have to kill
something
him
more.
normally.
Is that all you have come here for, little one? My chambers?
You have to actually read the book yourself to know what the lines are, or you could just keep practicing until you get it all right.
So you are
She doesn't give you a copy of the book, weirdly enough, but you can. There's ample copies that you can get yourself.
Shapely tail.
Like the book is, I believe, in Skyrim, and if not, well, there's plenty of mods that add it to Skyrim.
Fear not. You are safe here with
It's
me.
quite infamous among the community.
Cleaning, huh? I have something for you. Here, polish my spear. Plenty of time, my sweet. Plenty of time. And there. End of Act 4, Scene 3. 2 mistakes, but we can't all be perfect, right?
We have to be perfect.
The problem is you didn't get the tone of each line right. At all. Remember, act innocent, but be seductive. It can't be that hard, can it?
She only says this if you fail, I
Not
think.
happy with the evaluation? There's still time to practice. But hey, bladder, you know what? This can only end one way. It's death. Stroll right in when you're ready, lift her tail.
Yeah. Actually, my stats got reset here. This is to show that with this level of speechcraft, actually, you will not succeed. So yeah, actually her complaint about us not having the right tone, that actually mattered. 94 should be good. And yeah, just have to level up here.
Good luck dealing with your master, lifts her tail.
And I guess I don't show a successful perfect practice run. But yeah, it's important to have at least 80 speechcraft. Otherwise you cannot succeed. And yeah, that guy's just standing there. He didn't even know that we were all outside.
Oh, Holy Ghost, thank you
And
for
he
blessing me with such a
accepts what's
marvelous
happening.
gift. Thank you. Thank you. Heavens, I must be
If you say
dreaming.
anything else, he
Excellent.
just starts
Simply
questioning and then
excellent.
attacking you.
I'm not sure where you're from, little maid. Consider yourself high. Oh, yes! Where should we begin? We both know each other so well. Maybe we regurgitate old dialogue.
Oh,
or
and
shall
it
we
turns
do
out
something?
he just makes the thing completely new.
I have exhausted myself to know our story from front to back as I waited for
So even if you do get it perfect, you still won't succeed. But the practice does is good for getting the hint that you need to absolutely have a high speechcraft to be able to succeed at this.
It has already begun. Tell me, what services do you provide? Cooking and cleaning? This is your house now too.
So if you want to do this perfectly, you basically have to save and reload a lot.
That you are, my petite servant. But there are more chores to be done. You must tend to your garden and check whether your melons are ripe.
Very nice.
Ah, do not worry. I shall check them myself.
If you're familiar with the play, you can kind of infer what you're supposed to say.
Her melons will be checked in due time. Tonight, I will feast upon yours before
His dialogue seems a little spliced. Also, again, another voice actor with a microphone not of great quality.
Time, my sweet. Plenty of time. Hush now, my love. The words we spoke to one another were sheer brilliance. Gracious himself is smiling down on us. Come to my bed. I shall caress your supple melons.
Yeah, even at the end,
Lifts her
I'm
tail.
pretty sure if you say, let's talk a little longer, he'll question things. And like, basically, if you fail, what he says is, he says something to the effect of, no, that's not how the play goes at all, and, oh, just go, just leave. He actually does not attack you, he just tells you to go. After which you just, attack him.
Keep it on.
Anyway, we're supposed to infer that we're having sex with him right here, but it's just a black screen. There's no actual explicit content in the base mod.
Careful now, or you'll fall off. What are you trying to reach for?
Except for like characters getting naked, I guess, because of the new body models. But even then, I think if you only have Maids 2, everyone will still have underwear when they're naked. So this is like as adult as it gets for this. Anyway, you have to actually, yeah, as soon as you kill him, you have to hurry and check everything to be able to find out more about this guy. Because it was one thing when we were outside and found out he was a Vigilant of Stendarr, but here you have to open a door to see his robes. And I can't remember where the letter is.
A dagger in the heart.
But yeah, as soon as Freya gets in here, you can't move. You're stuck in place.
Don't bother checking his cabinet.
And she says, don't bother checking his cabinets, but I've already done that.
His place booby-trapped. Time to
So basically,
burn
you're
this
actually a bit
house
more
to
in the
the
dark
ground.
about whether or not he was a Vigilant of Stendarr if you do this side of the quest. Now, unfortunately, this part right here, normally you're supposed to like leave as soon as the Flame Atronach is here. But yeah, the quest bugged for me, so essentially I just showed what was in the letter. You are hereby banished from the Vigilant of Stendarr for lewd misconduct and betrayal of everything we stand for. You may keep your possessions and mementos of when you walked the blessed path, but you're no longer considered one of us. You cannot... I don't think you can confront Freya about this, and if you can, well, it probably leads back to everything that happened in the quote-unquote regular path. Well, not that big of a deal. Still kind of cool that they put the author put so much effort for this alternate path, though. Definitely just pure fan service, though.
It's working time.
Excuse me, darling, but we are busy.
Busy here.
I must concentrate on.
I don't know what the Golden Maidens are doing here. Them meditating has no effect.
It is
It makes more
finished
sense for
then.
Matari to
I
meditate,
sense the
as it
man
will
known
be
as Crantius Colter was
kind of
no longer
demonstrated
among the
later in
living.
the mod storyline. How did you know?
Just as I can hear the echoes of pleasure from this building's second floor, I can hear the dying.
I mean, he was on the other side of the world, Matari. That's kind of a weird new ability of yours.
It will likely be the last of its kind.
Yeah, this is the
It
last
was a
mission that
necessary favor
has
for
such
Freya
explicit
to
adult
prevent
content.
her from being
Except it wasn't even
compromised.
explicit at all, so...
Freya
the
is
closest
a
it gets to
special
is
case.
lewd dialogue.
Her needs must be met so she may continue to serve
And even then it was
Serenity
kind of tame.
sirens effectively. As a gifted siren, it is in our best interest that she is at peace with herself and with those that seek to harm her.
He was not.
Crantius himself was not Freya's primary concern. It has already begun. I have relieved Trisha of her duty as Battlemaster. Her strategy consisted of sending a large force to retake Pazarath. That will no longer be necessary. Instead, I am sending 3 strike
Yeah,
teams
Trisha,
to
the
enter the
person who
fort
was
from different
responsible for our
locations.
first 2 missions,
The first
she's
team is
been
yours,
quote-unquote
and the same that
relieved.
accompanied you to retrieve the intelligence reports.
You know, and remember, she was
The
not an
second
Ashen, she was a
consists of
Nord.
highly trained sirens that I hope to leave permanently stationed at the fort
So
after it
no,
is retaken.
no guesses what happened to her.
The third team may be of interest to you. It is composed of 2 sirens, Kalisa and her newest student, Kaja.
Yeah,
I have
Trisha.
ordered that she take a personal leave until this mission is complete. Given her protests and anger, I'm afraid she will not be coming back.
Oh, likely story.
It is unfortunate that the best strategist this order has ever known.
Also, I imagine
will
her
be the
strategy
first
was
to
not
leave
just
the
to
Sirens.
bring a force directly into Pazarat. Can I at least go see her?
Our scouts report that she was last seen crossing the border into Cyrodiil, perhaps to return to her old home in Bruma.
Also, she might be dead.
That is for me to decide. Kaja has shown some promise in the time I have been gone.
Kasha being able to join us is
She is far from a true warrior, but her hastened
yeah, she's
assimilation
definitely
into
not
our
very
ranks
useful
requires
combat-wise,
her
but
to experience
like this is
battle
another
first
opportunity for you
hand.
to get closer to her, which is
Truly appreciate our
part of the
duties.
mod
During
storyline,
her
kinda.
trial at Pazarat, she
Basically,
will be
the
guided
author is
and
taking every
protected
opportunity
by
to allow
Kalisa,
you to
one of our more
get some
capable
time
warriors.
with Kasia.
She will give her life to save Kaja if need be.
Oh, I wonder if that will happen. You can refuse to let Kasia go, but
Good.
it's pretty
Then there
damn
shall
clear
be no
she's gonna
further
go no matter what.
argument. Yes, with 2 other teams assisting you, this mission will be less troublesome than you may be accustomed to on your spare time. Trisha's plan would have cost us many sirens to achieve victory. We need not take such risks. However,
This is so
the threat of our
Stalin-like.
sirens is still there.
I imagine this was Trisha's
Your
plan, but
strength is
then
that of 100
Matari was like, okay, I'll
warriors.
take the credit for your
You
plan,
are their
fire you,
replacement,
and then
and as
tell
such, you will be
everyone
the
that your
Siren's
plan
guardian
consisted
during
of
this
something really
battle.
stupid. Very
The
dictator-like
majority
behavior.
will be heroes of
Of course,
Nirn,
we're kind of making assumptions here.
along
For all
with
we know,
several
maybe it
Project
was
Vanguard
Trisha's
assassins.
plan to just
You will
assault
most
the fort with
likely
a big
encounter
force.
a new enemy there as well. Project Purity Vanguards. These vanguards
But to say
are
that
altered
all of
beasts
this is
that were once
suspicious
mine.
is
Their armors
like
have
it
fused
doesn't
with
need to
their
be said.
skill.
It's kind of
Expect
obvious.
them to be wielders of both magic
Like I mentioned several times that this mod's dialogue is not very
Aside
subtle,
from their
but you'd be
soldiers,
surprised at how
you should expect
hard
that
it
our
is for
rank
some
and
people to
purity officer
catch
at
these
Pazarak,
things, particularly when they're playing. Because
Vincentus,
I'm just watching and commentating
is
right now.
an
It's a lot easier to
uninspired
notice these
man
things
that should
because I'm not
easily be
distracted by the
disposed of
gameplay.
if you are the first to encounter him. Also, if your reports of the incident near Snowvale Sanctum are true, then you should expect Bosca to be
Yeah, we'll be
guarding
confronting this
Vincentus.
Vincentius
If I may
guy.
ask, how did you allow Bosca to escape
He
your
paralyzed me. How come you didn't know that? You definitely probably should not say the second option.
That is understandable. Hope that it does not occur again. Killing Bosca now would guarantee the destabilization of the heroes and destroy Purity's greatest weapon. There is one last thing you should know before I allow you to leave for Pazareth. Something very important that you must heed. There is a grotto atop Fort Pazareth. Vincentius will surely be near that area, given its symbolic importance to Purity. In that grotto is a shrine dedicated to a spirit that perished there 200 years ago, fighting an infant version of Purity. The spirit is a master of deceit.
Of deception?
Has no bounds. She is a being that has no place in this world.
To be honest, that right there, Matari's last line before she says she calls herself Serenity, that actually makes sense. Serenity was, like if you play Maids 1, if you had the right mods, Serenity was basically a World of Warcraft Night Elf. And if you know anything about the World of Warcraft Night Elves, or elves in general, I guess, they're very, very sexy, much more than the Elder Scrolls ones.
Even now, the anomalies that she carelessly unleashed upon the world during the Oblivion Crisis linger to this day.
And Serenity is in Maids 2. We will actually be able to talk to her. But she will not be a World of Warcraft Night Elf. She's just a spirit.
The Pinder family has encountered her clan periodically throughout the years. Her interfering presence has only diminished with Marcus's birth. Marcus was wise in keeping Serenity's true nature a secret from the rest of the Sirens. The grotto was normally sanctioned off for security purposes when we still controlled it. The Sirens would not have been comfortable knowing that the being of love and peace, as they were led to believe, was actually a vengeful spirit guarding their roof.
To be fair, Serenity is not a being of love and peace, but she's definitely not a vengeful spirit either. She's not exactly the most interesting character, Serenity. I guess we'll talk more about her when we get to it. We will get to her at the end of this mod. Well, close to the end. There's still like an hour left, isn't there? Yeah, an hour. In 7 minutes. And 7 seconds.
Will mark the beginning of the end for Project.
But yeah, the end of this mod is basically Pazareth, Fort Pazareth, so it's a pretty big end to it. This is like proper design because when you're releasing your big adventure mod in parts, you want each part of the mod to have like a big finale.
Go. Retake Fort Pazareth.
Our mistress requires our full attention.
And now we have to go all the way to east of Windhelm, which I showed on the map before, but I had to skip all the way to it to save some time.
Just like old times, eh?
And yeah, we're back with Samantha, Lilene, and Lilith.
It was a big, memorable one when we got to the bridge. This one is going to be...
Ironically, I can't help but feel that this mission, Fort Pazareth, is a little shorter. Mostly because there's less talking.
Hey, thought you might be needing this. It's going to get nasty in there.
So yeah, this is your reward for saving Talia. The only other time you see her. A potion. And I think it's randomly generated.
If I'd have known Matari's plan, I would have warned you. I'm sorry. Kasha joining us on this mission is completely unexpected, and something that Marcus would never have
Yeah, but it's something Kasha would definitely have approved of if she was in her Act 1 state.
Unless you believe in giving Kasha moral support, there is nothing. Her life is in the hands of Calissa's team. Calissa strongly believes in the protection of the Pinder family. She shares the same sentiments as we do. Aside from you, there is no better guardian for Kasha. We can trust her. Go ahead. We have some time before the other two teams arrive. We weren't at the palace when it happened. Melody only mentioned it in passing when she relayed Matari's orders. Besides the Golden Maidens, it seems no one was present when Trisha was relieved. Matari. We shouldn't discuss this any further.
I think I'm gonna be fine if I say things.
I see it too.
Maybe not Lilith, though.
Be on guard. There is nothing we can do to take back what we said in the past. That would not make Command happy. That's an extreme accusation. And something you shouldn't bring up around the others.
That is an extreme accusation.
Killing
If
is
you're
not
like
out of
in
the
a situation
norm
like
for
this in
the
real
Maids.
life,
But to kill
saying
one of their own
this is a
isn't
bit
heard of. Only
outrageous
Freya could be
unless
so
it's like a
callous.
recurring thing that you are aware of.
Which makes the implications even more disturbing. If I find out anything, I'll let you know. Trisha was a friend, and someone we could trust. Serenity Sirens needed her. There's one other thing we need to discuss. Serenity. Melody told us the same thing Tori told you. This being is not as good-natured as we were led to believe. I know you want to speak to her. Serenity is a holy matron. A group that has remained elusive and unknown to every siren since our order was founded by Marcus. He never told us who or what she was, only that she was a being of pure love. Our leaders sure liked to keep their secrets. So much that I've been given strict orders to prevent you from entering the Forbidden Grotto, where her spirit rests. I'm choosing to belay that order.
Belay. That's a nice
Whether
way
or
to
not
say
Serenity
I'm not
is
gonna
as
obey it.
dangerous as Command is now making her out to be. She has the answers that you and I are looking for.
Not really. Serenity
It
is
took
not
some
nearly as
convincing.
helpful as you might think
But
she is.
they've agreed to accidentally ignore any attempts you
Honestly,
make at getting to Serenity's
it'll be kind of hard to explain what Serenity is.
Still, you shouldn't make it
I
so
still,
obvious.
to this day,
I'm not sure if the other
3
teams
years
have
after
been
I've
given
done
the
these
same order.
videos, I
In the
still
middle
don't
of the
not sure
battle,
exactly what
I
she's
suggest
supposed
you
to
and
be
Kasha
in
get to the
Maids
second
2.
floor
Her
and make your
role
way
is
to the
very
shrine.
confusing
Things are changing back
with
at the
the
palace.
least. It's also, I guess it's
I
also because it's
suspect
not
Matari's
as
make a
interesting
bold
as everything
move.
else.
The pieces
Even
are all
Kasha is more
aligned.
interesting.
Marcus is dead, and our battle
At the very
master
least
is
in the
gone.
context of Act 2 and 3.
The only people left standing that control the future of Serenity's Sirens are Freya, the Golden Maidens,
Hell, even
and
Act 4 and
Matari.
5.
She may as well have been our leader, ever since Marcus began drifting away. She announced that she was our official leader to you. She's about to announce it to the rest of us.
Doesn't seem like much will change.
Look.
Yeah, you
they're
can
here.
call her. I'll be honest, I kind of regret saying that because it's not something you really want to point out to her. That she's basically the one different siren that doesn't want to say anything good about Matari. Anyway, we get help here, and
Allow me to speak with Calissa so we can outline
believe
the
it or
strategy.
not, your actions with those injured assassins will actually be quote-unquote helpful here. To be honest, all the followers you get here aren't that useful, but they are all immortal, so if for whatever reason you struggle in combat with Purity nor Heroes of Nirn, well, you can get extra followers by healing and helping those that were injured before the last quest we just did. Oh, my head is suffering from frostbite.
Lilith, everyone is here. You're ready to move at Commander's order.
I wasn't expecting a team of the
I believe
Saracens.
Kalista is not a Nashin, by the way. So don't get too attached, I guess. Anyone that's
Understood.
not
Our plan is to enter
a
the fortress from
Nashin,
the front
part of
entrance.
Serenity Sirens,
Your team
it's
and
pretty
Sasha's
clear
will enter
there's
from the
a
back.
low life expectancy. That includes us, by the way.
But there is a master control within the reservoir. that
We're a
will
Red
lower
Guard. We might be Dragonborn, but
When they're
we're
down,
ultimately a Red
you
Guard,
can
not a
circle
Nashin.
around the outer perimeter
And I
and
don't.
reach the command center.
I'm not sure if we can actually like be a Nashin using mod commands or something like that. I don't think it's an
Yes.
option
We'll
in
need to
the
make
race
adjustments
menu or
as we
whatever.
go if something goes wrong.
Ready then?
Ready.
Not like
Stay
they have any
safe for
special
yourself.
stats or anything. It's just a different look. You can talk
Board our
to
boat when you're equipped and
Kasha and Kalisa, I believe.
As
Yeah.
soon as you board your boat, the rest of us will follow suit.
She's all the way back over there, Kasha.
You don't need to say anything. My life belongs to the Pindar family, just like every siren should be. Focus on your mission. I will focus on keeping Kaja safe. They are the wounded sirens you helped in the armory. They wish to join you on this mission as a thank you for saving them.
Yep.
Fight as one.
So there's 4 of them.
Need something?
Because we saved all 4. If you only like saved 1 or 2, it would only be those 2, I think.
You believe what they're making me do? That's the plan, but I wish I was on your team.
I don't need or want you on my team. I don't know you, and I don't care to know you.
Crazy. So don't worry about me, okay? Kalisa told me that there might be. Do you think I might find my mother?
Doubtful.
Maybe I'll know just by looking at her. Or
Like it's
maybe
been
some of the bodies.
in-game time. It
something
should have been like
identify
weeks
her.
since the original attack on Pazarat. So you'd think the Heroes of Nirn would have gotten rid of all the bodies.
Just don't jeopardize your team
You know,
by doing so.
assuming
We
that
should get back with our teams.
her mother
I think we're
was
heading out soon.
there.
I'll see you after we win.
After all, it's
okay?
Matari that told us her mother was stationed here.
Don't worry. I hid the carriage so no one will know you guys are coming.
Yeah, it auto saves. Well, actually, no, I saved manually. It takes so long to save, man. Yeah, once you go out here, you're not technically allowed to go back. However, where you are sent is actually part of the overworld. You can actually swim your way back if you want. And this place was always accessible from the overworld, but the door would have been locked.
This is it. There's no telling what we'll find once we're inside.
Lots of combat.
No. All of us have always been stationed at Euphoria. However, Samantha has been studying old logs and gathering descriptions from those who have, so she will serve as our guide. From this
Not
point
really.
on, you're in charge of this team. Give us our orders and we will carry them out.
We have no orders to give, they
You may
just
wanna
follow
talk to the
us.
others for advice. When you're ready, let me know so we can go through the door. Take your time. Gather your best gear before we move on.
So yeah, all these assassins are joining us, and Meline and Samantha. The others are not with us because they're part of different
If you
teams.
need any potions when we're inside, let me know. I brought several spare bottles just for you. They may not seem very effective, but yes, they will. It's what they've been trained to do all of their lives. They follow their orders without hesitation or protest.
Makes it very easy to not create new dialogue too.
I've studied the layout of Pazaroth for days. I'll know what's around.
So yeah,
everywhere.
Samantha has some advice about
Purity built it to
the
safeguard their history.
enemies you will be fighting here, but
They
it's nothing
abandoned
compared
it,
to actually,
we
you know,
found
doing it
and
yourself.
now they have it again. Our turn. No one in Serenity's Sirens has ever been allowed to enter the grotto, so I have no idea what you'll find up there. The scouts reported they were on their way here a week ago. None of us have fought one yet, but they were used during Purity's battle with the Pinders in High Rock almost 100 years ago. We know they're tough to take down and have a range of destruction spells, and they're tall, very tall.
Yeah, the Project Purity Vanguards are basically the elite soldiers of Purity. They're basically like Storm Atronachs, not
you
real
ready?
people. Despite that, you can technically behead them.
Meline, open that door.
On it.
She's quote-unquote using explosives to breach it.
This thing better not explode in my face.
I emptied out most of the powder when we found it. There's just enough in there to break the lock. Trust me.
It's set. Everyone stand back.
There was our element of surprise.
As if we ever had it. That also doubled as the signal for the other teams to attack.
There is like another entrance into this place. it comes up later in the story. But you can't enter from that place from Skyrim. It's like technically and like Morrowind, technically. Well, not really, but it's not part of the general vanilla Skyrim overworld. That's the basic point. Alright, time to fight. So lots of enemies here. Don't confuse the assassins for your characters. They're all immortal, but you can get bodied here if you get completely focused on. But generally, if you have enough people helping you, it should be fine. Yeah, the white robe guys are the Project Purity. The ebony guys, ebony armor guys, are the Heroes of Nirn. The vanguards are not here yet. Yeah, the Project Purity guys can paralyze people. Like that guy just paralyzed Lilith. We have to wait for Lilith to get up, I guess. They don't have very interesting loot.
Those blue crystals aren't natural. They're the work of a mage, like Vincentius. They're as hard as metal. It would take hours for us to cut through just one. We'll need to go around so we can regroup with the other teams.
Yeah, so if you look at, you can tell the people to hold position, but there's not much point. This area is not that big. Yeah, those crystals over there, that's to block the way, because normally you'd be able to go left and immediately go through the staircase, but because the crystals are there, you have to go all the way around. And there's a corpse here too. Yeah, I'm waiting for my character to warm up. That's why I'm next to that brazier.
Purity doesn't seem as exotic as I imagined. Don't get me wrong, they're crazy, but did something happen to them since the Westfield massacre?
Heard that sirens either call themselves as Pazara.
Yeah, you
or
can ask for
Notorious
healing
Sirens.
potions from Meline. Not while you're
Usually
fighting, of
separate,
course.
Usually permanently.
She's not gonna talk to you while you're in the middle of battle. Seems to be something there, but you're better off ignoring it for now. I think the way is blocked anyway. There was a bit of loot there, but you can just ignore it. And now it's time for more combat. You can be a sneak archer if you want here. I forgot to crouch, so I didn't get the bonus damage. It feels like you should get the bonus damage if you're still standing. I'm using the black bow on these guys, by the way. Which is the bow from Dragonborn, the DLC. It's actually important for the purpose of this mod, the black bow. It has a very special attribute that's recognized by Maids 2. Very cool because Maids 2 was like its development started before the release of Dragonborn, I believe. Like the Dragonborn DLC. Yeah, you could have also used this clear fire trap to deal a lot of damage to those guys. Anyway, the way is blocked. Why is that? We have to talk to Lilith.
We'll need to have someone go into the reservoir and activate the master override to lower all the gates. I brought several water-breathing potions. Which one of us should go?
So this is a path split?
Understood. Here. Take these 2 potions of water breathing. It's very easy to get lost in the reservoir. Use them only when you need them most.
She's not kidding. The reservoir is basically a maze that
we'll
has you
regroup with the
go
other teams.
underwater for a decent period of time. There's also multiple things to find there. That's why I picked that. If you pick the option where you let Lilith go, you basically have to defend yourself for several minutes here before moving forward. But yeah, I have spells for water breathing and even swimming faster, so I'm basically made for this quest. This part of the quest. Yeah, the reservoir is right here. I think your way would have been blocked if you tried to go there. So, but yeah, this place is definitely a maze. You need to be aware of like where you can possibly go while you're down here. And if you're not a fan of swimming underwater, well, that's why there's another option to just let it do this. Like you just defend yourself for 2 minutes while a bunch of reinforcements of Heroes of Nirn appear. And you got all your allies with you besides Lilith, so it's not that hard. But yeah, there's a dead end right here. There's dead ends everywhere in this maze, so it's not as obvious as it seems to where you're supposed to go. In normal vanilla Skyrim, you'd actually start drowning by now. But I immediately found a way to where I'm supposed to go. What happened here? Apparently kids died. I'm not sure what they mean by kids. Like, wasn't it just sirens that were here? Like, the women? Why would there be kids? Also, I feel it would have made more sense for these guys to have just, died of hunger by being trapped here, not knowing how to get back out. It would have made sense lore-wise, I feel. But that's not all there is to this place. There's actually some other secrets. And I will be showing them right now because I kind of don't want to go anywhere else here. You can kind of try to use Skyrim's map system to help you here, but it's not very useful. Skyrim's map system for interiors is just... It just wasn't made for 3D. And the maze here overlaps in paths, so you can't tell where you're going. You know, yeah, water breathing ran out here, so I actually started losing health. That's what happens when you run out of air when you're underwater. You start getting damaged over time. I heal. And I cast water breathing again. I cast Reynos' fins again. These are DLC spells, by the way, just in case you're not aware. And now we start again, and there was a transition there. I think that's because I got lost and wasted a lot of time. I actually really like this. I like mods that force you to dive underwater for a long period of time. Yeah, so this is like one of the secrets. The Pazrat couple's journal. Rejoice, my brothers and sisters, for if you are here, then you are too have broken free. Before you are the corpses of me and my beloved Elena. Together and the reservoir and broke our oath to project purity days after the history above turned to the ground. Debt to lust. Love is the key to salvation. How long have they been here? Jeez. They must have been here for like hundreds of years. They're corpses. I could be wrong. Whatever the case, the real reward for getting all the way here is that moonstone brick and the ebony ingot. Ebony ingots are so rare, man. Particularly in vanilla Skyrim. I know that there's lots of mods that make it a lot easier to get them, but just in general, ebony ingots, they're useful all the way until the end game equipment, unless you're playing mods that give you like the best equipment as unique rewards. Whatever the case, I believe that was it. I don't think there's any other secrets here. So it's time to leave. There's no one alive down here, in case you're wondering. It's not impossible to get stuck and start panicking, by the way. Kind of annoying. That's the whole point of mazes, though. You're not supposed to, like... Have you ever traveled outside? Have you ever touched grass? Person who's listening to me? Have you ever gone out of your home for a decent distance away and then had to think about how you would get all the way back to your home? Because I like biking, but the further away I get from my home, the more I have to think about how long it's going to take to get all the way back from there, from where I went to. Anyway, I'm demonstrating what this happens. This is definitely the way you were supposed to get rid of the other ebony guys that were here before. Combat started without us, but don't worry, all the important characters are immortal. That was a Vanguard right there, and I just did a finishing move on him. And we're moving forward. In case you're wondering why there's so many people, it's because these are the reinforcements.
Now's your chance. Protect Kasha.
Yeah, we have to bring Kasha with us to the upper floors.
Any additional reinforcements?
Why? Because the mod wants to ship us with her.
Those sons
Still.
of bitches got Kalissa. Kill them.
Oh, Kalissa's dead? And only Kalissa? The one non-Ashen except me? You could have seen her corpse, by the way. There's no way to save Kalissa, by the way. She's dead by the time you get to Kasha.
Oh god, they got Kalissa. They got her. Where can we go? They could be anywhere. From Serenity? But they closed off the grotto. We aren't allowed.
So what?
Okay.
I think I find Kalissa's corpse around here. Maybe not. So yeah, that's one of the other entrances. And there's Kalissa. Her corpse is completely out of... Oh my god! What the hell? Look at the amount of money. I think this might be an Easter egg of some sort. Kind of crazy. Unfortunately, carrying all that money makes me encumbered. Very annoying. So we're gonna put most of it here. It's not like I need the money. This is basically just lore. Yeah, Purity was originally the one who made this fort, I believe. Yeah, there was corpses in the water reservoir, or whatever you want to call it. Must have been from the third era, like hundreds of years ago. Anyway, it's time to go upstairs. And it's time for a lot of talking too. those crystals are in the way. We could have just walked to here. Lots of blood in the way, by the way.
What was that? I knew it!
Boom. Kinda wish I beheaded him. He's kind of blue, too. Very weird. I don't think he's supposed to be a Dunmer, too. Just very blue. Although, I guess if any race it could be blue, it's the Dunmer. They're more like ash skin, though.
I told you she wouldn't be easy to kill.
No matter. Fate isn't so kind to those that have fulfilled that destiny as foretold by the Elder Scrolls. All it takes is the right circumstance.
They're talking about me.
For her to fall. We will kill her.
And you'll be doing it without my heroes.
Consider our actions retribution for your incompetence at Jonestead.
I wasn't aware she was more than just a guardian that Marcus hired.
But you did when you met her outside Snowvale Sanctum. Your admiration for this woman has proven you to be an incapable leader. Thus I am denying your request to transport a cargo from the island to Innocence.
So you deny the one thing that can defend your home and defeat the Sirens? How does that make you any better than I?
Simple. We actually have a plan. Our alchemists have made a breakthrough in our project. It's only a matter of time before we reveal it to you. And when we do, you'll be given the opportunity to use it.
And if I don't want any part in your plan, what happens?
Then your request stays denied.
Fine, but it better be good.
Believe me, Commander, it will be. Now, shouldn't you be fighting alongside your warriors?
What warriors? They're all dead. I'm leaving.
And now it's time for us to breach.
It's her!
Boss guy is gone the moment the door opens. There's no way for you to attack him. Even if you like breach the door early. So yeah, those vanguards are basically elite enemies for you to deal with. All that when you just go upstairs again.
Look around you. What do you see?
Vincent just ran away, but now he's very calm. You have to talk to him, by the way.
How can you
I'm pretty sure he's
this?
immortal
You're
right
a
now.
monster.
I wasn't talking to you. Tell me, Commander. Make me understand your point of view. What do you want? Wrong? In what way? Are you still under the impression that we're responsible for nearly 200 years of suffering of this poor girl's family? Things have changed. A gap of lost history and information lies between the Oblivion Crisis and the present. You have no idea what we have gone through to be here today.
Lots of talking here. You can kill them pretty quickly if you know what to ask, though.
You bring that up for good reason. It seems like another attack on the Pinder family, but it is so much more. We're done with the master plan of slowly prodding the beast until it bites back. That was done decades ago. Marcus' death was a statement, the first of many. Brutality against who? The Sirens, or... Disgusting to look at, yes. But their bodies had to be burned to ensure that they can't be used for more nefarious purposes. They wouldn't have suffered as long as they surrendered. Unfortunately, none of them did. We had no choice. Consider it mercy killings, if you will. This is war. They fight for the enemy, they die. There is no easier way around the issue. To turn them against their mistress is something that would require time, and time is a dying commodity. Not anymore. I'm sorry, child. You are among the sirens now. Like them, it's too late for you. She could have died in peace with us, Commander. There was no need to drag her into war. Asked in ignorance, the two of you so foolish to get involved in something that has escalated past a rivalry between two clans. This war is no longer about the Benders. Capturing Bazarov was our moment of glory and a symbolic moment of defiance. There is something poetic about returning to the home where we first tasted defeat. And we know that to truly touch Matari's mind, you must be poetic with your victories. Notice, every single Purity member that you killed on your way here knew that this would be their grave.
What about the Cures of Nirn?
Knew that there was no way we could possibly hold on to this fort for so long. What we believed could be achieved here was to kill as many sirens as possible, until you appeared in the war. So, how many sirens died today? Strange and convenient. When faced against incredible odds, only one person dies. And did she happen to bear any signs of skepticism towards the sirens?
She wasn't an Ashen, that's the real thing.
Of illusion around you.
To be honest, I don't know if Kalissa actually had any doubts about Matari. She just didn't kiss her ass like the other Ashen did.
No matter how hard you tried, you could not say.
So it's not about having doubts, it's about not kissing the
You
ass.
don't need to ask me that. You know the answer yourself. They fight because they know we're right, and you're wrong. The truth.
He's barefoot, I just noticed.
Who do you think you are?
That's awful. Don't walk barefoot outside in the cold, people.
A warrior, a god. All men and
Look
women
at the feet are an extremity.
have tried to
This is how you die of the cold first.
Glimpsing into the fold of an Elder Scroll pales in comparison to what we know. To know the truth is to lose yourself to the void. Your mind would not survive.
I'll take my chances.
You are beyond help. You're stuck in this narrow belief. You think that what you're fighting, this Matari...
Man, I complained about some stuff from Serenity Sirens and Matari and whatever. But holy crap, I do not like the Purity people. The Heroes of Nirn are okay by comparison. But the Purity people, they're all the guys are basically the same people. This guy has the same voice as Samuel too, by the way. At least it sounds like the same voice. And there's gonna be another guy later on who's gonna sound exactly like this guy. Very annoying.
For sick and maniacal purposes. At least that way, the beast can die. There is no reason to live if you can't find bliss. And for her, bliss is the only reason she can't exist.
Yeah, you have options to
The plan is simple.
like just stick it to him right away, but
The end of all living beings on Earth.
everything just goes to the same dialogue.
And without warning. The nature of the weapon is quite contrary to the enemy we're facing, beyond mortal comprehension. Of course, I won't tell you what it is, because that would be absurd on my part. It's our only hope, after all. I speak like a man who has no reason to live, not as long as she's alive. The being that chose to attack us rather than guide us out of madness. You have learned more from me than you can from her. She chooses who she speaks to. She hasn't said a word to me, a sign that she is still as emotional as the rest of her clan. She has learned nothing in the time she has spent in solitude. If you want to sift through a disregard for lesser beings, be my guest. It's obvious one of her kind has already spoken to you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stopped to ask me questions about Matari. I die. You won the battle today by your presence alone. A shame, since Bezeroth could have been the site of 2 major defeats for the Sirens. Instead, it was a victory won by a pitiful, dull display of swords and shields. Don't you grow tired of it? The killing? Then let us be the ones to do it. We will be the last.
Oh, please.
There is no point in fighting. You've already won. Thank you. Into the darkness I go.
It's actually optional. That being said, we do not see Vincentius later on if you do not kill him. But yeah, I actually do want to kill him, so I don't even care if he likes it. I would have liked to behead him though. Anyway, yeah, Serenity is just a spirit.
There she is. Serenity.
He had my sword. That Argonian had my sword. You just missed him. He climbed the scaffolds and jumped. Know him?
Yeah, that's Serenity. Bosca's sword. I don't know. Remember if Serenity of Maids 1 had a special sword. She might have. I just didn't notice. I
You might be someone I
can't
can
remember.
trust. Or you might not. Let's find out. Why don't you start from the beginning and tell me who you are and what you're doing? Oh, well, things have changed so much. It's not good. 103 years since I was abandoned here. Until today, I haven't spoken to anyone. Strange people have come and gone through this grotto for the past decade. I hear what they say, but without context. I never understood until now. It's all coming together. The missing chapter has been found, and Matari is the writer. I make no promises, but
I liked
before we get to that point, you
how the
must
second
give me a
option
history
sounded,
lesson.
but it's basically the same
200
thing.
years ago, I destroyed the history tree planted at this very spot.
Yeah, she
That
sacrificed
you already know.
herself.
What you don't know is that the Pinder family became the target of retribution for my act of aggression. At the time, we thought it was a case of
Like
mistaken
the
associations.
sort of like it makes it sound like I'm
Poisoned by Purity's innocence.
oversimplifying it if I say what she did in Maids 1, but you literally like encounter her like at the last act of Maids 1, and literally 5 minutes later she sacrificed herself to solve everything. It's very abrupt.
Yes, we fought side by side in this grotto until I had to make my sacrifice to destroy the tree. We parted too soon.
Yeah, basically she just pointed it out right here.
Still around so you could see him in battle. His prowess was enough to move even an orc to tears.
So yeah, if you had said the hero or the champion of Oblivion was her, Serenity would have said it was her right here. I think that's like one of the few things that decision changes for later, because the Oblivion champion is not mentioned that many times.
When Purity began attacking the Pinder family, we thought it was due to the fog of war caused by the champion's interference many years before. If only it was so simple.
So this all started because of you. If you hadn't destroyed the history, my family wouldn't have gotten involved in this war.
I'm so sorry. The tree was an evil abomination. It had to be destroyed.
The tree was introduced at the last act too, very abruptly as well. It's so weird.
Things would have become very, very unpleasant on Earth.
Like you're basically trying to, in Maids 1, you're basically trying to free these slaves from the sun, and then all of a sudden you're introduced to all these aspects that make very little sense without context.
As the Shadow War
And you're
dragged
never
on,
given the context until you
Purity
play
and
the
Maids
sequel,
provided
which
us
took years to make.
with shelter and training. The family came to call my people holy matrons, for we had become their mothers. Despite all the losses the Pinder family endured, they survived. We watched with sorrow and pride. Like any mother, we wanted to constantly protect them, but we couldn't. We are creatures that are shunned in your world, and for good reason. We walk a fine line between love and lust. Our existence must be kept secret to all but the chosen. Things went smoothly for 100 years. Then something happened that no one could have predicted. Our connection to the Pinders and to the world was severed. For 2 years the world was dark. My soul was expunged from my spiritual mother, the goddess. My soul flung back here as a grand insult by fate. The shrine that the matrons were building for me had been abandoned. I feared the worst. For 100 years I thought they were all dead. Until finally, today you tell me that they might still live. An observer came to you, a holy matron.
Yeah, about that. That observer is apparently dead.
I don't know, I've been out of the loop for a century.
I don't know what Serenity was talking about in reference to the goddess, by the way. Like, I don't know if she's referring to an Aja or Deja, if it's a Warcraft thing, because she was a night elf in Maids 1, technically.
There's only one woman in the Legion that doesn't spread her legs open at the sight of a charming lady. Well, if you want to be blunt...
She can't deny it.
You don't contact them, they contact you. After skies divide, she said. Maybe they'll speak to you again if you survive. As for me,
unfortunately, they do not.
Years ago, if I could.
Like
I'm stuck here and I'm lonely.
Assuming the observer actually isn't dead and that was just like a hiccup or a misunderstanding on my part, the epilogue of the Maids 2 mod has never been completed. Like the whole story is complete, but there's no like epilogue for giving more meaningful impact to your decisions as the author kind of planned, because he couldn't really get the voice actors all back together for making them speak a bit more. Kind of unfortunate. 4 Ashen, 1 Redguard. That's what the Golden Maidens used to be. They're all Ashens now, though.
They crave pleasure just like the holy matrons, only they follow a very different philosophy from a different mother. Matari. That's a name I've never heard before until today.
Well, you mentioned Mataria yourself. Yeah.
A name's a name. You can change it whenever you start a new game, but you're still the same person.
Well, now she's being meta.
I make no assumptions.
But you do know her.
To know someone and to know of someone are two different things. My people's history is a long and troubled one. You can say it was shaped by what we're calling Matari.
Your people fought Matari?
Long ago. We failed because we thought she could be beaten into submission. My sword was used against her. It worked temporarily. She came back.
She got better.
You see, you can't win against Matari through physical means. It's a mental battle. Your dreams are just the beginning. You've yet to experience even her weakest methods of manipulation.
Can she be stopped?
No.
There has to be a way.
Oh, I was afraid of this. No one wants to be told they're going to die the next day.
You underestimate my power.
It's a difficult concept to explain.
I am an archmage that has the power to
hard to comprehend.
alter reality.
It would make my head hurt if I still had
And I had mods to give me even bigger spells.
That's what will happen when she wins.
But yeah, Matari as a villain is clearly meant to be like a step above even Alduin.
Otherwise,
it's kind of why it feels like Maids 2 should be played after you've beaten the main quest.
Good idea to kill everyone before she can? There is another plan. You could do what my people have been doing for thousands of years. You can just let things unfold and enjoy yourself. Live life how you want it to be lived. At last, there's this new plan proposed by the Observer. As I said, I make no assumptions, so I will only tell you this. There will be sacrifices. That is a guarantee. Your goal will be to inspire fear. You'll fight a battle of the minds with the Grand Manipulator herself. She will tempt you, and you will lose your sanity. And you will fail. But when you
Oh, we got
think
custom
this
music
through,
here.
well, you'll know what to do. It's different for everyone that's tried. The Purity Fellow said it better than I could. You will not understand. You need to see things for yourself.
I'm kind of thinking about things ahead of time here. Like, I'm assuming things, but I think when the author was writing this, he actually didn't know what to do for the mental battle with Matari at the end of his big story. What he did, it might not satisfy everyone, but it is something.
Unless you're planning on living for another few hundred years, you only have the rest of your life. Or maybe she's getting impatient and has accelerated her plan. Maybe you have only a day.
Okay, now Serenity is kind of exaggerating
as early
here.
as possible while you still have the chance. We only know the beginning and end. Build alliances and oversee the end of the world. She has her alliances. Those are the Sirens. We don't know how many pieces lie in between. Maybe those are the only two. If that's the case, then you may have already failed. It will not help you. It's meant to help the future. Matari's plan is as old as her mind. We don't understand the full scope, but we know that it relies heavily on manipulation. If you manage to reject her, she may become insecure. Any changes now to her plan would have been done in maddened haste. The end draws near. Soon her plan will have to go into full motion. Neither Purity's or the Observer's plan are guaranteed to work. That's why I still say you should just take it easy like I've been doing and live.
Okay, you're just a spirit.
Interesting, isn't it? An account told from the point of view of Dasan, but not written by him. This is but a taste of what Matari has planned for you. Dasan, despite his imposing demeanor, was easily swayed by half-truths. You are not that kind of person. Matari
To be
will
clear, Maids 1 Deshawn, you meet him literally like you're told about him, right? About him being in control of all these slaves. As soon as you get into his room, he basically tells you, okay, I want to get out of here. Do you want to take over my job and leave me be? Or do you want to fight? And depending on whether or not you let him live, well, he just leaves after that and you never see him again. So, again, Maids 2 says so much more about what happened in Maids 1.
Well, Matari is just a woman.
There are no succubus in Elder Scrolls. There are dangerous seducers, though, which is basically a succubus.
It's Matari. You got it! That's exactly who she is. Clap, clap. Mystery surrounds the foundation.
Yeah, this is actually a good answer right here. This was much bigger than I imagined. If you're playing this mod thinking this is just going to be a waifu mod where you get close to a female NPC, like a young teenage girl female NPC, and you are just going to get the romancer after you beat the Talmor or something, you know, like Rigma or Puma, well, then you get lore dropped all this stuff and all this new things, and suddenly you're on a big adventure that isn't very clear what's going to happen. Remember, at the time this act of this mod came out, your choices were stuff like Wormstute, maybe, or that other mod that was like a new world. I can't remember the name.
Listen, I'd love for you to stay in chat, but
the one with the really simple plot.
We can take them on.
Don't worry about them. You two go up.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of people back there. Purity Vanguards. They would actually put up a decent fight. They won't beat me, but they definitely Kasha would not be able to beat them.
Wait, what will happen to you?
Why don't we find out? Come on, Purity, remember me?
We need you to tell the other Sirens what you know.
It's too late for them.
What? Wait, tell us. What is Sky's Divide?
Where it all comes to an end. Now go, get out
You know,
of here.
this is a bit spoilers, but she could have just said north. Sky's Divide is north of Skyrim. It's not exactly north, obviously, but it would have at least given us a starting point. Instead, one of the main things the characters try to do for the rest of the Act 2 and Act 3 is to find out where Sky's Divide is, and we never find out until like at a certain point in Act 4, I believe. Anyway, it's dark. I don't know what Kasha is.
Very dangerous to jump into shallow waters.
We owe Serenity for the soft landing.
The being of love and peace. Was she really?
I don't know why I was so far away from these two.
We can talk on our way back to the palace.
It's over. Pazarath is ours again. Our only casualty was Calissa.
The only non-Ashen except
Kasha
me.
tells me you spoke to Serenity. What did she say?
Nothing
It's
much.
Disturbing.
I should have said
and a
nothing
lot to
important.
take in. But we need more information. There are still many questions Serenity couldn't answer. A lot has happened in the past 100 years. There's no point in hiding my feelings anymore. You know that I don't trust Matari. I trust in you and Kasha. We need to work together to stop her, but we'll need to keep it as quiet as possible. I'm glad you believe in me. I'm going to request a transfer to Pazarath for me
Yeah,
and the
you can
rest
say
of the
that
team.
she's a siren and therefore I
If I'm
can't
going to
believe in
help
her.
you,
And I think
I
she
want
says
to be
something
as
to the
far
effect
away
of,
from Atari as possible.
yeah, I wouldn't
I'll
trust
try
me
to give
either,
any
maybe.
clues about Trisha's
Kind of like what
whereabouts in the
Parthenax does. When you
You
tell them that,
need to
hey, the
keep
Blades want to kill you, and he's like,
Serenity
they're
gave you
right
three
to want to
plans,
kill me. I
but
won't trust
only one
another
of them could
dragon.
save the world. We
Of course, this
either
just
let
makes
Purity
Parthenax
win,
more likable,
or we do
so
something to stop them, and Matari.
no one really sides with the
Serenity is
Blades unless
wrong.
they really need
There
that one
is
extra
still
dragon
hope.
soul.
You two need to get back to the palace. I'll take you back to the mainland and bring the boat back here. And ma'am, please take care of yourself. The world needs you again.
Yeah, we just get teleported back to the palace. Now it's time for the end of Act 2, which is going to take us another 12 minutes. There's technically like an optional side quest I could do in addition to this, but it's part of Act 3, bizarrely enough. Also, gargoyles, god damn it. I don't know why gargoyles attack so much lately. Like when I was recording the mod, gargoyles attack so damn rarely when I play the game normally. I guess it's because I'm usually not out at night. Well, whatever the case, once you're good enough to deal with gargoyles, at least they give good loot for when you defeat them, because they give like ore and stuff, which is like always
What if
useful.
she's right? Serenity, what if we shouldn't get involved with this any further? We might be making matters worse if we try to stop Matari. But what has she done? We both had a vision the first night we slept at the palace. It terrified me, but it didn't hurt anyone. We're being told she'll destroy the world, but will she? Besides what Serenity and Purity told us, I wouldn't have even thought of that. The one time I saw her, and the few times you saw her, was there anything that would indicate that's what she's planning? I saw my father. No matter how many times I tried, I just couldn't save him. I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, so if you were curious if she like went through the wedding sequence that you did, well, this is your proof that that wasn't the case. But even then, the implication back when you got your dream and she told you she couldn't
maybe
fight
maybe
the
you're
illusion.
right. I didn't think of that.
Well, it makes you think
Then
she
do we
went
just
through
keep
a
doing what
wedding
we've been
too.
doing? Keep fighting for Serenity Sirens until you find a way to stop her? Then I hope you find a way soon. Serenity said you would have to endure many trials to find a solution to scare her. I don't want you to suffer. Trust us, and the worst that'll happen is you lose the approval of the Sirens. Trust Matari, and you risk damning countless realms. That's what you told Serenity, and what the Observer told you. So are we going to do it? Throw away everything my father built up his entire life to stop someone who may or may not be a threat?
I was seriously considering
Right.
choosing option number
Then
4.
we'll do what we have to do. I don't like it, But like Lilith, I'm with you. You're smarter at this sort of thing than I am, but we all make mistakes. I hope this doesn't turn out to be one. Serenity said that the most we'll achieve is scaring Matari, and even that is uncertain. So no matter what we do, we'll never know if we succeed. Might as well, huh? We need to head back to the palace.
Yeah, there's 2 discussions you can have with Kasia. I think they depend on your relationship with her, which is why they're separate. We're going to the armory, not the place where Matari usually is. Because that's where we're supposed to go. We've got a big celebration going on here.
You showed purity the error of the ways. My mages are all very proud of you.
Welcome home. Oh,
30,000 septims. Wow, I thought the big gold reward was a one-time thing, but no, they just Act 2 just pays you so handsomely for every damn mission. It's crazy. Anyway, all things considered, I like how crowded it gets here. It shows how many people are here overall. Compare this to like Jonestead, which was supposed to be like a town, but had only like 16 people. Here, feels like there's an actual like 50 people. Feels more like a living place than Jonestead ever was.
Good morning, ladies. Today we have learned that your sisters and new courageous commander have won back Fort Pazarath. Your fallen sisters have been avenged. Now we march forward with our heads held high, ready to end this war as quickly as Purity's return. Our beloved mistress has something to say. I know you're all eager to hear her words, but first we must honor a recent addition to our legion. A hero who has fought Purity head-on at Pazarath, a vanguard of peace and justice.
Talking about me.
They're talking about you.
The daughter of our late leader, Kasia Pinder.
Oh, plot twist. I take her spot.
It is with great privilege that I grant you the katana wielded by your father. Carry it with pride. Your family's sacrifice has brought us to this historical moment. You are no longer a trainee. You are one of us. Welcome to Serenity's Sirens, dear sister.
It's because she's a Nashin, and I'm a Red Guard. That's why she got the honors.
Before I introduce Matari, I would like to review the report from Fort Pazarath. Nay to that! We want Matari!
I can't believe this.
Well, I guess we can debrief all of you later. Now the moment you...
I actually really like this about Melody. Melody's probably the most entertaining of the Golden Maidens because of how she gets kind of screwed over by these presentations. There's going to be another one later on in Act 4, I believe. Maybe 3.
My faithful warriors and loving daughters. It has been over 40 years since our order was founded. There have been
Why does she look like she's drenched in blood now?
Our goals have remained constant. Marcus and his wife
Also, you can't move in this scene,
Serenity Sirens would
so you can't try anything.
and bring the end of Project Purity.
It's not like Matari does not have a walk animation.
With great sadness and regret, they will not
Just
live
for drama's sake, this is treated more like a cutscene, which is very unusual for Elder Scrolls.
Their legacy of courage. Through death, the Pinder family has brought us together. Many of you are Tamriel.
What she's saying is not too important though. We've all know about it because it's her taking account, telling everyone that she's leader now.
That is why I am here today to announce my final gift to you. When this war is over, all of you will have a home. Our journey is reaching a climax. Purity's return is one last act of desperation. Their resistance to change has run its course. One final blow is all it will take to knock the beast to the ground.
I wonder what that final blow will
the
be.
Location of their last stronghold, Innocence, An underground labyrinth deep within the heart of Skyrim.
Oh, so they already know.
It will take many months of preparation before we can strike. But when we do, we will prevail. Then, at last, there will be harmony. For when purity falls...
For reference, you can, I mentioned this before, but you can find innocence even before Matari mentions where it is here. It's not easy, and it's not even mentioned in the walkthrough, but it is an option. You can't really enter unless you use a wall clipping though, so it's just kind of cool. I'll mention it when we get to innocence in Act 4. Act 3 is more story.
When purity dies and
like, it's always more story, but Act 3 is not like the end of purity yet.
Goodbye, my children. You are all dismissed.
Wonderful, my mistress. Thank you so much. Now, everyone, I know you're all wondering how you'll be getting your assignments. My fellow maidens and I are your new battle masters. Well, okay. Maybe later.
Yeah, no one cares.
Mom, speech! Back to guarding Matari I go.
Speaking is very exhausting for Matari. I must provide her comfort in the privacy of the meditation room.
I don't think it's very exhausting for her. And she is walking around right now.
To let you know that you'll be taking
She's still subject to the
we may speak in my chambers.
yeah, she's still subject to Skyrim's path fighting, so she's not invincible. Yeah, everyone's just leaving, and actually I think that might have been like the funny moment of Melody that I was thinking about. There will be other announcements for sure though. Like presentations on that podium right there.
Wow, only one sister died? Compared to how many Purity and heroes? That's unbelievable.
Don't you care about who actually died?
Good work, Commander.
Walks with Grace is still there at least.
Out with it.
You have nothing to say, because you're generic. For those wondering what is behind those doors over there, to my left and right, basically, those are just the showers. And I do not think there is anything that ever happens in there.
Tell me, what weapon did you use to cut those Purity fools in half? One of mine?
Yeah, actually.
Tell me, what weapon did you use?
Oh, and the door right there before the transition, that's to the target test for our archery.
My mother's name was Zell. That's it.
Zell Pinder.
My entire family's history is lost. I'm all that's left. Listen, I don't like this any more than you do, but what choice do I have? It's all that I have left of my family. Matari is taking the Sirens into a different direction, but I'll continue the fight that my ancestors started. I'll make sure the Sirens don't forget the Pinders. It's going to be dangerous, but who knows? I might be the only person that is standing between Matari and her goal.
Don't try to become a martyr.
I still have too much to live for. And you need a maid. I've been meaning to tell you. I've convinced the Sirens to let me stay with you on the condition that you help continue my training. Like I said, I'd love to see Skyrim. Right when I thought I would get the chance, I ended up back underground. Now that I know I have some combat practice, maybe I can travel with you. This katana belonged to my father. It will protect me. I know it will. Great. Can't wait.
I never bring her with me.
The Sirens gave me the standard issue medium armor, but I'm sure I could try on other kinds. My weapon is this katana. This is all I need. If you decide to continue, I'll be at your side.
How bold, if you want to just ask her if you can have it.
I'm glad. You're the only person I trust.
I guess if you're friend enough with her, she might consider letting you borrow it, but story-wise, I would say she never does. But yeah, if you want to use her as a maid again, that's still an option. But that's it for Act 2. It was very long, over 5 hours. If you listened all the way through without pause, I applaud you, but there's still much more to come. There's still Act 3, 4, and 5, and spoiler alert, Act 5 is even longer than this. But Act 3 is a bit of a respite. I believe it's only 3 hours long, probably 4 hours actually. Let me just check to be sure. It is... Oh, it's 4 hours and 39 minutes. Oh, it's still pretty damn long. Oh well. It's Act 4 that's the really short-ish one at only 3 hours and 50 minutes. But Act 3 still almost just as long as Act 2. Oh well, hope you've all enjoyed this video on Everyday's Day. Next time Act 3, and hope to all see you then. Bye-bye!